This soldier. Still at war. Joe Remiro is at war with America. A decade ago Remiro was a typical American teenager, born of a working-class Catholic family, restless but unambitious. Now he is an urban guerrilla, a soldier of the Symbionese Liberation Army. The story of this startling transformation is the background to the inside account of the SLA and its incredible day-to-day existence. The story of Remiro is also the story of two escaped black prisoners, Donald DeFreeze, Sink, and Thero Wheeler, and of the other SLA members who came to worldwide notice in the kidnapping of Patty Hearst. Remiro is now in prison, charged with the murder of the black school superintendent Marcus Foster. A few years ago he was one of those Vietnam vets who returned as a psychologically scarred witness of organized and patriotically sanctified barbarism. He plunged into the Haight-Ashbury drug scene of the late 60s and proceeded to blow what was left of his mind. Then he got caught up in Berkeley political militancy, where the poetry of adolescent rebellion exhilaratingly combined with old-fashioned leftist politics. This soldier still at war finds the beginning of the SLA in these seedbeds, particularly in the drive for prison reform. It explains how SLA members were recruited and trained and how their political philosophy came to be contained in such extraordinary documents as the Symbionese Constitution and Codes of War. It tells of the revolutionary propaganda coup of the century, the Patty Hearst kidnapping, which overnight transformed a totally obscure little terrorist group into the most notorious band of revolutionists America has ever. Cheerleaders TFRWWTNTJ. Top, Joe Remiro, second from left, cheering the basketball team on in the Sacred Heart Gym and, bottom, at right, in post-stop action, cheering the Fighting Irish. Vietnam duty for Remiro. Army Private Joseph M. Remiro. 19 son of Mr. and Mrs. Charles Remiro, 1476, 7th Avenue was assigned American Samoa wireman to the 54th Signal Battalions. Company A in Vietnam. Remiro entered the Army in January 1966, and was last stationed at Fort Benning, GA. He is a 1964 graduate of Sacred Heart High School and attended San Francisco City College. He is a member of Alpha Kappa Rho fraternity. Oh. Joe Remiro as a grunt in a long-range reconnaissance platoon, Vietnam, 1966. The infantry was black, man. It was black and Mexican. Only the leadership was white. I was trained to be a switchboard operator, but I was put in the infantry because I had a Mexican name. The San Francisco Phoenix. You have just been dealt with by the dealers, a fighting arm of the strike force Widowmakers. MMFLLOM, top, search and destroy mementos and, bottom, search and destroy waiting. 2 weeks later here comes the American Army. They get in a line. They go through the area and they kill everything living: dogs, cats, women, children, anything. When they're through, there's not supposed to be anything alive behind them. The San Francisco Phoenix. If you will stop the bombing of North Vietnam, we will promise never to bomb New York. Compliments of the strike force Widowmakers. Conduct pass to be honored BT all Vietnamese government agencies in the San Francisco Phoenix. Prayer. Father of mercies and giver of all good, by whose power we were created, by whose bounty we are sustained, and by whose spirit we are transformed. Accept, we beseech thee, our prayer of thanks for those who love us and of whose love we would be more worthy, for those who believe in us and whose hopes we cannot disappoint, for every good gift of healing and happiness and renewal, we bless thy name. We thank thee for our homeland, for all that is just and true, noble and right, wise and courageous in our history. We praise thee for our place in the community of nations, and we invoke thy blessings on men of goodwill wherever they may be and who labor for a world of justice, freedom, and fraternity. Most of all, Eternal Father, we thank thee for thyself, the nearness of thy presence and the warmth of thy love, whereby our minds and hearts find joy and peace. Freely we have received, zero God, freely let us give ourselves to thy gracious purposes. For thy love's sake. Amen. Copyright Ijakmjit Mui Bail Bimtr. S plus MMP Koku plus L. WTH Krat Suul JCROC Kurs. Roost Tom Turkey 6 Met GIU. Kutri Diermi. Snowfloked Pafatos TV TWTRVs FWWJS. Ojid Sweet ROF Surer CRKM, WT. Biad ERD. PCOM. Remul PTE Atrite Foskian. FRWRT Europike. Thilgood Fruit. Muiat Nuts. Aborted CA4Y. Coffee M4U. Commander S message. This Thanksgiving Day we find ourselves in a foreign land assisting in the defense of the rights of free men. On this day we should offer our grateful thanks for the abundant life which we and our loved ones have been provided. May we each pray for continued blessings and guidance upon our endeavors to assist the Vietnamese people in their struggle to attain an everlasting peace within a free society. General, United States Army. Commanding. Thanksgiving Day, Vietnam, 1966. Pilgrim's Progress as the latest American turkey. The San Francisco Phoenix. Dear Abby. Finds his J. Abby. 3. Dear Abby, I am in the United States Navy. I love the service, but most of J1, I love my parents. Before I came into the service I felt I knew just about everything. I was sure my parents no longer needed me, and all I could think of was the day I would be on my own. The first time I realized how much my parents cared was the day they took me to the train depot to see me off. When my father said goodbye to me, he broke down and cried. I had never seen my father cry before, and I won't forget it as long as I live. One have had a lot of time to think. I never told my father I loved him, and I gave both my parents a hard time when they tried to guide me for my own good. Now I write home every chance I get, and I am trying to make up for all the heartaches I must have caused them, and for my failure to be a better son. When my next leave comes up I am going home and get acquainted with my wonderful parents. I have written this letter in hopes that other thoughtless teenagers will wake up before it's too late. Thanks, Abby, for letting me get this off my chest. DDH, San Diego. To Joan Barr, who got me into this mess. Asterisk. This soldier. Still at war. 1. They call it terror / if you are few / and have no B-52s. A weather poem to the SLA. If you're not part of the solution, man, you're the problem, and that's the way you'll be dealt with, says Joe Remiro, carefully misquoting his favorite black author as he sits locked inside an eternally sunless concrete prison set high above Oakland, California. Enormous energy and confidence radiate from this little man in his late 20s with the Zapata mustache, generally smiling brown eyes, the large ears loosely concealed by a bush of coarse, black hair, and a streamlined adaptation of a big Sicilian nose. He wears a white prison jumpsuit, unzippered halfway down his hairy chest. Joe is talking to a reporter. It is the 5th time they have met in this thoroughly bugged and minutely observed fish tank of a visiting cell. And it's a very special trip. For Joe, facing both murder and shootout charges and in jail for 4 months now, seems finally ready to open himself up. It is the first chance the two have had to talk since 6 of Joe's comrades were barbecued in the best recorded auto-da-fe of the century. Joe had to sit in his cage for 2 hours listening, but not seeing, since the TV is several cells down the row, as his 6 friends and lovers died quite literally with their combat boots on after a tiny frame cottage deep in the black ghetto of Los Angeles was set on fire, allowed to burn to its foundations, and they, members of a small but funkily futuristic band of urban guerrillas called the Symbionese Liberation Army, were scooped into plastic bags and carted out many cooler hours later as no more than little piles of charcoal and bone martyrs to some, object lessons to others. But most certainly blown away, wiped out, utterly removed from all fleshly reality. And Joe sat 400 tele. 3. Vision transcended miles away, sweating, exulting, frying, and dying with them. He was careful to shed no visible tears. Remiro had lasted out 2 combat tours in Vietnam that way, 1966-68, keeping it all inside, saying nothing for a long and dangerous time. Joe talks about the prevailing aftershocks of the SLA massacre and most especially about an absurd mass media wail of disbelief and misapprehension when it was determined that all but one of the 6 shootout victims had been middle-class young whites. Their inability to understand how an escaped black prisoner could lead a small band of children of the odorless middle class into a stinking ghetto death trap was both comic and tragic. It is to these members of the media mod squad that Joe refers as he describes the kind of people he considers the problem today in America, while mixmastering Eldridge Cleaver's language in his own extravagant way. The reporter, who is himself a refugee from the bad, gray dailies, doesn't entirely agree, but he lets it slide since Joe is really wailing now and this is a crucial time in their relationship, the point from which they must either go forward into mutual revelation, while locked inside the belly of the beast, or go nowhere. Today a lot's been accomplished. Would you have rather died in that fire with them, asks the reporter while they talk out the first shock of what's happened in LA. Would you have rather been there than in your cell that night? What are you talking about, man? Says Joe in a sudden flare-up of that impatient moral superiority which he feels he's paid well for the right to flaunt. Of course I'd rather have been there. Hell, man, jail ain't no place for a revolutionary. Some of the strongest revolutionaries are in jail, says the reporter. Yeah, certainly, says Joe. Look at Malcolm X, man. Look at how many years ahead of his time he was. You know, I mean, it's inevitable. The first stage of revolutionary warfare is what we're in now. We're in the beginning stage and it's the most dangerous stage cause revolutionaries are going to make a lot of mistakes. A lot of us are going to get killed like on May 17th in Los Angeles. You can't learn out of books. You've got to put theory into practice. If it fucks up, then the next people have learned something, you know. But it is a very necessary period so that we can get rid of this dogmatic bullshit and formulate our own strategy and tactics for a revolution in this country. We expected to get our asses kicked, and they may get kicked worse than we thought, but if the entire SLA and everybody who relates to 4. The SLA would be killed tomorrow, the next day they'd have to kill a lot more because there's no way of going back and telling people to forget what happened, forget what they saw. Forget what the SLA did. We accomplished more than we had expected. We were more successful than we had ever imagined. So what the SLA has done, answers the reporter, is they sacrificed 6 lives now because a future revolution requires it. No way, says Joe impatiently. He's really a man of action and the word game is too long-winded and obscure for him. He's wiry and energetic, small in stature but big on hand-waving, arm-swinging body language in that very Latin and emotionally satisfying kind of way that speaks with boyish candor and directly to the heart. It is not until much later that you discover how very manipulative this can be. No, those 6 lives weren't sacrificed, he says with a vast, right-hand wave. That wasn't a sacrifice, man. They didn't commit suicide or anything. They were fucking engaged in revolutionary warfare, man. I can't call it sacrifice. And the reporter remembers that when it comes to talking about warfare, Joe Remiro has got to be listened to. He's been through the worst of it and it was this young San Francisco street kid who brought true military knowledge to a group of campus word warriors and turned them into fighters. It was Remiro who trained them in shooting, in breaking DOWN and cleaning their MLS and M16s, their shotguns and revolvers and automatic pistols. It could have been Joe who taught them how to modify semi-automatic weapons into full machine guns, which almost made up in psychological effectiveness what they lacked in accuracy. Remiro has been a soldier ever since 1966, and he regards the Los Angeles confrontation as just one more battle in that long war which began in Vietnam, a fight he was initially forced to wage against the wrong side as he machine-gunned men, women, and children, cats and dogs, anything that moved in pathetic little thatch villages in central Nam. It is a war he is now determined to fight against the very people who urged him to do his first killing, the American establishment who taught him that deadly black and white logic of the good guys versus the bad guys, the fight of the righteous against the heretics. Joe was taught to wage war in a very absolutist way, and he hasn't really changed the methods he learned in Nam, he's just changed sides. There's blood in his eye and revenge in his heart, and he long ago got used to the idea of being a killer. 5. Remiro is not the only one who came back from Nam this way. That protracted and immoral war left a heavy imprint on the consciousness of more than 3 million Americans who were sent there. Remiro was not the only one to instantly compare the Los Angeles shootout with what he'd seen in Southeast Asia. Dozens of Namvat newscasters watched a small army of Namvat-trained cops use typical anti-VC firefight tactics against a hold-up band of guerrilla fighters in an epical 2-hour battle and immolation. "It's just like Vietnam," they said almost in chorus. "The war has come home." But, unlike thousands of other veterans who remember the war but long ago gave up fighting it, Remiro has signed no peace treaties. He regards every circumstance and person he encounters as just one more facet of the long war he will fight until he dies. You are either with him or against him. And if you're not for him and all the way, then you're clearly the enemy, and they taught Joe long ago how to handle those motherfuckers. The reporter gets the message loud and clear and shifts conversational gears. "All I'm saying, man," he continues cautiously, "is that a lot of people are crying now over what happened May 17th. A lot more tears are going to be shed if you're right about the way the future is going to go down. And that kind of revolution is horrible to look forward to, years and years of urban guerrilla civil war in America, horrible to so clearly see it coming and know how many fine people will be killed. Yes, it's horrible," says Joe with his dander still up and his fine fighting spirit rising to the occasion. He reminds you of some battered, undersized fighting cock dumped into the killing ring as a last bout afterthought, the one all the regulars will routinely bet against, but a savage winner in the end, a tough, stringy little fucker who crows victory with his sharp spurs buried deep in the throat of a dying opponent, the sand rapidly reddening with thin, red blood. But at the same time, says Joe, there's the other side of it. What would happen if the revolution didn't happen? How horrible will things be in America after the government declares a state of emergency and throws all you fucking liberals into concentration camps? How horrible was it in Germany when the Jews were marched off peacefully into the gas chambers? They were pacifists, too. What's the most horrible, man? People dying passively or people dying fighting? 6. So many people in this country, yourself included, just won't see that if we're gonna have power, it's only gonna come because we're gonna organize ourselves and take it. It's gotta be taken. That means you believe in immediate armed uprising, says the reporter. You believe it must be accomplished by a guerrilla army run pretty much like the Man's army, the army you went through in Vietnam. The revolution don't have nothing unless they have an organized military, says Joe with great emphasis. It is obviously central to his belief. Unless you have military tactics and strategy and trained theoreticians. Military theoreticians. Discipline is a necessary evil, man. I mean, most of these anarcho-American hippies say they want a revolution, you know, but they don't want to be manipulated. They don't want to be controlled. They want absolute artistic, individualistic freedom, and sometimes that has to be squelched in favor of a collective value. The military teaches you that. The military indoctrinates and ingrains the importance of discipline into anybody who serves with them. Sure, the army taught me a lot. But it wasn't just killing. Americans are scared shitless by the idea that all the veterans from Vietnam are mad killers and someday they will turn that killing loose on this country. But they're dangerous in more important ways in terms of the real revolution. Mao will be proven right when he said that this country has sowed the seeds of its own destruction. It did it in Vietnam. Through its racism, America trained an army made up mostly of non-whites, and it created a revolutionary army, the best trained revolutionary army in the world. We ain't got to learn nothing. We ain't got to learn nothing, man, from artillery down to 45s. And we've been indoctrinated in discipline and organization, and that's just as threatening as any aspect of our military skills. There's an underground growing in America, man, a truly military underground. What happened in LA was only a battle. The war has just begun. 7. It may upset your idealistic view of the world, man, but when the roar of tanks replaces the familiar sound of the Anjuda, you're going to have to pick up a gun. Joe Remiro. While it is true that it was the 101st Airborne Division which first taught Joe Remiro how to kill, the military does not deserve all the credit. America had made a fighter of him long before that. Eldridge Cleaver said it, man. By the time a white male gets to draft age, they don't have to teach him how to kill or why to kill, all they gotta show him is who. Joe first became a fighter at the age of 8 out on the windswept playgrounds of St. Anne's Parish, that enormous Catholic fiefdom whose hulking twin towers lord it above the miles of paved-over sand dunes San Franciscans call the Sunset District. From the first day, you know, one fought everybody in my class, man. I was the nigger of this Irish Catholic grammar school, man. I'm lighter than my mother and she's pretty dark, you know. I've always been dark-complexioned and one never really considered myself white, although culturally I'm as white as anybody, man, and I used to say I'm white. I always used to want to try to be white, you know. St. Anne's is the largest parish in the city, with about 5,000 families on its rolls. The church is physically impressive, with its strangely mutated Romanesque Byzantine mission-style basilica and its square block of neatly stuccoed, and institutionally deadly, outbuildings, which include a rectory, convent, and grammar school. There are some 750 students registered these days, and boys and girls now go into the same classrooms. In Joe's time, there was strict sexual segregation. But St. Anne's means considerably more to its neighborhood than 9. A collection of expensive old buildings and a staff of rosary-mumbling nuns and priests. As even the most casual observer will tell you, in a parish like St. Anne's, where the great majority of houses for many blocks are occupied by pious Catholics, the church becomes a kind of enormous cultural and moral transmitter which radiates an antique and strongly opinionated lifestyle, at least as far as one can see its square, 164-foot twin towers. You can feel St. Anne's a long way away. You first feel it when you clank out onto Irving Street aboard the old Anjuda streetcar, and that's more than a half-mile away. You almost immediately experience the first vibrations of St. Anne's, and you know you have crossed a cultural frontier and are locked in a very sticky time warp. There is a certain oldness, a certain resignation, a certain orthodoxy in the air the moment your little green streetcar charges out of the long tunnel which cuts through the Twin Peak Mountain and major windbreak that divides San Francisco into two distinct moral and meteorological zones. To the east of Twin Peaks there is the city itself, which grew up like some drunken gold miner's hedonistic hallucination around San Francisco Bay, close to the ships and the whorehouses and the saloons on every corner, a compact, mostly mountainous little resort of thieves and sailors, boomers and pleasure seekers, artists and bland tourists, rubes and con men of every description, a once swarming international seaport open to 100 tongues and attitudes, a never-quitted bonanza land where the password has always been a Ludwig. If there is any sun to be had at all in San Francisco, a very chancy thing in the summer, you'll generally find it on the city side of the tit-top mountain. Once your Enjuta car clickety-clacks out of the west end of the tunnel and into the avenues, everything west of the peaks, the chances are you'll be met by that brooding, gloomy overcast which is so often driven in from the sea. When the mists hang low, the area is wrapped in a timeless fog that lingers on for days, removing all sense of time and place. The avenues have always been for the decent folk of the town, the relatively stable craftsmen and shopkeepers, the mildly successful office help. Tight rows of two-story frame houses slapped over with a uniform camouflage of bland stucco fill nearly every inch of available real estate from the western slopes of Twin Peaks down to the sea. Architectural innovation is frowned upon here. If you're feeling high and irreverent when you board the Enjuta 10 on the sunny side of the mountain, you quickly change your tune as you pop out into the fog belt. The avenues lay a cold hand on such silliness and you begin to watch yourself out here. You keep in place. You avoid any loud or sudden actions that might bring unwelcome attention. You are being watched. You are being judged. You cannot yet see St. Anne's Square and uncompromising towers, but you know they are there. It has been this way in the inner sunset since the original St. Anne's was erected atop a sand dune in the year 1905 to serve that first flight to the suburbs by land-hungry Irish Catholics who removed across Twin Peaks toward the sea in their first determined effort to put Sodom and Gomorrah behind them and raise their children in the way of their fathers, which means a heavy hand in the woodshed, a lot of fish and self-congratulation on Fridays, a loud and angry drinking bout each Saturday night, and a hung-over Sunday morning devoted to repentance at St. Anne's. San Francisco's Irish population has always been clannish, and newcomers from other ethnic groups long found it difficult to settle in St. Anne's Parish. Racism is not worse here than in the rest of San Francisco, just more accepted. Joseph Michael Remiro was born to an inner-city, North Beach, family on September 1, 1946. His father, Charles, was a World War II veteran who emigrated to this country as a Mexican farm worker. He now drives a laundry truck. His mother, née Antoinette Balistrieri, was the daughter of a very outgoing and emotional family of Sicilian fishermen. She is distantly related to San Francisco's present mayor, Joseph Alioto, whose ancestors also brought their catches into Fisherman's Wharf in those uncluttered years before it became a plastic tourist trap. Joe Remiro was named after Antoinette's brother, a soldier who was killed overseas in the last Great War. When their son was 6, the Remiros moved from North Beach out to their present neighborhood on 7th Avenue near Judah. They live in a square little frame cottage with a modernized tan front. It fits inconspicuously into a long, unbroken line of row houses that parade down 7th to Irving, where there is a funky old shopping center. The Enjuta streetcar clanks up to within a block and a half of the family home. Charles Remiro saw very quickly which way the cold, wet wind was blowing out in the avenues. He found it expedient to call himself Spanish rather than Mexican American. He was eager to erase all traces of his true culture and made no attempt to teach his son and daughter, Christine, who is 2 years younger than Joe, either his native language or the rich Chicano culture. Joe felt that his father was ashamed of his heritage. As far as he's concerned, the only reason a Mexican is not where he's at is that they're lazy and all that racist shit. And he won't even admit he's Mexican. He never taught me Spanish. I feel cheated. I had to study Spanish as a second language and it was hard. I was always embarrassed that my father was a Chicano until I went to Vietnam, but the fact was that Slash wasn't white and I was cheated. Of the Mexican culture I could have learned. So I still can't really say I'm a Chicano. Joe may have been confused about what he was, but the tough little Irish kids who ran St. Anne's to suit themselves had no doubt about it. The presidents of Joe's graduating class were Gerald Courtney and Ellen Ginty. The Right Reverend Patrick G. Moriarty ran the parish, may all the saints be praised. The kids beat shit out of Remiro and another little Chicano kid from the day they entered the parochial school. Joe tried to blend in the only route to survival. I was a traffic boy, an altar boy. In high school I was a cheerleader. His terrific drive to appear normal may not have fooled the kids, but his teachers were apparently indifferent. Normal is, in fact, the only word they seem able to marshal up these days when trying to remember this one of 30 kids to a class who got into notorious trouble. Sister Mary Bernard, a member of the Presentation Sisters, was principal of St. Anne's for a good part of the time Joe attended. She was his 8th grade teacher. She obviously did not see him too clearly. Or maybe it's just her advanced age and long retirement from life behind a black and forbidding habit. Oh, he was very regular, very obedient. But you can say that about all my boys, Sister Mary Bernard sort of recalls in the dimness of a convent reception room as she tries to find Joe's portrait in a crowded class graduation picture. She squints into the pale, fogged-over afternoon light, which seems to die without a murmur in an atmosphere of wax and plastic flowers, agonized plaster crucifixions and ancient, bloody-hearted saints. He was normal. Oh, yes, very normal. Sister Mary Bernard finally finds Joe's picture. She recognizes it because the name is printed underneath. How did Joe get along with his classmates, we ask. 1. 12. Daring if she even noticed the daily bloody confrontations on the playground. Oh, he was very cooperative, very sociable with his companions. He got along with his companions very well, says Sister Mary Bernard distantly. Oh, he never had any difficulties with them. Oh, no, he was very cooperative in the classroom and very sociable with the boys in the yard. We wonder if Joe had any special skills. Was he especially good at anything? Oh, he was an average student, says Sister Mary Bernard, and you realize that she would say exactly the same thing about any of the 4,000 or 5,000 kids she has so routinely processed over the years. Now that's a good way to express it. He was what I call a real average student, otherwise he would never have made Sacred Heart High School. Oh, no. I prefer when a child is average. I never was for brilliant people. Brilliant people never attracted me. I was always for good students, that's all. Obedient students. We get up to leave. Now you be sure to mention Monsignor Moriarty, she says, ushering us out into the dull, chilly summer afternoon. A layer of gray sea fog has already settled over the avenues. Ribbons of low cloud have wrapped themselves around the low-lying flanks of Twin Peaks. Foghorns have begun to sound on the bay. Monsignor was the pastor. He's dead now. He was very deeply interested in the boys. He's dead a year now. He was for the boys. Joe puts the matter of his Catholic education a bit more succinctly. Those priests and nuns. They really fucked with my head. They really turned me around, he says. By the time they got through, I was a stone reactionary. They trained me right, boy. They taught me to hate commies. You know, kill a commie for Christ, man. When it was time to go to Vietnam, I just couldn't wait to get over there. Although the church had its way politically with the young Joe Remiro, it failed to make any lasting inroads theologically. By the time he was 12, Joe stopped going to confession. He also managed to avoid Sunday Mass most of the time. One of Joe's first girlfriends, Mary Slattery, recalls that by the time he was 14, he wanted nothing to do with religion. I had the scruples of a nun in those days and I thought it was shocking that he didn't want to go to church. He said his mother would try to get him up. 13. To go. Joe, come on, get out of bed and go to church. Oh, I'm too tired, he'd say. Joe himself describes the moral dilemma his 12-year-old mind was getting into as he began to see clearly that life's realities just did not match up to Sister Mary Bernard's vision of normality. I couldn't believe that a just God or whatever existed after what I had seen in my small capacity as a child, says he. There's no way a just God could possibly allow this to go on for so many hundreds of years. The Romans grabbed this dude and tortured him and nailed him on a cross, and they used mysticism to say that was the greatest thing that ever happened, you know. Well, if they ever nail me on a cross, man, don't let anybody say that's the greatest thing that ever happened, 'cause I ain't no mystic and I haven't seen God liberate anybody lately. Certainly the stolid, most unspiritual image of the church itself did little to convince young Joe Remiro that any kind of selfless dedication lay beneath its comfortable facade. As Warren Hinkle, raised a Catholic in San Francisco and sent to the same kind of reform schools, recently described the church during those good, gray Eisenhower years. The church I knew was not the church of Savonarola, nor of James Joyce. It was too settled and comfortable to summon the fire and brimstone for Stephen Dedalus type retreats. The priests who weren't stuck in the confessional box on Saturdays put on Pendleton sports shirts and went off to play golf at the Irish Catholic Olympic Club. Our confessors did scare us a little by warning that we could lose our minds and maybe even our hair if we touched ourselves, but suggested that if we pulled hard on an ear, it would dispel temptation. Naturally, we tugged our ears, but otherwise the operating principle was to accept everything the church taught while paying as little attention to it as possible. Thus we went to Mass on Sundays and sinned on Mondays and went to confession on Saturdays so we could receive communion on Sunday and be in a state of grace to sin again on Monday. I came to accept the church for the tinsel, lazy, corrupt and at the same time appealing thing it was. During the gray and quiet years, the church was like some pervasive, closed system dominating an endless science fiction novel. Despite its overwhelmingly repressive effect on his life, the Catholic Church was most certainly not the main influence on this little Chicanoan Italian kid. Joe's parents were, of course, the center of his universe. 14. His mother was, and is, warm and devoted to him. But his relation with his father, the crucial one for a boy, was distorted and painful from the first. Charles Remiro and his son were completely out of touch by the time Joe was arrested as an SLA soldier and charged with the murder of Marcus Foster. If you ask Joe what communication exists today, he'll say something like, "I communicate with him with a left hook." He describes his father as still patriotic and still telling World War II hero stories. He's one of those people, says Joe, who believes that whether the president's right or wrong, you know, that nobody has the right to criticize him 'cause, after all, he is the president and should. Like that. The only time I can remember him hugging me when I was above the age of, you know, some mystical age when you stop hugging young boys, was when he'd get drunk, you know. He wasn't a drunk or anything, but when he'd get drunk after a party or something, he'd hug me and tell me he loved me. That's the way I'd know he was drunk, you know. I left my parents' house when I was 17, a couple of months before I graduated from high school. I didn't realize until I was in South Vietnam that I had lived my whole life up till then trying to live a life my father wished he'd been able to live. He's had a very hard time. He lived a very repressed life, you know. He had to quit school at a really young age and work, you know, and never knowing his father and being raised by his sickly grandmother and alcoholic grandfather, you know. He was raised with Mexicans as a migrant worker. And it was my father who told me how to be a man, and I don't know. He's a sad story. It's really a sad story, one of the great American tragedies. Charles Remiro obviously tried as well as he knew how to instill that manly image he wanted his son to grow into. The macho legend of guns and violence obviously had a lot to do with it. Joe remembers his father taking him to all those movies where the cowboys proved themselves right with instant hot lead and the good Indians were dead ones. I used to go to all the John Wayne movies, he recalls, and I used to dig all the movies where they shot the Indians and shit. I didn't have to be taught any violence in Vietnam. Hell, when I was a little kid, I wouldn't get out of bed and walk around the house. Until I had my toy guns on. Till I had my little guns on. I'm serious. In Vietnam a decade later, 19-year-old Joe Remiro began to have serious doubts about that kind of upbringing and his furiously frustrated attempts to live a life his father would approve of. I've seen my friends die and it's not a lot of John Wayne movies, he says morosely. It's a terrifying thing. War is a very real thing. With me cause I've really seen it, and when I think of war now I don't relate to John Wayne movies. He began to straighten out the problem of identifying with his father. You know, somebody asked me a long time ago when I was just beginning to understand things, he says, who do you relate to the most, your mother or your father? And I said right off, my father, you know, I'm a man. Then I thought about it. And I thought, no, that ain't true at all. You know, I never thought about it before at all. It's my mother, you know. All my life I lied about my father being the one who did the most when, in fact, it's never been the case, and even he realizes it now, you know. My mother is a very strong woman. My father has just realized that, contrary to his beliefs and boasts, that she's the one who's been sustaining the family as long as it's been together, you know. And through his own sex and ego he's oppressed her and not realized he's oppressed himself, and now he's come to the point where he's getting old and realizes he can't shit without her. She was sick a while ago and had to stay in bed a couple of weeks, and so what he had to do was come home from work and cook her dinner, wash the dishes, do the laundry, you know, and then go to work again. You know, the same things she's been doing all the time I can remember. She's always taken care of the family and had a job, too. 2 or 3 days of that, man, and he blew it. He was having a nervous breakdown, you know. And now he's getting older and less secure, and he's realizing the realities of where the strength is and everything, you know. Mary Slattery, who first met Joe at a Catholic high school dance when both were 14, says that he seldom spoke about his father, but that I had the feeling there was a lot of hate. He talked a lot about his mother. He really counted on his mother. He'd tell me how his mother did this or that for him, or how his mother fixed a special dinner for him. He didn't get along too well with his sister. I talked with him on the phone once for 6 hours when 16. My mother wasn't home and his parents weren't home, and he was fighting with his sister the whole time because she wanted the phone. I remember when I first saw Joe at that dance and I immediately fell in love. He and his friends, Dan Sheehy and Bill Sheehy and Denny Weston, they sort of breezed in and sort of took over the whole place, and they were really smooth, and all the girls were asking, who are they, anyway? And I just met him and he took my phone number and he phoned me every single day. And he didn't have a car then, you know, or any transportation. So at any dance we could go to or any party, we'd always meet each other over there. He was just marvelous. He just seemed to handle everything really cool. He didn't seem to be a terribly deep thinker, but he was such a normal guy. It was puppy love. Super puppy love. I thought Joe was the greatest guy that ever walked the earth. Really, he was so fun-loving. I loved to listen to his stories, about all his little exploits, like going down with his friends and drinking on the beach and going in the water and getting all their clothes wet, and I thought that was too much. Joe wasn't ambitious at all. He just wanted a good time and fun, and he had a good time everywhere he went. I mean, it was genuine. It wasn't phony. It's hard to imagine he would have gotten serious about anything. He never wanted to read. He really didn't seem to be academic at all. I think he was in the dumbest class in high school and he was perfectly content to stay there. He was always doing something. He was always going somewhere. His friends meant a lot to him. He was very loyal. So when Joe Remiro was arrested as a revolutionary, I just couldn't believe it. Joe was so normal. I was just sick. What struck me was, here's a man who is, for all intents and purposes, just like me. I mean, he's not some crazy person out to destroy the world. What I'm saying is that I knew him when he was young and I couldn't believe it. The friends who kept in contact with Joe after he went to Vietnam, the ones who saw him just after he came back, they didn't want to talk about what he was like. He went a little crazy, they say. They say. He came back a different person. I guess the war will do that. Even to someone as normal as Joe. 17. The all-male student body was frequently warned about the physical dangers of public high schools, not the least of which was reported to be the hazard of bloody catechs which shameless Protestant and Jewish girls were said to drop carelessly on the dark stairways. Although we were constantly admonished about sex, most direct questions about the subject were put off with some embarrassment by my religion teacher, a florid-faced brother whom L always presumed was a homosexual because when proximity allowed, he habitually stroked the pants legs of the boys. When the chapter on sex came due, he appeared disinterested in it, and simply told the class to read the religion text and be prepared to explain, in an examination, the basic workings of the mysterious rhythm system and the strict circumstances under which married couples were allowed to use even that abstential method of birth control. The text from which we studied European history was titled A History of Western Christianity, in which St. Augustine loomed larger than Caesar and Constantine weighed in heavier than Mohammed. Our knowledge of current events was limited to mandatory special pleading with the Lord to free Cardinal Mindszenty from an atheistic holding cell in Hungary. We also read the Junior Catholic Messenger, a publication of crossword puzzles and contemporary affairs, which I remembered featured a front-page picture of the eminent Catholic junior senator from Wisconsin, Joseph McCarthy, riding on the Senate subway on his way to expose communism. Warren Hinkle, describing a typical San Francisco Catholic high school education in the late 50s and early 60s. From If You Have a Lemon, Make Lemonade. P. Parochial grammar schools in San Francisco end with 8th grade and the Catholic high schools begin with the 9th. That makes Joe Remiro 14 years old as he begins his first year at Sacred Heart, an undistinguished forwarding station into such safe and traditional Irish Catholic. 19. Careers as the police and fire departments, civil service, hacking for the Hearst Press, running a neighborhood saloon and, for a saintly few, the glory of the priesthood. Sacred Heart, whose football team is still called the Irish and whose yearbook goes under the proud title of the Shamrock, is a relatively small secondary school for boys only, set inconspicuously off a few blocks from one of the town's two major arteries, Van Ness Avenue, and just beneath the city's vast new and very modern Catholic cathedral, whose wing-like roof sections project lifelike shadow play images of ample and well-formed breasts upon each other as the sun swings lazily overhead. It is on the eastern side of Twin Peaks, and Joe had to ride to school each day through the tunnel on the Judah streetcar, transferring at the foot of Van Ness to an electric trolley bus whose imitation leather seats were generally in shreds by the time the switchblade-wielding school year traffic was a month or two old. Like parochial grammar schools, the secondary prisons of this archdiocese are famed for their discipline, and Sacred Heart's beefy Christian brothers, who also own a number of wineries and make the best brandy in California, are especially notorious for the firm hand policy, at times of the clenched fist variety. Here, too, we find that Joe Remiro is remembered as no more than a normal boy, except for a few drinking incidents that marred his senior year. Did he dare to appear anything else but normal? I never read a book the whole way through. I never read a book until I was in Vietnam, he readily admits in summing up the intellectual climate of his high school years. You know, if you got the money, you get through Catholic school, you know, if you want to pay the tuition. His grades reflected his general lack of interest, with abysmal records in U.S. history, D, Spanish, D, and trigonometry, D, and a C in algebra. He did better in literature and religion, B in both. Brother Arnold, chief disciplinarian at Sacred Heart when Joe went there and now its principal, is just as given over as Sister Mary Bernard to the word normal. He says, in fact, that Joe was very normal while he was under the brother's watchful eye and firm fist. Joe himself has little to say about his high school years except to admit that he kept himself busy on the side as a cheerleader and occasional auto thief. He ran with a tough gang of kids who liked to beat up on weirdos, like beatnik poets and homosexuals. 20. Everyone who knew him found it hard to believe he was arrested for murder, says the brother. Joe tested out at 105 on the IQ forms. His yearbook entry shows that he partly made up for his academic indifference with a lot of time spent at extracurricular activities. He was not only a cheerleader but also on the rally committee and in the service club. The four-color center spread of the 1964 Shamrock yearbook, the year Joe graduated, shows him in a very carefully contrived jump pose, cheering on the Fighting Irish from an airborne position several feet above their heads. He is also seen in the gymnasium, monochromatic, cheering on the basketball team. Joe found quite early that these non-playing associations with athletics were just as valuable for impressing the girls as being a team member. He had given up a fairly promising hobby as a sandlot baseball player at about 14 because it was a choice of sports or girls and I didn't have time for both. He very early found that, despite his short stature, 5'8", he had a way with women, a certain intensity and charm that quickly won them over. Everyone who knew Joe from the age of 14 on until his arrest remembers him as being a virile and successful ladies' man. After Brother Arnold had used up a week's supply of the word normal, he did recollect that Joe was indeed very outgoing in school, and more interested in social life than studies, as the good brother found out at a senior year dance when Joe snuck in a bottle of booze and proceeded to get loudly crocked. His career as a bare-fisted boxer did not end when he left St. Anne's bloody playgrounds. Joe says he remained a real rowdy, and Mary Slattery, who stayed in close touch with Joe all through high school although they ceased dating after the age of 14, can attest to the fact. Now the battlefields were parties where the young parochial studs contended for timorous female favors. He was always at every dance, at every party, says Mary, not making a fool of himself or anything. But, I mean, you really knew he was there. Mostly everybody liked him. He was hot-headed, though. He did have a temper. As a matter of fact, he got into a fist fight with my friend Lou once. I won, says Lou. He's much shorter than me and I guess I threw the first punch. I remember that everybody was drinking. That's when we were really into drinking as a macho thing. I think it was in sophomore year. 21. In high school. It was really no big thing but I just remember it. He was little but he was scrappy. And the girls really liked him, too. Mary fondly interjects. Lou and Joe finally made up some years after the fight. He was around. I remember just especially when I started getting around more myself, says Lou. Junior and senior year in high school. He never showed up at anything political, though. We used to have these clubs that debated political issues, and it didn't interest Joe at all. I just remember seeing him at all the dances, parties, and football games. He was the cheerleader, for instance. He was just around a lot and I noticed him all the time. For a while I had a kind of grudge against him because of that stupid fight, but it wasn't really a big thing and we finally made it up. Mary recalls that he was always doing something. He was always going somewhere. His friends meant a lot to him. He was very loyal. I mean, a friend could be an idiot and could do a lot of wrong things like pop off at somebody or whatever and Joe would stick by him. And I liked that. He was very warm-blooded, very Latin, very impulsive. She also remembers that Joe was in the habit of running with the crowd. Protective coloration after all those years of being class nigger at St. Anne's. He was never a loner, always into the group spirit. He didn't really have a sports career, though, she says. I just remember when he was a freshman he did play football. But he played football not for the sake of the game but because all the other guys did it, and it was really fun to do it with all the other guys. But that sense of lightness and fun that carried with him throughout high school. Like every other teenager in the early 60s who was hot after the girls, Joe soon realized that he had to have a car. His home situation continued to deteriorate until he finally had to move out a few months before his high school graduation. To earn the car and a measure of independence, he went to work as a part-time fry cook in a drive-in restaurant a few blocks down Van Ness Avenue from his high school. Another buddy who knew Joe briefly in his teens recalls that he very much impressed his peer group. Like I said, he had his own car and he had his own job, which at the time we didn't, says Charlie Garner, today a San Francisco electrician. So that would make him one up already, I guess, being able to do what you want to do. Drive where you want to drive. He, 22, seemed a little more carefree than most of us. Maybe a little more macho. He had a way with the girls. I remember we had a party once, and everyone was supposed to bring a date with the shortest skirt, and whoever had the girl with the shortest skirt, he'd win. And that was even before mini skirts became so popular. Anyway, Joe won. So far we have a picture of a guy heavily into cars, girls, and being one of the gang. Up to this point, Joe Remiro could be a character out of American Graffiti. No books, no politics, no thoughts of his own. Just a normal kid. Frighteningly normal. But there are a few chinks in this bland armor. Things are not going well at home. They never have. The feud with his father worsens as Joe begins to assert his newly won adolescent independence. My father wanted me to be in the Sea Scouts even when I was in high school, he recalls. When I was about 14, they went on a summer cruise and I just went AWOL from the Sea Scouts. I went home, you know. I said, this is bullshit, and so I split, and when I got home my father was flipped out. Shit, you'd have thought I'd deserted ship during wartime. You know, he really took it seriously. His relationship with his mother continued to be loving and helped to sustain him as he grew away from his childhood. She and I, we don't have this being a man thing between us, and we got really honest with each other. You know, man, I used to sit and talk with her for hours and we'd start Logan. I'd laugh so hard my sides would hurt. And my father would come walking in and I'd leave, you know. Things were pretty sedate in San Francisco between the late 50s, when the North Beach Beat literary and artistic movement came and went, and the late 60s, when the spiritual children of that period streamed into the Haight-Ashbury district in the thousands to become known as hippies. Youth culture, with its own independent lifestyle and ethics, had yet to come into being. The aura of 50s conformity and institutionalized anti-communism was still heavy upon the nation's consciousness. Joe Remiro, a normal product of a parochial Catholic education, the son of a patriotic World War II veteran who boasted of his military machismo and talked a lot like a Chicano Archie Bunker, showed almost no true signs of rebellion against this kind of conformity. But there were a few slight hints that Joe would not always be this way. In the late 50s, Remiro would pass up and down Upper Grand 23 Avenue, principal Bohemian walkway through North Beach, to visit his grandmother, who owned property down by its northern end. A spunky little kid being raised like a lot of other North Beach Italians, he watched wide-eyed as the beats began to crowd up and down Grand, singing, drinking, declaiming poetry, pissing openly on the streets and on all authority, loudly proclaiming a new cult of total individual liberty. It was the first demonstration of this kind seen in America since the rebellious days of the 30s, and it impressed little Joe Remiro. When I was a kid, no more than 11 or 12, he recalls, I decided I wanted to grow up to be a beatnik, but the Catholics soon got that out of my head. In his later high school years, several coffee houses modeled after the early beat hangouts began to again flourish in North Beach. One of them, a stopping-off place for an extremely young crowd of bohemians, was located at the east end of Broadway, the main North Beach nightclub drag. It was called the Last Exit *. Joe spent a fair amount of time casing the action around Last Exit, and he was aware of some aspects of the pacifist, anti-segregation ideas that by 1964-65 were current among the city's young nonconformists. It was a year of civil rights sit-ins and lie-ins, arrests and trials. Great demonstrations were held in a major downtown hotel and out on Van Ness Avenue's Auto Row, just a few blocks from Sacred Heart, where Joe was then in school. Some of the demonstrations were staged at drive-in restaurants near the one where Joe worked part-time. Things got busy in 1964-65, and a cultural renaissance began in North Beach as a number of the famous beats like Allen Ginsberg and Neal Cassady returned to live in town to help revive the flagging literary scene. Over in Berkeley, a new generation of civil rights-trained campus activists was about to turn that once-staid diploma factory into the launching pad for an entire era of student uprising. It began late in 1964, the year Joe got out of Sacred Heart, as the free speech movement. But Joe was not yet ready to rebel against what his parents and pious educators had drilled into him. If those civil rights demonstrators had come out to the drive-in where I worked, man, I'd have kicked ass, he says in amused retrospect. I'd have thought they were nothing but a bunch of commie weirdos. A block farther east, Broadway becomes a 4-lane freeway. You turn off here or you end up in San Jose. 24. The impression made upon him by the Last Exit crowd was equally lightweight. I didn't really talk to those creeps in there, he says. I was just there for the good times and the women. I really didn't have anything in common with them. I was just a rowdy in those days. Just a rowdy after all the girls I could get. The hassles with his father and his general anger and frustration led to heavy drinking in his last year of high school and to the 2 incidents that almost prevented his graduation. As Mary Slattery recalls it, Joe and 2 of his friends were involved in this drinking thing, and Joe and this other friend had been in trouble before and they were going to be kicked out of school if they hadn't pinned it on the other guy. So that's what they did and they felt bad for doing that. I remember that Joe couldn't even talk to me afterwards, he just felt terrible. It's just, like, he and the other guy felt, well, what can we do? It was an understandable thing to do. They didn't want to get kicked out of high school just before graduation. But, still, Brother Arnold and his Christian associates must have breathed a collective sigh of relief in June of 1964 when Rowdy Joe Remiro graduated from Sacred Heart. Joe was now on his own, but not for long. The Vietnam War was tooling up. It was no longer a Bush League action requiring only a few so-called American advisors. Recruitment of thousands of young studs out to prove their newly tum-sent manhood in battle was well underway, and Joe Remiro was more than a likely candidate. Joe's cousin, Barbara Lockwood, who likes to remember that she could out-arm wrestle him when they were kids, says Joe went around singing the Green Beret song. He tried to enlist in the Berets but wasn't tall enough. His father encouraged enlistment but his mother was horror-stricken. Joe had been named after her brother, who had been killed in World War II, and Antoinette Remiro wanted no part of the Vietnam War. But she was afraid to open her mouth about it in front of my father, Joe recalls. He would have blown it, man. With a poor high school record and little interest in college, Joe knew he stood no chance of avoiding the rapidly expanding draft. He checked into San Francisco City College in 1965, figuring it was only a stopover on the way to Nam. As he says repeatedly, I was gung-ho, man. I wanted to kill a commie for Christ in those days. 25. Few city college students take their time at that 2-year institution very seriously, anyway. It's a free, city-supported extension of high school devoted mostly to wet nursing kids with lousy academic records so they stand some chance of entering a true college, or to convincing them once and for all that they don't have what it takes. I just played there, says Joe. I wasn't really into any intellectual thing, you know. I never seriously read a book until I got to Vietnam. As soon as I heard about the war, I couldn't wait to run and enlist. I never really went to college. His situation was not unique. Charlie Garner recalls that everybody at City College was just waiting around to go in the service. At that time, he says, how many were they drafting a month? 40,000. It was inevitable. Unless you were blind and crippled, you had to go. Garner went in the Air Force himself and helped keep the bombers flying from Okinawa to Nam. Remiro and Garner shared only one major experience: their period of pledging as baby brothers in City College's Alpha Kappa Rho fraternity. Mary Slattery, who also briefly attended the college, found it strange that Joe should join a fraternity there, since almost no one who lived in the city joined those fraternities, she says. Only the out-of-town kids who didn't know anybody joined. Garner's strongest recollection of the pre-Vietnam Remiro was a Hell Week initiation trip the two made into Marin County, where they were released alone in deserted hill country in the dead of night. They kidnapped me and him and they blindfolded us here in the city and then they brought us across the Golden Gate Bridge blindfolded, says Garner. Then they dropped us in the hills of Marin somewhere, and I had no idea where we were. There weren't any houses, but Joe knew right away which way to walk. He got us out OT there. Without him, I probably would have gone the wrong way. I'm poor at directions. Garner and Remiro were also part of a crowd of pledges taken out into the San Bruno Mountains a bit later, stripped naked, and covered with molasses, feathers, and Tabasco sauce. He remembers that Joe's resourcefulness again served them well. Before the ceremony, Joe had stashed a car not far away. He immediately led Garner to it and they drove away. All I can remember about him now is that he was strong, very self-reliant. And very gung-ho about going into 26. The military, says Garner. He really wanted to go into the Army or into the Marines. That's all he talked about. On January 31, 1966, the Army obliged and accepted Joe Remiro's 3-year enlistment. He was sent to Fort Ord, California, and then to Fort Benning, Georgia, for training as a member of the 101st Airborne Division. By August 1, 1966, he was in Vietnam. 27. He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles, and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17, he's been a soldier for 1,000 years. And he knows he shouldn't kill and he knows he always will. And without him all this killing can't go on. Buffy St. Marie, the Universal Soldier. Let's suppose that Joe Remiro had been born a generation earlier, in 1926 rather than in 1946. He would have been 18 in time to be drafted, or, more likely, to enlist, into World War II. He would have done his duty against the Nazis or the Nips, and, if a bullet hadn't caught up with him first, he'd have come home as just one more G.I. Joe, a term the contemporary Remiro abhors, and he'd have felt he most certainly had earned the victory parades and near orgies of VJ Day, the general sense of honor and respect, the job preferment and educational benefits freely provided to World War II vets. He would soon have married a nice, quiet Catholic girl and continued to go through the formalities of his religion. There would have been 5 or 6 kids, or more. He likes to screw a lot, and a steady job driving a truck or something equally uninteresting. He'd have sat around as his kids grew up, telling them proud, and mostly bullshit, war stories about how we were the good guys. He'd have joined the American Legion and voted for whichever politician was the most energetic flag waver. He would, in other words, have lived up to all of his father's expectations and shortcomings. There is nothing in the actual history of Joe Remiro up to August 6, 1966, that would contradict such a set of conclusions. Nothing until that date, upon which he was assigned to his first active duty NAM unit. That would indicate Joe was ever likely to do anything more, or less, than could be expected of an average intelligence, party timing, quick. Asterisk. Copyright 1963 by Caleb Music. 29. Conning, girl chasing, run with the gang kind of young punk from a San Francisco working class family. Joe was a TV baby. Reading did not interest him, nor did radical causes. He simply ignored politics except for a very violent antagonism toward anything unconventional. He had gone through all of the usual hassles growing up and becoming independent, and his machismo had run head-on into that of his father, but he had never really questioned the basic perimeters his parents and teachers had set around his life. True, he'd quickly seen through the workaday hypocrisy of the church, but that is nothing unusual among male Catholics, especially Latins, who traditionally drop the wife off for Mass each Sunday and then amble across the plaza for a drink or two. Piousness is for women. Macho men in Mexico and France and Italy do not get down on their knees for some mumbling, black-robed castrato. Anti-clericalism is a father-to-son inheritance in these lands. So we can reach only one possible conclusion. The war changed Joe Remiro. He is almost too quick to admit it, although he is not subtle enough to see just how deeply it worked its sadistic and decadent tentacles into his naive consciousness. He still suffers a kind of war-induced black and white tunnel vision which divides all humanity into our side and their side. He still urgently wants to be a hero of the revolution in an era when even the noblest soldiers have come home defeated and full of guilt. One wonders why the Vietnam experience was such a total mind-bender for Remiro. What was so different about that part of the war which they dropped him into the period from August 6, 1966, to March 2, 1968, when he was on combat duty? Why should its effects be so much at variance with those of previous American wars? Why couldn't Joe have come home as his father did, patriotic, proud, and more than ready to fall back into all the old patterns of familiar civilian life? Why was this slightly screwed up kid so quick to become a freaked out doper and then a super violent revolutionary? Perhaps it is time to take a considerably longer look at the Vietnam War and what it did to the soldiers who fought it. There was a lot more to it than the fighting, the massacres, the atrocities. There was more than one My Lai. Joe claims he saw a dozen actions very much like it. My Lai wasn't no isolated incident, he says. I saw a lot of that kind of thing. It wasn't just murder and it wasn't just racism that fucked with his young head. American soldiers saw no real distinction between civilians, 30, and combatants. They were all gooks. They were all dinks. Everyone with yellow skin and slant eyes was the enemy. It was a war whose progress was measured in barbaric body counts. Success depended upon the size of the pile of corpses you killed. Chopping off ears and hands and genitals as souvenirs was calm. It also proved how effective a soldier you were. Anyone dead was automatically a VC, automatically the enemy. As one Namvat summed it up, nothing was there to stop us. The policy was anything you want to kill, anytime you want to kill it. Just don't get caught. Murdering innocent civilians was not just fun, it staved off the utter boredom and inertia that was the main emotion recalled by the majority of Namvits. You know, if Vietnam was not violently painful, it was such a crashing bore you couldn't stand it, says one survivor. Remiro, like most of his buddies, knew very little about the people he killed. The few pro-Saigon Vietnamese the American GIs met, they detested, and with good reason. 50 years of French colonial rule had produced a class of landlords and politicians who served as middlemen between their own people, who regarded them as traitors, and the colonial Europeans. With their complicity, and to their immense profit, the French-speaking major cities and market towns of South Vietnam quickly became great supply depots, providing the latest conquerors with every kind of prostitute, choose your favorite sex, with every kind of dope known to man, opium, grass, skag, you name it. With the best in ripped-off and bootleg merchandise. No real problem to transfer tons of stuff from overstocked PX shelves onto the black market. The obliging military brought in everything such a market might need. Says Paul Halverson, a once evangelistic, anti-communist Christian who was transformed into a revolutionary, atheistic Marxist by his Nam experience. We just turned the whole fucking country into a den of prostitutes. They would sell their own bodies and sell their daughters and their sons, sell their wives. And they would take a chance and grow dope and sell dope and heroin and anything else they could get their hands on. Says Bob Hood, a former Army sergeant who was later Joe's comrade in Vietnam Veterans Against the War Winter Soldier Organization. I'd been to Tijuana, which is the whore capital of Mexico, and I swear to God, the first day in Vietnam, I thought, wow. It's just like Mexico. The garbage, the people, it even smelled like Mexico. 31. This ain't no war, said an amazed trooper on his arrival at the garrison town of Anqui. It's a whorehouse. And so it was into this friendly little abattoir and bordello that they dropped naive Joe Remiro at the age of 19. And if the war itself, the racism of his comrades, the corruption of one part of the population and the lethal hostility of the rest were not enough to contend with, Joe found yet another booby prize awaiting him: the murderous incompetence of the army itself, the army that quickly made the one decision from which Joe has never recovered. They made a full-time combat soldier of him. Joe was quickly funneled into that small and little herd of minority of 50,000 American soldiers in Nam, about 1/10 of the 500,000 men committed there at the high point of U.S. intervention, the guys who actually did the fighting. For every real combat grunt in Nam, the Army's enormous, top-heavy green machine had 9 men assigned to support roles. They ran things. The war seemed to be mostly for their benefit. As one combat soldier summed it up, grunts don't exist. We're just meat. When they slapped an M16 into Remiro's hands and told him to go out and kill Charlie, it came as something of a surprise, for the army had led him to believe he'd be just one more support trooper. They sent me out to fight because my name was Remiro, man, he says angrily. The infantry was black, man. It was black and Mexican, you know. Only the leadership was white. I was trained to be a switchboard operator, but I was put in the infantry because I had a Mexican name. All veterans are marked by the war experience, comments Bob Hood, and that mark remains. But I think that each mark is a representation of each man's experience, and Joe's experience came out of being in this place where history found him. If you think in terms of a sort of gradation, in terms of combat involvement, that might be interesting, because Joe was an LRRP and that's the heaviest combat job there is. In the minds of many, being in a long-range reconnaissance platoon is the worst, is the heaviest kind of situation to be in. That's point of production killing, so to speak. These were the people who produced down on the 1-to-1 level, not on the mile-high, B-52 kind of route. That LRRP trip was a heavy one, man. Remiro's initial training at Fort Ord, California, February 1 to April 22, 1966, had gotten Joe ready to be a wireman, that is, a 32 telephone specialist. His stint at Fort Benning, Georgia, June 16 to July 16, 1966, had provided paratrooper training. Mostly getting in and out of helicopters for this war. All of this proved to be a waste of time, and any idea that Joe may have developed about serving through his Nam tour as a kind of telephonic trainee was short-lived. His initial assignment to the 54th Signal Battalion lasted only 3 months. By November 10, 1966, Joe was just one more grunt serving with the 5th Regiment of the 27th Artillery. 4 months later, March 28, 1967, he was assigned back to his own outfit, the 101st Airborne, 1st Brigade, and, from then until the end of his NAM duty, it was 1-to-1 killing on hazardous LRRP patrols for Remiro. Not that this kind of misassignment was particularly unusual. As former Army Lt. Col. Anthony Herbert reports, men had been assigned to jobs far removed from their skills. Radio technicians as machine gunners as wiremen, wiremen as riflemen, riflemen as radio technicians. Promotion orders were running at least 8 weeks behind schedule, a failing that often required men who had been promoted in the field to give up those same promotions after rotating out of the country and to return overpayments. Sometimes they were court-martialed for impersonation. Other men never received medals and decorations they had earned. Asterisk. For all intents and purposes, Remiro was just one more foot soldier to be chewed up in the gigantic humbug hamburger grinder that was the Indochina War. There was, however, one distinction that being an LRRP brought to Remiro. The name Long Range Reconnaissance Platoon is pretty much self-defining. LRRPs were sent long distances from their base camps on extended reconnaissance missions deep inside enemy territory. Once they were discovered, the LRRPs felt free to mow down everything in sight. They liked to use the grunt's favorite method of murdering the opposition without taking any real chances with your own precious ass, that is, recon by fire, a procedure in which American troops approached inhabited areas and would then reconnoiter simply by firing at everything in sight. Whenever we stepped into a village we would fire upon houses. Asterisk. Joe finally got a few of his the Combat Infantryman's Badge, the Parachutist Badge, the Vietnam Service Medal, the National Defense Medal, the Vietnam Campaign Medal, and 3 Overseas Service Bars. 33. Bushes, anything to our discretion that looked like there might be something hiding behind or in or under. What we did was we'd carry our rifles about hip high and we'd line up on lines parallel to the village and start walking, firing from the hip. That's how we would uselessly kill so many civilians without giving them a chance. Testimony from the Winter Soldier investigation. Such tactics were also common during those search and destroy missions Joe participated in. The My Lai massacre, which occurred in the same central portion of Vietnam where Remiro served out most of his time, was an S&D trip. Explains Joe, a search and destroy mission is: you drop in leaflets, the Air Force or somebody drops in leaflets about 2 weeks before the Army gets there. And the leaflets say, first of all, you take it for granted that the peasants can read. You drop in leaflets saying that the American Army's gonna be here in 2 weeks. If you're the Viet Cong, stay. If you're not, leave. These people are starving, just barely surviving. They're supposed to leave their homes and what little material they have, whatever livestock and chickens they have, and split, right? Well, 2 weeks later here comes the American Army. They get in a line. They go through the area and they kill everything living: dogs, cats, women, children, anything. When they're through, there's not supposed to be anything alive behind them. As another Namvat summed it up, nothing was to be left walking, growing, or crawling. It was this kind of merciless combat that made the LRRPs famous as badass killers. Paul Halverson, one of the 90% of the troopers in Nam who were on support duty, vividly remembers meeting an LRRP. The contact was nearly fatal. The Army was completely loose with them, says Halverson. The LRRPs could carry any kind of weapon they wanted to, even a Viet Cong AK-47. They had their own special rations so they could travel light. The LRRPs were the ones who were doing all the fightin' while I was there. The LRRPs were the killers, they were all trained killers. They did a lot of search and destroy, and, if they ran into a small enough unit, their mission was to immediately kill them. One day when I was stationed in Saigon I was still shacked up with this chick and we were living in a kind of a whorehouse, you know, but I was standing up on the roof one night waiting for her to come home. 34. From work and ran into this LRRP up on the roof. And we started talking and he asked me where I was stationed and I told him in Saigon. And we talked about it and one told him how easy it was living in an air-conditioned hotel room and working in an air-conditioned office and everything, and he said, well, that's pretty chicken shit, isn't it? He said, I'm out there fighting the war and you're in here living the life of Riley, shacked up with a chick all the time and working in an air-conditioned office. You don't even carry a gun, he said, and he was getting really angry. You're a motherfucking coward, he said, and I ought to blow you away right here. And he was going to kill me and he was standing there with an M16 and I said, hey. Wait a minute, man. We're supposed to be on the same side. Like this fellow LRRP who had to be reminded that the Saigon office help was not the enemy. Joe Remiro lived in a world of jungles, rice paddies and wooded, high mountain plateaus. He spent most of his 18 months in the open countryside of Nam, which remained the primary battlefield until January of 1968 when Charlie outgrew his stereotyped role of rural guerrilla and opened a full-scale Tet offensive on the cities. From the time Joe rejoined the 101st Airborne in March of '67 until he finally went home almost exactly a year later, units of the Screaming Eagles worked out of camps located along the coast in the first range of mountainous provinces 90 to 200 miles north of Saigon. Such major staging areas as Phan Thiet and Phan Rang provided good strategic positions from which to send out their Huey and Chinook helicopters, which were the airborne's main transport in Nam. Phan Rang sits on the South China Sea about 180 miles north of Saigon and it straddles Route 1 at a crucial point between the prosperous and corrupt capital city and the estranged and bloody far northern provinces just below the border of North Vietnam. Control of the highway is imperative since it remains Saigon's main land link with many of the constantly fought over rural areas which stand between the seat of the so-called Second Republic and its revolutionary enemies to the north. Accomplishing this prime objective of U.S. headquarters proved an exhausting task. For Remiro it meant participation in a number of pacification missions against the thousands of disaffected little villages along the asphalt control corridors. Between May 27 and December 20 of 1967, Joe was part of the 101st Airborne's 1st Brigade, which Con. 351. Ducked S&D missions in Quang Hai Province. This is the very area where the My Lai massacre would take place on March 16, 1968. A typical 101st Airborne mission of this period was described by former PFC Charles Steffens during the Winter Soldier investigation. Steffens was a medic in the 101st Airborne's 1st Brigade in 66 to 61. And he was stationed at Tai Hoa. Shortly after arriving there, he was sent out to attack the enemy in a nearby village. Steffens says his group went into this village near Tai Hoa and we reconned by fire. We wounded women and kids going into the village. We let them die. Then we went up on a hill right above this same village and we fired down on this village the next day while the people were trying to bury their dead. We went down that same day to get some water and there were 2 little boys playing on a dike and one sergeant just took his M16 and shot one boy at the dike. The other boy tried to run. He was almost out of sight when this other guy, a Spec 4, shot this other little boy off the dike. The little boy was, lying on the ground kicking, so he shot him again to make sure he was dead. Later, soldiers of the 1st Brigade, to which Joe belonged from May to December of '67, were ordered to cut off the right ear of everybody we killed to prove our body count. Guys would cut off heads, put them on a stake and stick a guy's penis in his mouth. Other Winter Soldier investigation testimony runs the gauntlet of every war crime known to human history. One witness opened his statement by saying he would discuss the burning of villages with civilians in them, the cutting off of ears, cutting off heads, torturing of prisoners, calling in artillery on villages for games, corpsmen killing wounded prisoners, napalm dropped on villages, women being raped, women and children being massacred, CS gas used on people, animals slaughtered. Bodies shoved out of helicopters, tear gassing people for fun, and running civilians off the road. All very matter of fact, just a day in the life of an average trooper. In my life some 500 innocent civilians were massacred by an infantry company led by a freaked out 5'3" lieutenant from Florida and his madly ambitious Chicano captain. It happened because during those years when Ramiro served in the same geographic area, every restraint of civilization had been deliberately broken down. On January 31, 1971, the VVAW held its own War Crimes Tribunal in Detroit, Michigan. 75 Namvits gave full public testimony about the atrocities they had seen and participated in. 36. It started simply enough. Ron Gritizik, a member of Lt. William Calley's company, puts in grunt language. First, says Gritizik, you stop people, question them, and then let them go. Second, you stop the people, beat up an old man, and then let him go. Third, you stop the people, beat up an old man, and then shoot him. Fourth, you go in and wipe out a village. This kind of thing permeated all ranks. War correspondent Richard Boyle is one of those who simply does not believe that a handful of grunts and one lonely lieutenant cooked up My Lai all by themselves. My Lai was not the act of one man. It was not the act of one platoon or one company, writes Boyle. It was the result of an ordered, planned out and well-conducted campaign conceived at high command levels. The state of mind that created My Lai is described by Joe Ramiro in terms of what he personally saw and felt in Nam. You know, it was a goddamn game for a bunch of goddamn young kids set loose with more power than a young kid should have, he says. No one even talked politics. Nobody knew anything about politics. All we knew was the United States was the good guys all the time. We were fighting the dirty commies. Ramiro says it was made clear to him from the beginning that he could kill just about any gook he wanted to. In August of '67, Ramiro completed his first combat tour. FI still had a year and 4 months to finish before discharge, and the Army offered its standard choice: rotate home from Nam and then serve out your entire 3-year enlistment, or volunteer for a second combat tour, this one for 6 months, and then get out of the service 5 months early. Joe re-upped, although it was becoming apparent by this point that the war was not going well with him. In the fall, he got the usual R&R, rest and recreation, leave, and chose to go home to San Francisco rather than spending the time in some whorehouse in Hong Kong or Thailand as so many GIs were doing in those days. When he got home, there was no sense in telling his father what was bothering him. The problem of trying to please his dad still troubled Joe. In his scrapbook from this period we find a Dear Abby clip, a letter from a young sailor away from home for the first time, and his concern is obviously one that Joe identifies with. The sailor writes that when my father said goodbye to me, he broke down and cried. I had never seen my father cry before, and I won't forget it as long as I live. 37. I have had a lot of time to think. I never told my father I loved him, and I gave both my parents a bad time. And Joe sees no sense in further troubling his mother, who is already worried to death about him. He does tell his cousin Barbara that he did a lot of praying as the bullets zinged in close. He admits later that he's scared a lot of the time in Nam. I can be as chicken as they come, he says. In one of my first actions, I nearly tore off my leg in some barbed wire. I was running so fast from the enemy's bullets, man. But Joe has learned to live with his war experience, at least for a while. Dope helped a lot. Everybody in Nam is smoking grass by the middle of '65. The black troopers always have the best stuff, so Joe quickly gets in tight with them. Whenever I went anyplace, says Joe, you know, I changed outfits a lot. The first thing I did was I hit up the black dudes, man, because I knew that if there was any dope they had to have it. Everybody turned on, man, he says. If you look at the war in the sense of how many cases of shell shock, battle fatigue, things like that, there were almost none. It's almost non-existent in Vietnam, and I think the reason is marijuana. There was a time when I'm sure I was about to have a fucking mental breakdown. I couldn't deal with it any longer, you know, and I'd been smoking dope before that, but I got into it heavily, man. I was smoking 24 hours a day, and I couldn't smoke cigarettes because I was coughing too bad, had to just smoke dope, you know. Vietnamese weed is strong shit and, like a great many Namvits home on leave, Joe wanted to bring a little back to share, but his luck didn't hold out and customs grabbed him on September 1, 1967, when he hit Frisco. They charged him with smuggling marijuana, but the case was referred to the Army's Criminal Investigation Division for routine handling. Too many GIs were into smoking grass to screw around with the matter as a crime. So when he got home to the little row house on 7th Avenue, he said nothing about the grass, about the atrocities he'd seen, nothing about his own fear and gradually dissolving belief in what he was doing. All that would come later when he came home for good. There was a big sign over the garage saying "Welcome home, Joe," and a large, square cake especially baked and designed for a conquering hero party. Color photos in Joe's scrapbooks show the whole event. Joe is in civvies, still crew cut, one arm draped around the nearest girl or fixed protectively around his mother, the other arm hoisting a drink. He, 38, has changed. There is a certain intensity now. He seems to be listening and watching for something that is just beyond sight and hearing. But he puts a good face on it all. Only a few of his friends sense that this is not the old Joe. While he's in town, Remiro ambles over to the Haight-Ashbury district, less than a mile from the family homestead. His motives are pretty much the same as those that took him into the Bohemian Last Exit coffee house a few years before, when the hippies were only beginning to get it together and Haight-Ashbury was still a rather isolated Golden Gate Parkside community of European and Latin American families blending successfully but rather self-consciously with a slowly rising black tide of newcomers moving over from the nearby Fillmore ghetto. What Joe found along Haight Street in the fall of '67, the name was then equated with love, but within a year it was to be logically RESPL'd hate, was a gross overamplification of those same energies and styles that were then popping up in Nam with his young buddies. He'd heard about the hate during the preceding 8 or 9 months, as it had been sensationalized in the national magazines as the place to freak out. The visit must have made a profound impression on the young soldier. By 1969, Remiro would be calling himself a hippie as he began a 2-year odyssey of hanging out around the Haight, over on Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley, and in rock palaces like the Fillmore West Ballroom. He would be smoking so much dope and dropping so much acid that hallucination would become a normal state of mind. A few weeks after it had begun, Joe's brief leave was over, and on December 20 he was transferred to the 3rd Battalion of the Airborne's 506th Infantry, headquartered first at Phan Rang and then in Phan Thiet. This was to be Joe's last transfer before he came home for good the following March. When he first joined the 506th, the group was engaged in search and destroy missions in the mountainous areas north of Saigon. On January 29 they were back in Phan Thiet when the entire character of the war changed and the Viet Cong went on the offensive during the Tet Lunar New Year ceasefire. Charlie came charging out of the dark rainforests and up from the rice paddies and jungles to move on the cities. Fighting erupted within Saigon itself. Provincial capitals fell all across the country. The attacks erupted everywhere and the American Army found that it was no longer fighting an Indian war where we've got the sharp rifles and all they 39 have is bows and arrows. Suddenly the grunts were fighting for their lives, staging a desperate holding action. Nearly 10,000 people died in 10 days. In the Phan Thiet area, the 506th Infantry was attacked by a full battalion of Cong, and the Americans found themselves hard-pressed to hold on to the vital Route 1 sector which they controlled to Phan Rang. Heavy fighting continued until February 23, just about a week before Joe went home. The 506th claimed a body count of over 500 by the time it was all over, and Charlie once again withdrew to the jungles and mountains. Nothing was the same after Tet. After the first Tet offensive, the whole war changed, explains Joe. People I talked to who were there after that were into smack and downers, you know, and all sorts of shit got there. The whole war changed, the whole fighting, the whole method of fighting, everything changed. It was, in fact, a very short road from Tet to the fall of 1969, when American soldiers began to mutiny all across Nam. The best known incident was the September, 69, refusal of Alpha Company, Americal Division, to go into battle at Quezon. The troopers of the 101st Airborne also made it clear that they would no longer die quietly after the disastrous Battle of Hamburger Hill. Members of Joe's old division posted a $10,000 reward for the assassination of the officer who had given the insane order to attack. Such revolts do not happen overnight, and, as Remiro or any grunt who fought there in 66-68 can tell you, the enlisted combat trooper was in a totally different time and cultural zone from that of ambitious career officers and lifer NCOs. The grunts knew they were fighting a hopeless, meaningless, and immoral war. As more and more Namvits pop up in the headlines, as more Joe Ramirez very violently prove that they have not forgotten the war and that they are determined to bring a hunk of it home to share with the rest of us, we begin to ask, just what happened to their heads? 3 million men went to Nam. Hundreds of thousands came home with a completely new vision of the world and themselves, with a different cultural fix, with a new political stand anti-war, anti-establishment, identifying more with the Viet Cong communists than with their own capitalist system. The main thing that Vietnam taught me, says Paul Halverson, 40, was that I was on the wrong side. I came home an atheist communist who had not yet read Marx. While the grunts were stuck with the vicious reality of fighting this war, they developed what psychologists call a survivor mentality. They lived it out a day at a time until the nightmare would be over and they could finally go home and try to become civilized human beings again. You watched the calendar. You counted off the days. Remiro kept most of his shit inside until a few days before he left Nam for good. I became a pacifist the day before I left Vietnam, says Joe. I thought about it a lot since then, and when I became a pacifist all of a sudden I realized all these events that had happened the previous months. The question always would come to my mind and I would block it out, and 2 seconds later I wouldn't remember that I had asked myself the question. About whether this was right, you know. And all of a sudden, the day before I left, I got hit in the head with all this shit and it was a really heavy experience and I remembered all these things that I had really forgotten I'd ever thought. And after thinking about it a real long time I realized that if I had become a pacifist before that I never would have gotten home. You see, subconsciously I'd seen enough people killed trying to be nice guys to realize that I had to be a terrible motherfucker if I was going to get home. The nice guys, they got killed, the guys who thought twice, you know, they all got killed. So the tougher troopers who were determined to get out alive held onto their badly cracked marbles until the end. But there were a million little and not so little signs to be found everywhere in the American camps that the grunts had long ago mentally mutinied against the war and everything it stood for. Not too many people in the peace movement, which was generally suspicious of Namvits, were aware of it while the war was going on, but, as a number of stiff-backed officers could disgustedly tell you, the cultural revolution that hit Haight-Ashbury and the East Village, the beaches, and the hamburger stands and the rock concerts, anywhere the young gathered in America, had also hit Vietnam. The word hippie got thrown around a lot, but what was underway was a general youth revolt all through American society, and the kids who fought in Nam were mostly 18 and 19 and 20 and they were far from immune. Square dudes with crew cuts just couldn't get laid back home anymore. The army would not let them wear their hair long, nor could they 41. Grow beards and mustaches. But thousands of young troopers had long been into the same styles and attitudes espoused by the peace movement and by the sisters and brothers back in the Haight. One of the great ironies of Nam was that while 500,000 men were supposedly there to protect the American way, they were actually engaged in a cram course in dope and alienation, and the values of the youth movement. There was one essential difference. At home in 66-67 the favorite philosophy was nonviolence, but that made no sense to a bunch of soldiers who were in the habit of blowing the opposition away with a magazine or two of .30 caliber bullets. The common link of good dope had a lot to do with it. American officers had never dealt with an entire army that stayed stoned every moment it could. They also had a bit of trouble getting used to combat soldiers who universally greeted each other with the peace sign and painted peace symbols on tanks, planes, and field guns. As Lt. Col. Anthony Herbert noted at Anki in 1968. The troops were slovenly, disrespectful and sluggish. They preferred Pa 2 to 1. At Anki the troops wore what they damn well wanted to wear, including beads and bracelets. They capped their teeth with different colors red, blue, and gold, and they called the hierarchy motherfuckers and printed "fuck the green machine" on their jackets and hats. Some of them wore earrings, a few sported nose rings. Fragging, throwing fragmentation grenades at those you dislike, was well underway. It was said that the Grant's favorite calling card on his superior officers was a grenade. By 1969 there were 126 reported fraggings in Nam. In 1970 there were 271. By July of 1971 there were 210 being investigated by SID. A disproportionately large number of the fraggings involved black enlisted men attacking white officers. As in America, the spirit of rebellion burned strongest among blacks who found themselves in Asia fighting for whites against Orientals, while back home their own people were burning down ghettos and violently attacking the man on all fronts. More and more black troopers became convinced they were fighting the wrong enemy. A lifer sergeant was a lot more obviously the enemy than some poor Nam peasant whose main crime was the color of his skin. A study done in 1970 by Wallace Terry II showed that 45%. 42 of the black troopers interviewed in a cross-section survey said they would join riots and take up arms if necessary when they returned home. None of this escaped Joe Remiro's notice. "I never had any black friends until I went in the army and got put in the infantry," he recalls. "I never had any Mexican friends until then either. I mean, just a few here and there, you know. But nothing that I could say, well, I've got friends, you know. In the army I realized that I had nothing to be ashamed of about being Mexican. In the army I realized that trying to be white wasn't getting it, you know. I finally realized that not being white wasn't something to be embarrassed about." The black troopers hated the army more than the Viet Cong, and while they sat around smoking dynamite, Nam shit, the concept of becoming a revolutionary first entered the fringes of Remiro's consciousness. He began to look toward blacks for ideas and leadership. "Dope provided us with our first point of unity," says Joe about this first period of reaching out to black and Chicano Americans. "And after that it just went on from there, you know. On the streets this kind of unity wasn't possible, but in Nam I found I loved the hell out of these people, man. And now I'm thrown in prison, and who do you think I find here, man? You know, the same kind of brothers." That word brother comes up a lot in Joe's conversation. So does the word comrade. An almost blind loyalty to his friends and political associates has had a lot to do with Joe's history. It doesn't take any deep psychological investigation to understand how this sense of intense loyalty, this very righteous kind of comradeship, grew to its present, somewhat exaggerated, place in Joe's head. Ask any Namvat who went through tough combat assignments in a country where the vast majority of the population is considered the enemy. He'll tell you that a war of this kind produces at least one positive result: you learn to completely trust and count on your buddies. The word comrade was used by armies long before the Russian Revolution. The degree to which Namvits built up that degree of brotherhood is almost scary. When you talk to them about the war and other vets, you quickly get an unspoken message: what do you know about it? You were a civilian. You weren't there. Namvits feel a large degree of responsibility and guilt toward those buddies they saw die in battle. Why wasn't it me, they wonder. And 43. Then they swear that I'm going to make sure they died for something. Many Namvits feel they must take positive actions against what created the war simply because they survived. You get a strong feeling about the depth of Joe Remiro's intense sense of responsibility and comradeship as you flip through the hundreds of snapshots he sent home from Nam. Very few are of Joe himself, and only a handful show the countryside or the Vietnamese. The natives appear only occasionally. Most of the pictures are of Joe's buddies. He shows them clustered around a recently opened grave, posing sweating and bare-chested with a gleaming white skull. Close-ups reveal the leg bones of the long-decayed corpse, little bits of flesh and rag cling loosely, and a trooper wrinkles his face and holds his nose in disgust. There are photos of soldiers chugging down big bottles of whiskey. There's a fantastic series of an American stripper plying her tantalizing trade out under the hot Vietnamese sun while a mob of horny troops crowds around her. An immense Buddha stares vacantly down upon this awkward bacchanal from the top of an adjoining hill. There are shots of the whorehouses and tired, cynical little women perched precariously on some dirty cocky gine. There are portraits of evil insect helicopters hanging over bombed-out jungles and of guns, and more guns. But mostly we see the buddies, the friends, the comrades who shared this fucking nightmare with Joe Remiro. He has them enshrined in fat, well cared for photo albums, and they are not just his past, you know they are alive in his mind. The strongest emotional overtone you get from a careful examination of these pictures is that Vietnam soldiers developed group empathy that was considerably greater than anything you might see on the streets of America. Fighting and suffering through the war unified kids from different races and economic backgrounds as nothing else possibly could have. They've got something important going between them, and they have created a kind of collective personality that is very strong shit. The photos get fewer toward the end of the Tet Offensive. Joe has survived, but he's gone through hell and he's beginning to get angry. He spends more and more time with his black buddies. When things get especially tough, he's a short-timer now and it would be stupid to get killed just before his tour is up. He sneaks in a quiet prayer or two to a god he no longer believes in. He makes an abortive attempt to 44. Assuage his growing sense of guilt in the traditional Catholic manner. For the first time since he was 12 years old, Remiro goes in to make a confession to the company chaplain. So I went to him and I said, "It's the first one I've made in 8.5 years, man. That's how important it is to me." And I started telling him about all those atrocities and all the shit that's going on and all the shit that's going through my head. After I finished, he said, "Do you smoke marijuana?" And I says, "Yeah." And he started giving me a lecture about smoking marijuana and he said nothing about all the killing and I walked out. A few days later, they shipped Remiro home. He took his guilt with him. 45. The New Left said, 7 protest. The hippies said, TM. Jerry Rubin. A. Hawk Joe Remiro would not be formally discharged from the Army until January 21, 1969, the remaining 9 months of his 3-year enlistment would be served at Fort Ord, California, in an experimental battalion. A lot of this time between April 22, 1968, when he showed up for duty at Ord, and the following January 21 would be spent on leave in nearby San Francisco, where the 21-year-old GI would switch into civvies and like any other young man his age would head for where the action and the girls were. In San Francisco during 1967-68, this was still pretty much the Haight-Ashbury, which was both a geographic designation covering some 30 to 40 square blocks and a neighborhood of the mind, the capital of an international youth culture which quickly began to transform the entire city. 2 of its important outposts were the tastefully hallucinogenic Avalon Ballroom, at Van Ness and Sutter Street, and the somewhat grittier and more profit-oriented Fillmore West Ballroom, the old Carousel, a mile south down Van Ness at Market. Like thousands of other young men and women who got into the habit of calling themselves hippies simply because it seemed to fit if you were young and turned on, not because you had any idea of what it meant, Joe would soon be making a continual pilgrimage back and forth from those very special 8 blocks of Haight Street where you found the heaviest action and the 2 outlying rock palaces. In the 3.5 years following his return from Nam, he still calls them his hippie years, he would take a whack at every generational experience and experiment his peers were into, dropping acid at the Fillmore, becoming a Janis Joplin camp follower, hitchhiking up and down the Pacific coast. 47. And crashing in any pad or commune where visiting strangers were welcome. He would sell underground newspapers on street corners for an extra $1 or $2, jump and jive to the heaviest rock of the time, and repeatedly stand up for peace, both as a member of the biggest marches ever seen in America and as an individual so concerned about the sacredness of life that he would neither kill a fly nor eat any form of meat. He would study a wide range of Eastern metaphysics, everything from the rather monotonous drone of the Hare Krishna cult to the somewhat more speculative suppositions of Paramahansa Yogananda. Joe Remiro was searching. A young man searching and wandering. Trying to find a new identity, trying to become something entirely different from all that he had originally been molded into by his parents, the church, and the army, something that he could honorably support and believe in, something to utterly submerge and replace the Aimer Icon Way whose total immorality he had decided to reject in Vietnam. It is not so unusual a story. In fact, Remiro's odyssey could well be that of any of a million or so other kids who dropped out of the system in the late 60s to seek a more meaningful life, to recondition their heads, to learn the reality of fantasy and the fantasy of reality, to use pot and acid and sex and rock and an endless weekend of drifting, partying, reading, and thinking, to start their lives all over again. But crucial differences separated Remiro from the flower children. He was a trained killer. This would prove to be a bit of conditioning that could not be undone. And, unlike all too many of the late arriving mob of young hedonists who were only on the scene for the immediate kicks, Remiro was dead serious about beginning again. He came back from Nam considerably older than his 21 years. He came back with strong feelings of brotherhood for the blacks and Chicanos he had fought beside, and he did not ever get so stoned he forgot them. He came back with first-hand knowledge that political power does grow out of the barrel of a gun. Like a lot of the hippies, Remiro tried for a while to retreat from the all-too-painful outside world by staying as stoned as possible. It was too ugly, too uncontrollable, too corrupt out there. You want to know what happened to the political awareness I had when I got back? It was submerged through dope, says Remiro. What had happened to him in Nam had strongly altered a once very outgoing and carefree personality. His mother was appalled. Her son went to war and a stranger came back, Joe recalls. He says that when he first got back he couldn't talk to people that I knew or didn't know. I couldn't go out and meet new people. I could not go outside my 48 house without being completely drugged out of my head and talk to somebody. What made communication the hardest for Remiro was the heavy load of memory and guilt he'd brought back with him from Nam. He'd killed a lot of innocent people in some horrible ways. Those Americans back home who believed that the atrocities were actually going on, mostly those who were active in the peace movement, were so antagonistic to the returned trained killers who had perpetrated the massacres that they wanted nothing to do with them. The great majority, like Joe's relatives, either did not believe such barbarism was possible or, if they suspected that it might be so, did everything they could to avoid talking about it. Yet Remiro had to discuss it. He had to confess. He had to clear his conscience at least a little, work it out verbally, try to lift the awful mantle of repugnance and shame he felt toward himself. He turned in desperation to his father, hopped a ride out to the little row house on 7th Avenue on the Anjuta streetcar and sat down with the short little old man to try and talk it out. As Joe describes what turned out to be one of the most traumatic experiences of his life. My father threw me out of the house. He told me he was in the war and he never saw nothing like that and I must be lying. Nobody believed me. And then my lie comes out and everybody acts like it was an isolated incident, and it wasn't no isolated incident. So Joe turned more and more to drugs, and when he made it down to Haight-Ashbury it was in a very stoned out condition. But that was perfectly appropriate for the Haight, where, just as in Nam, the going medium of social exchange, and change, was drugs. He quickly found that grass was as common here as it had been among the grunts, but there was this new experience also to be tried, an experience he'd only heard of in Nam, acid, the great mind bender, the visionary sacrament thousands of Americans now felt was the catalyst for massive internal change. The drug Timothy Leary kept saying could do anything, could open up your mind and force you to reconsider every premise, every prejudice, every bit of useless baggage and bric-a-brac society had laid on you. Joe says that when a buddy gave him this little white pill while they were sitting on the floor of the Fillmore ballroom, he just could not believe there was enough there to do anything to him. This tiny little pill, he still marvels. Man, it wasn't big enough to fuck with my head. I'd just come back from smoking kilos of the best weed in Nam. And then, 49. My buddy splits this tiny pill in half and hands it to me. Man, I couldn't believe him. So I dropped it and I lay there on that floor and the whole world just made itself over in my head. Like, the band was the Iron Butterfly and they were playing Anago-da-Dovida. Man, it was a trip and a half. From that time until the end of his hippie period in mid-1971, Remiro remained a faithful member of the acid generation. He began to read the standard acid textbooks, the writings of Timothy Leary and the Tibetan Book of the Dead, for instance. He also got into the poetic novelist Richard Brautigan and read Tom Wolfe's Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test and came to admire one of its heroes, and a hero of the Beat generation, Neal Cassady. Like many other members of the counterculture, he supported Leary for governor of California in 1969, before a well-engineered grass bust derailed the Acid Messiah's campaign. I used to think Timothy Leary was the number one man, says Joe. By the time he was nearing the end of his hippie experience, Joe was dropping acid 2 or 3 times a week. It got so that being high was normal, he recalls. I didn't know what to do when I came down, so I just dropped some more acid. As any drug veteran will freely tell you, that's overdoing it. Since all of this activity and all but a few major incidents in the rest of Remiro's story occur in the San Francisco Bay Area, in the city and in Berkeley, for the most part, and since SLA was decidedly a product of the radical community and the counterculture as it has developed there for the past decade, you need to understand both the culturally oriented Haight-Ashbury and super-political Berkeley to make any sense out of Remiro, SLA, the Foster killing, or the Hearst kidnapping. SLA was not some kind of freak outcropping, some totally illegal mutation bred of cultural isolation or political iconoclasm. It grew directly from the bedrock of shared experience that thousands of us went through in the Bay Area. Most of S.L.A.'s members arrived late on the scene, but a few shared the early Haight and Berkeley experiences with Joe and were products of this milieu. Remember that Remiro's most noticeable characteristic is that he is a joiner, not a leader. From high school on, Joe was the cheerleader, the supporter, the rank-and-file backup man. He got home from Nam looking for a scene to join, and in San Francisco he most certainly found one. What was the Haight like in 1968-70, when Joe hung out there? First let's talk about what it was not. There is a large body of false legend and misimpression floating 50 around today about Haight-Ashbury, a complete mythology. A lot of it is buried deep in the somewhat undifferentiating psyche of Joe Remiro. A lot of these myths were created by the hippies themselves, most especially the final, killer wave of small-time hustlers and street gypsies who smothered a fascinating artistic and social experiment by the sheer weight of numbers and their itchy, adolescent lust and lethargy. The rest, and by far the greatest portion, of these slanders were the handiwork of a great glop of trendy media lice who would infest the place for a day or two at a time during 67 and 68, dull hacks who quickly reduced a very complex and hopeful scene to a few blatant graphs of sensational copy, glorified touts who seldom took the time or had the love in them to understand what the counterculture was all about. Despite what they wrote and what the latecomers, like Joe, misinterpreted, Haight-Ashbury was not just 8 blocks of scabby teeny-bopper runaways panhandling tourists and overamping on bad drugs. It was not a stray harem of needle-dizzied chicks giving eternal head to a conga line of drunken Hell's Angels. It was not just a convention of amateur dope dealers whispering, speed, lids, acid, bennies, reds, as you ambled down that manic thoroughfare between Masonic and Stanyan. This may be the way it ended. It may be the way Life and Look and Playboy painted the ugly, dying, decadent last days of its public suicide. But they missed a lot. There was an important experiment going on in the creation of an anti-materialistic and visionary community which these one-dimensional trend followers never let themselves see. They reported only the very public street scene, the carnival mob who had seldom heard of Haight-Ashbury's original residents and leaders, a brilliant generation of poets and visionaries and social reformers who spoke of peace and love in quiet and measured tones, people who had done the studying and thinking to back it up, a mature, cosmopolitan band of intensely dedicated creators who were seldom sought out by Time Life's roving band of high school hacks. Which was most unfortunate. Because if mass media had better understood the hate experiment, they might not have been in such a hurry to kill it. The hate has always been a transitional area. Geographically, it provides a break between the expanding central city black ghetto on the northeast side of Twin Peaks and the white working class and middle class avenues where Joe Remiro was raised. It starts on the northern slopes of the peaks and then cascades down to that craftily replanted strip of sand dune known as Golden Gate Park. The nearby presence of the park lends the neighborhood a certain green, lush stillness and 51 vides an almost wild retreat when city pressures prove too much to bear. The eastern end of the Haight is part of the ghetto, and its western extremity nudges up against the inner Sunset, which is so dominated by St. Anne's Church. In its early years, the Parkside Haight had been a wealthy enclave of mansions that looked down on a long carriage promenade where the rich and fashionable came out to inspect each other in those raucous but elegant days before the 1906 earthquake. By the time Remiro was born, in '46, the Haight had changed to a middle-class area much like the inner Sunset, and then it served as a buffer between the avenues and the inner city, absorbing wave after wave of ethnic and racial minorities who came here from ghettoized separateness to find a polycultural interdependence and friendship. Not a bad time to start using the word symbiosis. Let's say it was a very symbiotic neighborhood. The Haight of the 50s and early 60s, with which Joe was familiar as he roamed the streets nearby while growing up, was proud of a strong melting pot tradition. It had first absorbed and cheerfully integrated a wave of Russians and Eastern Europeans, a lot of them Jewish, who arrived in the 50s from their old Fillmore stomping ground, which was becoming entirely black. Then it had welcomed a really variegated population of Latinos, Samoans, Filipinos, and Orientals who came in the late 50s and early 60s. By the time Joe was ready to go to Nam in '66, the inevitable expansion of the next-door ghetto into the Haight was well underway and the neighborhood was about one-third black. There were pressures and strains clearly evident, but the Haight had a strong leadership of civil rights activists and radicals who believed in integration. A lot of the old-timers were veterans of the great 1934 general strike, which put labor in a position of power in San Francisco. The city's last 2 mayors have represented labor. Not many of them were still as radical as they had been in their youth. They had grown more cautious as they gained influence and age, but they still deeply believed in social justice. So it was clearly an interesting mixture, a proving ground for everything Americans have always called democracy. Now add to this a mid-60s immigration of yet another highly outspoken minority, a band of cultural rebels who started to move out to the Haight from former bohemian and beat enclaves in North Beach and the Central City, and you've got an even wilder combination. The first clear sign of their presence was the opening, in 1963, of the Blue Unicorn Coffee House on the 52 neighborhood's northern periphery. Soon they would be opening a number of stores and coffee houses on Haight Street itself, which then had a surplus of low rental storefronts. The area would become home for hundreds of young artists, poets, existentialists, dreamers. Strong links developed between Haight-Ashbury and San Francisco State College, a few miles to the southwest, as many teachers and students from state moved in. It would be inaccurate to categorize the Haight's new creative minority as Beats one. They were too eclectic for that. But the influence of the late 50s North Beach literary and artistic experiment was clearly evident. Allen Ginsberg remained the area's favorite poet, along with such longtime San Francisco greats as the cranky old anarchist Kenneth Rexroth, Robert Duncan, bookstore owner Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Gregory Corso, Philip Whalen, Gary Snyder, Kenneth Patchen, Michael McClure, and Lou Welch. Jack Kerouac had influenced many in terms of both writing and lifestyle, and his hero, Cassidy, would soon project on the road in living acid color as he bopped about Haight-Ashbury in person. A strong interest in Eastern philosophy, growing among San Francisco writers since the pacifist anarchist enclave of the 40s, was most evident, and there was a heavy emphasis on Zen and Tao. The philosopher Alan Watts was widely read here. It was, in fact, a great hedonist picnic and religious revival called The Human Being, led by many of these same cultural heroes in Golden Gate Park, January, 1967, which nudged Haight-Ashbury into international consciousness. Ginsberg, Leary, Snyder, McClure, Lenore Kandel, and half a dozen other beat and acid saints called together a new intentional community to provide a joyous antidote to the great gray pall of cynical conformity that was then smothering America and burning Vietnam alive. Some 25,000 celebrants joined them. There were those who called this experiment a revolution, but it was best described in cultural rather than political terms. Many of its members had tried political activism at one stage or another, and during the mid-60s the majority took a hand in civil rights and anti-war work. The pacifist influence of Gandhi and Martin Luther King was strong. But most preferred to get into politics one issue at a time and favored the ad hoc approach of organizing separate committees to handle each controversy rather than enfranchising standing organizations. They were profoundly skeptical about traditional groups and leaders. One of the earliest street documents of the Haight warned, "Beware of leaders, heroes, organizers. Watch that stuff. Beware of structure." 53. Freaks. They do not understand. We know the system doesn't work because we're living in its ruins. We know that leaders don't work out because they have all led us only to the present. Any man who wants to lead you is the man. Think, why would anyone want to lead me? Think, LBJ is our leader and you know where that's at? Watch out for the cats who want to play the system's games, cause you can't beat the system at its own games, and you know that. Why should we trade one establishment for another? Fuck leaders. In this respect, the Haight community as it had evolved by mid-1967 was profoundly different from the other main youth enclave of the Bay Area, the student activist-led Berkeley scene, which gravitated toward organizing and demonstrating techniques inherited from socialist, Bolshevik, and early labor movement days. Many Berkeley leaders like Mario Savio were veterans of marches, sit-ins and voter registration drives in the Deep South, but Berkeley exuded much less interest in Dr. King's style of nonviolent confrontation and Leary's politics of ecstasy than in the present-day seizure of power by any means necessary. In the early days of Haight-Ashbury, people talked a lot about becoming internally free before you can become politically free. They talked about love and tried to live it out daily. They offered the cops who patrolled Haight Street handfuls of flowers rather than clenched fists, rocks, and broken pop bottles. The big argument in those tender and naive early days was not whether you should call them pigs but whether the term should be cop or police officer. This kind of thinking seemed to work out before the enormous influx of mindless adolescents during the '67 summer of love completely changed things. As one Park Station cop put it, the original hippies were good people, friendly people. They didn't cause no trouble. What's around now is just trash. Those original hippies printed many of their early manifestos and visions in a fantastically imaginative and colorful newspaper called The Oracle. Its first issue, September 9, 1966, contained this Declaration of Independence. When in the flow of human events it becomes necessary for the people to cease to recognize the obsolete social patterns which have isolated man from his consciousness and to create with the youthful energies of the world revolutionary community, the harmonious relations to which the 2-billion-year-old life process entitles them, a decent respect for the opinions of mankind should declare the causes which impel them to this creation. We hold these experiences to be self-evident that all is equal, that the creation endows us with certain inalienable 54 rights, that among them are, the freedom of body, the pursuit of joy, and the expansion of consciousness. And that to secure these rights, we the citizens of the earth declare our love and compassion for all conflicting hate-carrying men and women of the world. We declare the identity of flesh and consciousness. All reason must respect and protect this holy identity. Poet Tully Kupferberg put it this way: the world needs less specialists in force and murder and more generalists in love. Who would want to coerce an individual 8 hours a day when he could be walking in the woods, fucking, painting, making a useful and artistic object, growing beautiful food, making music, thinking, writing, even, talking to friends, helping cure the sick, watching movies, reading, teaching the beautiful young and, therefore, learning from the beautiful young? Who wants to order anybody to do anything? The best shun power, they want to play and to love, not to intimidate and to interfere and to control. Love is the freedom of the beloved. But in those days Tully was mostly off in New York, where a similar scene was growing up in the East Village, a nice hip name for one of the rottenest old slums in the world. It was the living presence in San Francisco of a band of very clear, very strong-minded poets and visionaries that set the tone and style of the early hate. One of them was the Beat Period veteran Lenore Kandel, who gave over her life in these days to handing out free food with the diggers in the Golden Gate Park Panhandle and operating a free store where all the merchandise was given away. Her presence and her actions set the example. As she explained the sort of leaderless leadership which shaped the hate. If you mean it, like, do it and say it plain. There's no room for mythical leadership. A leader is somebody who's doing it right now. Everyone becomes a leader for a moment and it has to be that way. One of the things I have to accept and deal with and carry around, says Lenore, is teaching people that they're beautiful. I have to convince policemen and judges that they're beautiful creatures, beautiful human beings. I truly know that anyone who accepts the equal beauty and divinity of themselves and other human beings cannot willfully harm them. So I have to reach this kind of people. As soon as you say one way of life is the only way, you become a fanatic and deliberately blind yourself to the infinite possibilities. I find it physically impossible to be a fanatic about anything. Religion, for in 155 stance. The Messiah is everyone. This time I think he has to be born in innumerable bodies, not just one innumerable. All this chaos, all this searching, all this seeking, all these kids running around the town. Try would not occur if it were not that the established order is unsatisfactory and unfunctional. Finding a new way inevitably has a lot of chaos attached. But there are more and more very truthful people forced to the truth because their need is so desperate. The only way to the truth is to make yourself very clear inside and out. What is your real desire? What do you want? What do you want to know? What do you want to happen? What is the world you desire? You must decide now. Obviously, this kind of very personal, highly introspective, and occasionally diffuse philosophy is not easily mass-marketed or translated into 4 or 5 neat and easily memorized slogans, unless you badly mangle it. It is not the kind of thing for traditional politics and movements. The fact that it ever appealed to such large numbers of discontented and rootless kids fleeing from the suburbs, educational PRI sons. And the prospect of going to Nam to be ground up in a senseless and immoral war was something of a miracle that did not last too very long, although the early hippie philosophy was given lip service and wove itself into thousands of easily influenced young minds, like that of Joe Remiro. I tried to be a pacifist for over 3 years, he recalls. I didn't even eat eggs for over 3 years. I used to run around the house and throw out bees rather than kill them. I went to all the peace demonstrations. You know, you go away just tripping from all those moratoriums and you read in the paper the next morning that hundreds of thousands of people did it. You feel great for a while and everybody falls in love, but they end up going back to kicking the dogs and beating the kids, you know. Just as grass was the drug that turned Joe's head around in Nam, so it was acid that helped to bring him into a counterculture he barely understood. And it was acid that helped to take him out of it. For if you want to understand Haight-Ashbury during these years, you must also understand the nature of LSD-25. If you want to perceive why it was that so many rather unimaginative young people so quickly accepted the form and the style, if not the content, of a visionary and ecstatic philosophy, you must understand that most of them were hallucinating while they did it. Street acid went as low as 50 cents a tab. In '67. And, in those days, you got 250 to 500 micrograms in a hit. That's 56. Good for a very intense, day-long trip, a trip many kids never returned from. Acid is a powerful and dangerous drug. In the right hands it is a useful one. In the hands of a Charlie Manson it is a mind control agent that enforces absolute authority and a blind helter-skelter of orgiastic bloodlust. In the hands of a skilled psychologist, as Tim Leary once was, or used by someone with empathy and strong humanistic concern, acid can save you a lot of wasted trips to your unfriendly neighborhood head shrink. For all its apparent dangers, and despite the overblown praise and uninformed criticism acid has received, it still retains one amazing and useful quality. It is a great releaser of energy. Anyone who walked up and down Haight Street during the early days or went into one of the great rock halls, where nearly everyone was stoned, can tell you that there was an enormous feeling of energy in the air, an aura of unbounded possibility and impending miracle which helped to drive the hate to messianic self-destruct. Acid provides instant phone booth for your average meek, mild Clark Kent who has been studiously groping for years in a search for that glorious moment of Superman buried deep within his dull and meaningless life. Acid can make you quickly see your hang-ups, the sick little games and evasions you throw between yourself and the truth. It can also give you a quick and fascinating glimpse of the talent and energy that lie within you, just beneath the surface, waiting to be used and expanded upon once you find the key of direct communication with yourself. It makes you believe that you are much more than you had ever hoped to be. Under good circumstances and if properly used. But taken with a mob of roaring, nearly incoherent punk kids out for the wildest time of their lives, it can lead to a cosmic drunk and a lifelong hangover. In the beginning of the Haight-Ashbury experience, acid watered a communal, flowery, cosmic hallucination that radiated love in all directions. In the end, it poisoned even the most casual day-to-day circumstances of life. Too many celebrants began to trust only their hallucinations, their jaded instincts, instant flashes of half-baked intuition. Logic was abandoned and study was frowned upon. History was jettisoned as an unnecessary encumbrance to a good trip. As one New York Times writer, 57, summed it up in mid-1968, hippies will believe in almost anything that fails the test of reason. This was the sort of atmosphere that would in the end produce the manic mob mentality of Joe Remiro, who spent most of his time playing hippie while on extended leaves and then had to check back into Fort Ord to play act at being a soldier from May of '68 to January, '69. He was proving to be one big, fat problem to his superiors. Although Remiro was willing to take a totally unnecessary clerk course while a member of the 4th Combat Support Training Brigade in May of '68, there was little else they could get him to do. At Fort Ord I refused to do anything, says Joe. I said that I felt that painting a latrine wall, would contribute to the killing and murdering that I knew for a fact was going on. They sent me to a chaplain. Before the psychiatrist, they sent me to the chaplain. That was after they brought me in with all the officers and they tried to fuck with me. They pulled out a Bible and tried to show me through the Bible that war's okay and shit, But I blew that away real easy. And then they sent me to the Catholic chaplain and I told him my feelings and he said that he respected my moral feelings, my moral convictions. But he said that what I should do is what the army tells me to do and then, once I get out of the army, I can ask God for forgiveness. This did little to enlarge Joe's already flagging respect for army chaplains. He recalls, when you first get in the army, they say, don't call me sir. They're all officers. Don't call me sir. Don't salute me. Call me father. I saluted them. That's when I used to think there was some credence in the Catholic Church or in mysticism. Outside of giving the army a hard time during his last enforced months of service, and spending the majority of his leave time learning to be a hippie, Remiro also resumed a romance he'd partially started in the 6th grade at St. Anne's Parochial School, where he'd met pretty little Kathy Exley. Kathy, then 19, 2 years younger than Joe, had idolized him ever since they'd met, and Remiro, having a hard time now relating to anyone he did not know, took the easy way out and married Kathy in 1970. They tried settling down at first in the little town of Pacific Grove, which lies just outside Monterey and within spitting distance of Fort Ord. The marriage was short and stormy, a typical botched attempt by a 58 freaked out Nambat to calm down after getting back. As Joe explains, well, listen, if you look at veterans coming back from Vietnam, 91% of them get married as soon as they get back and divorced within a year. And there's one person I can talk to in the whole world and so I married her. But we're in two different worlds, I mean, she was a fantastic woman but I couldn't talk to anybody else. While he was living in Pacific Grove, Remiro decided it was time to do more than talk about how much he hated the Vietnam War. He took the first steps into political activism. I got into nonviolent protest, he says. I wrote "Resist the Draft" on the back of my station wagon and the whole block of this conservative little town wrote a petition to have me thrown off the block. I drove through my old company formation with my station wagon with what I'd written on it. I went to all the moratoriums. And that day when they had all the military shit at Fort Ord and they had the big demonstration out in front of the gates, I was there. He attends all the big peace marches in San Francisco. They generally begin downtown and proceed along, weary, uphill 8 miles to the polo field in Golden Gate Park, where the usual predictable speeches are heard. Like thousands of others who joined in the Great Moratorium demonstrations of 1969 and 70, Remiro is still of the opinion that the issue of peace can be separated from other political considerations. He is willing to march and chant and carry picket signs 3/4 of the way across the San Francisco Peninsula, and he wants to be physically present to add his energy and vibrations to the enormous, full-blooded spirit of the greatest marches ever seen in the American West, but he gets irritated when Black and Chicano speakers seize the platform and start to talk about racism and economic exploitation. The March of November 15, 1969, in which more than 300,000 people participated, was a classic example of this kind of situation, an enormous popular upsurge of anger and resentment against the war focused on only one issue: getting our troops out. By the time Joe makes it back to the polo field for the second Great Moratorium March, in 1970, he is married. When he gets home he's feeling good and lights up a joint or two and dreams of a peaceful world just ahead. Kathy is in a good mood, too. But it doesn't last. The marriage is going badly. Separations get long and painful, and Joe spends the 59 latter part of his hippie years crashing in pads away from his wife. He occasionally stays with his parents or goes over to sleep at his cousin Barbara's house. He gets into more dangerous and unpredictable drugs. Barbara recalls the sad details of Joe's deteriorating marriage. She says that on one occasion, after the couple had moved into the city, Joe walked barefoot and crying from his apartment on the other side of town, all the way out to the avenues to tell her about the latest marital mix-up. His very Italian mother gets into it and helps to finish things off. Joe leaves Kathy for keeps a few months after his son, Joshua, is born. "I'm divorced now," says Joe. "I don't know how long I was married 'cause it sort of went off and on, you know. It was really a shaky thing. Most of the time I was submerged through dope that I had bought off my GI benefits. You know, over 75% of the veterans are doing that. And that's what the government wants. It gives them more benefits to keep them more opiate and keep them out of the fucking mainstream of politics, and the working class keep them away from the conscious elements in our society, and it works, you know." Joe tries to settle down to a job driving a cab. He gets his permit on February 24, 1970. Although he's long been aware that the intellectual game is not really for him, driving around town makes him thoughtful, and he takes a crack at writing. "I wrote a little short story once about a little incident that happened when I was a kid," he says. "I wrote a lot of poems, you know. I used to drive a yellow cab in the city, and I used to sit in the yellow cab and write poetry and shit. I'm not a poet, man. I'm not a poet, and I know it." It is also in 1970 that Joe suffers his first political arrest. While marching on April 15 in a new mobilization peace demonstration through San Francisco's downtown financial district, he is arrested by a God-fearing, patriotic cop who objects to the fact that Remiro has sewn a small American hag to the seat of his pants. He is charged with defiling the flag. 6 weeks later, a bored and slightly amused judge hands down a suspended 30-day sentence, and that's that. But this bust is probably the first clear indication that Remiro is moving away from peaceful protest within the system and toward all-out confrontation. He is far from alone in this. The times they are in, and things are definitely coming to a head in America. 2 weeks after Joe is busted for abusing the flag, hundreds of thousands of Americans will be demonstrating against Nixon's invasion of Cambodia. A few days later, 4 young students are gunned down by the National 60 Guard at Kent State University in a massacre that entirely changes the makeup and mood of the movement. The fact that things are shifting from nonviolence to revolution should have been no surprise to those who have followed the developments in the movement and the counterculture over the preceding 2 years, as countless young men like Remiro have been making it on through their hippie years transition and getting serious again. Joe has been to a lot of peace rallies. He's getting frustrated, he says, because hundreds of thousands of people all over the country demonstrate, and the president says he's not going to let demonstrations affect his decisions. The April 15 protest at which Remiro is busted is a good example of the sharpening division between pacifists and revolutionaries. It is part of a wide range of anti-war activities loosely coordinated by the New Mobilization Committee, the New Mob, all around the Bay Area. The mood is tense and, in Berkeley, full-scale fighting breaks out as angry demonstrators rage around the university and are attacked by club-swinging sheriff's deputies. In San Francisco, pacifists barely keep control as Father James Groppi urges the crowd to stop the rally and go out and tie up traffic in the streets. Berkeley radical Tom Hayden walks up to the microphone and has only one thing to say before he stalks off: the only response to Nixon's total war is total revolution. Members of the crowd begin to chant, "Pick up the gun. Start a revolution. Let's take it to the streets." San Francisco's frighteningly tall tactical squad, which is heavily armed and generally carries 3-foot-long staffs instead of the usual billy clubs, is everywhere. One of them makes the Remiro bust as Joe Marches down Montgomery, the Wall Street of the West, after a rally held at the Pacific Stock Exchange. The cop, an Irishman, naturally, is named Sheehan. The trip to jail is a humiliating one, and Joe is pushed around and cursed on the way. He makes the mistake of identifying himself as a Vietnam veteran that just makes the cops madder. There are several reasons why this bust is a mind-bender. For 2 years now, Joe has been trying to work out in a peaceful way the load of trauma and guilt and massive insight he picked up in Vietnam. He's tried to reconstruct his life in a fashion that would allow him to love and groove and keep his sanity, to have friends, enjoy a good time, get married, raise a kid, make the occasional peace march to show he still 61. Cared about a war that had so horribly screwed up his head. Yet he has not confronted the system head-on. Like a lot of the rest of us, he has tried to do his thing off in a corner with his stoned-out buddies, tried to work it out with dope and mysticism and vegetarianism and perfunctory peace marching. But the April 15, 1970, bust must have shaken his faith in these tactics and made him wonder, as he put it so succinctly, well, fuck. Man. How much longer can I deal with this? His rapidly deteriorating marriage doesn't help things any. Every time Kathy would get some sort of home going, Joe would have a bunch of his hippie friends move in, says Barbara Lockwood. They'd just get settled down. They tried to live in a couple places in San Francisco. Then they'd break up again. And Joe's family kept getting involved in the hassle. That didn't help either. He was really upset about it all the time. Kathy may have thought that having a child would stabilize Joe, then most appropriately driving a diaper truck, and get him to settle down to the business of raising a family. But she guessed wrong. It just set him off. It was the birth of Joshua, in fact, that proved to be the real turning point for Joe Remiro. As he puts it, I've already told you what a stone pacifist I tried to be. I used to try to convince myself that if my life was at stake, I would rather die than harm another human being. It might have worked out, but on June 25, 1971, at exactly 7:20 p.m., I became a militant and helped my wife as much as possible give birth to our son. I had to ask myself some questions. Yes, I would defend his life. To any extent and by any means. Then you go from that to expand your morality to more than just your own family and just your own personal self, and expand it to all the people in Angola and to the people in Vietnam and Cambodia. You know, the people in India, the Palestinians, the Irish people who are getting murdered regularly. You know, through the actual actions of this country's military or through the funding we give other armies. What would you be? Would you be a pacifist if you were a Vietnamese living in South Vietnam? Despite this rather dramatic explanation, the truth of the matter is probably that Joe has been rethinking a lot of things in the months since his April 15 bust. It isn't just the totally unsettled nature of his personal life that's getting to him, it's the times. It's Cambodia and Kent State. It's Nixon and increasing repression. The 60s had been full of rebel. 62. Lion but full of hope. Things felt like they were going to change, and it wasn't going to take a revolution to do it. But the Nixon administration and the forces of repression assassinated those expectations in the early 70s, and a curtain of doubt and fear slowly closed off the fruitful vision of an entire reform-minded generation. A rumble of angry and violent frustration began to drown out the sweet-voiced song of peace and reason that had so enchanted Remiro and hundreds of thousands of other young people in the late 60s. Repression breeds resistance. In the 1969 National Violence Commission report, the situation was accurately summed up. Little by little, we move toward an armed society which, while not clearly totalitarian, can no longer be said to rest upon the consent of the governed. Mantra-chanting poets and acid saints are totally out as heroes by mid-71. The new heroes are revolutionists like the badass Black Panthers. Months before Joshua is born, Remiro has read Soul on Ice by Panther leader Eldridge Cleaver, and he is mightily impressed. he's long been searching for someone to look up to and imitate. Eldridge laid it out clear, man, Remiro explains. He says white kids don't have anyone to look up to. Who? George Washington? Thomas Jefferson? He names all these supposedly heroes, man. He says the white youth, knows too much now. They're not going to look up to slaveholders and racists. They don't want no dogs as heroes, man. This kind of thinking is getting him good and ready for the next logical stopping off place in his troubled life, Berkeley. And Berkeley has always been a totally different world from San Francisco. One day I stopped over in Berkeley, man, and all of a sudden I met some political people, recalls Joe. They started explaining things that I had never had the answer for. Before that I used to really believe that if I could sit down and talk to Nixon and explain to him what was really happening that I could straighten everything out. I really believed that, I didn't realize that the man is very conscious of what he's doing, and that he's very conscious of the system he is part of and the politics he is part of and the oppression he is part of. A few months after Joshua is born, Joe leaves Kathy for good. Within 6 months he will be a true militant. 63. After a decade of struggle, we have a deeper sense of the place Berkeley. It is not just a place we pass through, enjoying the city's charms in a first flirtatious affair. It is a place to stay, to live, to struggle. We are learning how local struggle can take on international significance. Tom Hayden, 1969. J. O. E. Remiro's tortured search for a new identity and purpose shifts from San Francisco across a sunken coastal valley filled with slowly swirling tides of salt-flavored sewage. He is soon spending most of his time across the bay in Berkeley and in those portions of next-door Oakland favored by activists, militants, and revolutionaries. The area is a unique breeding ground for new ideas, causes, movements, and energies, which first pop up in this wildly mixed multi-city centered around a great university, an anarchist youth ghetto and dreary miles of black and Chicano slums. SLA understood the East Bay's importance and summed it up quite well in their first communiqué. The black, Chicano and conscious white youth in our community. THIRD recognizes the importance of the Oakland-Berkeley area to the liberation struggle of all oppressed peoples. We know that the ruling class must seek to stop the revolutionary community here before the ruling class can regain its arm of control around the struggling and oppressed peoples of the world. A bit rhetorical, but a clear indication that SLA realized that the East Bay has long been in ferment and that it is an ideal place to initiate rebellion. As for Berkeley itself, you've got to consider it from both the conventional point of view: lay of the land, population, percentage of students, styles of architecture, social history, and so on, and in relation to its role as spark plug, seedbed, maternity ward for the American. 65. Student movement. Since the fall of 1964, when Mario Savio led the free speech movement into Sproul Hall for the first big campus sit-in and massive bust, the true beginning of a decade of student revolt, Berkeley has set the pace for organized rebellion all across the country. It has been a rather predictable reactive agent that is, Berkeley active. Ists do not dream up their causes out of thin air. They respond usually first and loudest, to be sure, but only because they speak more directly about what's on everyone's mind, not because they exist apart from what troubles the rest of us. They react quickly and strongly to the major issues of their time. The Vietnam War, segregation, debasement of women, insane foreign adventures, our stultifying educational system, the repression of free speech on campus, the need for a social system that better fosters full political and personal growth. If there's an orphan cause floating around in need of a home, you can count on Berkeley to adopt it. The pattern is predictable, idealistic, incredibly earnest in its wide-eyed belief that something can always be done to remedy each new social affliction the nation contracts. As the National Commission on Violence put it, Berkeley protesters are in the habit of reacting to events rather than inciting them. The movement has been and remains in the posture of responding to events outside its control. The chief milestones in its growth have been its days of mass outrage at escalations, bombing resumptions, draft policies, and prosecutions. Action. Reaction. In a way many radicals have never gotten around to acknowledging, the pattern has been profoundly, pardon the dirty word, reactionary. Anyone who first knew Berkeley in those rather effete, ivy-clad days before the free speech movement and then happened to miss out on the intervening 10 years of utter commitment, outrage, struggle, and anarchistic celebration would have one hell of a time recognizing the place today. Certain things have not changed. Berkeley's sophisticated, cosmopolitan faculty has always been a bit bizarre. Back in the first few years of the 60s it used to be said in academic circles that you went over to Berkeley to beat your friends hello. The English teaching hostess at one memorable 1962 Berkeley soiree arrived late after a prolonged S&M breakdown in the soundproofed basement, where her archaeology teaching husband donned 66. A long black cape and a satin Halloween mask, nothing else, tied her to an expensive green felt rocking horse, and proceeded to redden her ecstatic backside with a custom-made cat o' nine tails. When she finally got upstairs she found the neighborhood transvestite, a botanist, decked out in basic black and pearls and deep in conversation with a Nazi physicist, who explained away his job at the University of California's deadly Lawrence Radiation Laboratory developing new and more potent hydrogen bombs as simply a means of finishing up the racial purification the last war had so rudely interrupted. It also allowed him to send his 3 little blonde daughters to the private finishing school of their choice. While a bored and decadent faculty played out these quaint little parlor games, Berkeley undergraduates were beginning to find ideas and causes with a bit more merit. Things were not all work and rhetoric at UC. Pot was as popular as booze in '63, and dropping acid no longer meant a mess on the chem lab floor. But the average student was sincere and dedicated. A strong feeling of commitment born out of the energetic early Kennedy years still hung over this campus. Hundreds of Berkeley students had recently returned from Peace Corps assignments all over the world, and they came home with an international vision and an unexpected degree of self-reliance. Other undergrads spent the summers of '63 and '64 in the Deep South registering black voters and marching on places like Montgomery and Selma behind Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy. They had strong ideals. They believed in massive social change, but, as long as John Kennedy lived, they seemed willing to keep their revolution well within the system. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas on November 22, 1963, and in a little more than a year, Savio was leading FSM into Sproul Hall. From then on Berkeley was to be the storm center and main launching pad for all that passed under the heading of campus revolt in America. Before that momentous uprising, the city of Berkeley, 113,805 citizens in 1960 and about a quarter of them students, did not differ greatly from any other big American college town. Except that it was located in California, and everyone knows that things are just a whole lot weirder out there. Most of Berkeley is built on a slowly rising plain that climbs some 3 miles from the eastern shore of the bay to a nearly mountainous range of hills that cuts off the East Bay communities from the dry-in. 167 land valleys like some enormous Chinese wall. The campus of the University of California lies just below the first sharp rise of the Berkeley Hills, and it is the obvious hub of the entire community. Its 307-foot-high bell tower is the landmark by which you judge all distances in this part of the world. The educational facility is the town's #1 business, and a vast physical plant has long featured the big, old Hearst Gymnasium, named after Patricia Hearst's great-grandmother Phoebe Apperson Hearst. The Hearsts heavily endowed the university and paid for most of a mining building and a Greek theater as well. There are plaques and memorials to the famous family all across campus. But, despite the old lady's self-congratulatory largesse, the name Hearst has been an unpopular one during the last 2 decades in Berkeley. Hearst's San Francisco Examiner, now a toned-down afternoon shopper greatly admired by racetrack oddsmakers and bored housewives in search of a new hamburger recipe, was for many years the newspaper in Northern California. And it threw its mastodon bulk behind every know-nothing, red-baiting witch hunt that came along, making it the big bad wolf to a rapidly developing Berkeley left. Bank robberies and juicy sex murders were its headline stock in trade, and tired patriotism waved like a cloying and deadly shroud across every antique page. The paper was a grim joke to students and faculty alike, and bright young reporters who had the misfortune to represent the monarch of the dailies in enlightened Berkeley generally stayed drunk as much as possible and kept their identities a closely guarded secret. Nor was the situation much improved between 1956 and 1974, when Patricia's mother, Catherine Hearst, served out her first appointive term as a regent of the university. The voting record of this devoutly Catholic Deep South lady of the old school was absolutely incredible. She faced down even the mildest liberal innovations with the ferocity of Savonarola challenging the heretics. If she had only had the power, Catherine Hearst would gladly have publicly excommunicated Mario Savio, Tom Hayden, Jerry Rubin, Rennie Davis, Dan Siegel, Angela Davis, or any other reformer who troubled her intellectual slumber. The feeling of red-eyed suspicion and downright hatred was quite mutual. Those residential areas of Berkeley that surround the sprawling UC campus are clearly segregated according to age and income. The hills behind campus are for faculty, San Francisco commuters, and 68. The town's more successful merchants. The North Campus, just above University Avenue, and adjacent to Hearst Avenue, another tip of the civic hat to Phoebe, is also attractive to faculty, well-padded grad students, and undergraduates with generous parents. It is the South Campus, lying between the university and the Oak Land border, with Telegraph Avenue as its main artery, that has always been the joker in the Berkeley deck. Although Tele, or the Ave, as it is now universally called, was a respectable, student-oriented busy Ness Street strong on book, clothing, and furniture stores before FSM. It had always harbored a few mild little wine and beer bars, the only nearby hangouts for campus hellraisers back in the days when a big night out meant chug-a-lugging a pitcher or two of draft over on Tele and then staggering home to the frat house singing football pep songs at the top of your squeaky, adolescent voice. But all that has changed in the past 10 years. The Ave is now very definitely where the action is, at least the youth-dominated 4-block zone between Bancroft, adjacent to campus, and Haste, where Tele widens by 2 lanes and charges toward Oakland. For the last few years, the core of activity has been in the block, that short section between Dwight and Haste which became a liberated zone about 1968. Today Tele is the last big hippie, read that street youth, scene left in America. Its narrow sidewalks are always clogged with hundreds of lounging, doped-out drifters, radicals passing out the latest broadsides and proclamations, gawking tourists, students hurrying to class, and a whole fascinating bazaar of craftsmen who sell bangles, beads, belt buckles, ceramics, stained glass, and other bright and innovative handmaids right on the pavement. At the Bancroft end there is a no-man's land of wide sidewalk between the street and Sather Gate, and here you find a dozen or so bright and wholesome gypsy food carts dispensing hot pretzels, Chinese snacks, vegetarian specialties, and orange juice squeezed on the spot. The university and its adjacent and dependent areas are not, of course, the whole town. As has become clearly evident since Berkeley elected a black mayor and several black councilmen, there is a large and outspoken ghetto in this college-centered time warp which the Chamber of Commerce once called the Athens of the West but which more up-to-date residents now refer to as the Moscow of the West. Berkeley's flatland ghetto is large and nearly encloses the university-dominated areas. It covers all of the land from the freeway N. 69. Freytard festooned shore of the bay east to within about a mile of campus. It also stretches along both sides of the strangely vacant San Pablo Avenue, which echoes all the way into Oakland like some abandoned 1930s movie lot waiting for a retake of Greed. The Berkeley-Oakland Black Ghetto is the oldest and angriest in the West. It was here that the Black Panther Party was formed, and its presence has lent a certain realistic cold fury to the Berkeley radical movement. But none of these energies had homogenized before 1964, and old-timers who were familiar with the scene in those quaint and mostly apolitical days of the 50s and early 60s will tell you that Berkeley was one more normal college town where the annual springtime panty raid was just about the wildest demonstration the cops could expect to cope with. From Berkeley it was straight off the educational assembly line to some junior executive job at a boring but well-established corporation, a new car on the installment plan to make the long commute each night out to the suburbs, where a nagging wife had you sour and ulcerated by the time the kids were big enough to hate you. Typical, American, and sterile. What changed it all? Utter boredom with this bad excuse for an education. Deep concern for civil rights, or rather the lack of them. The endless, grotesque Vietnam War. The assassination of John Kennedy. A lot of good dope. Everything that bothered the rest of America, but the suckers were afraid to go out and raise hell about it. A talented writer named Richard Goldstein cruised into the Bay Area in '67, took a careful look at the lifestyles in Berkeley and Haight-Ashbury, and summed up the difference. In 1963, he wrote in the Los Angeles Times, the culture definer was a committed student. Central to his ethic was a socially directed idealism, coupled with a reformer's zeal. This commitment presupposed a potential for good within the existing system. Such identification with the establishment was no accident. The vision of the early '60s was very much a product of the Kennedy years. The unprecedented activism that swept the university community during that administration was infectious. The new frontier had supplanted the Beat generation. Goldstein went on to say that the students felt betrayed by Kennedy's murder, and a lot of them dropped out to become hippies after. 70. Lyndon Johnson came on the scene like some east of the Pecos Ivan the Terrible, who forced an entire generation of young men to fight an immoral war and who suppressed all style, all aspiration, all the Camelot bullshit Kennedy had captured our imaginations with. His thesis seemed to be that youth ghettos like Haight-Ashbury were no more than dumping grounds for these once idealistic students who had been disillusioned by the Great Society. If LBJ could only be vaporized, then everyone could go back to being busted in Mississippi and teaching headhunters in Borneo how to use safety razors, and the Kennedy dream would enshroud us once again. Not quite that simple. But he had the first part of it right. The hippie experiment was apolitical at first, although it quickly toughened in the face of intense police harassment, bad drugs, and imported juvenile delinquency. Today's Haight-Ashbury residents, the ones tough enough to stick out the bad years, speak pretty much the same kind of political language you hear in Berkeley, and the clenched fist long ago replaced the V sign as a generational salutation. But it ain't true that some sort of invisible cultural wall stood midway across San Francisco Bay, separating the Haight-Ashbury and Berkeley cultures. There was a great deal of interchange, but the styles and goals developed in very different manners. Everyone smoked dope. Clothing and general lifestyles were often indistinguishable. But on the east side of the Bay, people still read books and took politics seriously. Those who were students had to keep their drug-crazed brains clear enough to pass a test now and then. It never did become unfashionable to read newspapers and care about what was happening to the rest of the world. Berkeley was passionately in love with the future. The differences are also geographically evident. Berkeley is firmly attached to the rest of the American continent. San Francisco, although located on the tip of a peninsula and surrounded on only 3 sides by water, is very much an island of the mind. San Francisco has only lately begun to leave the 19th century, and it would much rather go back in time than toward a plastic and unpredictable future. Another factor that gave Berkeley a flavor and style of its own was the development of a whole new youth ghetto class, which would have an increasing amount to say about how and when to demonstrate the 8/7 student who was on hand for the scene rather than for a formal education. Defining the non-student is not simple. He comes in all shapes and sizes, but it's safe to say he's generally a person. 71. of more or less college age who may or may not have taken classes on a regular basis at some time in the past. But now he is definitely not enrolled in school, and yet he is still a member of the college community and lives on its periphery. In Berkeley, mostly in South Campus. He is a person who may audit a number of classes, the ones he wants, and for free. He may use the university library and other student facilities, may go to concerts and lectures and enjoy most of the real benefits of being in the highly charged intellectual atmosphere of a great university. Yet he decides for himself just how much prefabricated culture he wants to absorb. He may finally give up on attending all the classes and cultural events, and yet he still hangs out on nearby streets like the Ave. He knows a lot of genuine students. He participates fully, and often violently, in political events. He may look a lot like a Haight-Ashbury-style hippie, but he's generally tougher. And a hell of a lot more political. One of these Berkeleyites wrote the following little salute to the dying pipe dream of the Haight in the fall of '68, about the same time the people of the San Francisco community were trying to publicly bury the media-created stillbirth image of hippie and declare themselves free men instead. His poem, tacked up on an anonymous Telegraph Avenue bulletin board and signed with the pseudonym Aries, was titled For Those Pacifist Poets, and it went this way. Ruling Guru Greybeard Bard / having new fun in year rolling rock renaissance / have you passed through the hate / have you seen year turned on kids / you promised them visions and love and sharing / clap, hepatitis, fleas, begging and the gangbang / sure, you didn't want to see the scene go that way / but that's how the shit went down / and I do not hear year howl / I do not hear exorcising demons. You told the Congress that year acid / had taught us how to love / even that blood-soaked thieving swine of a cowboy / the others call their president. Is there nothing left over for the kids / sleeping on the sidewalk / waiting to be carried off by the bikers / of year children's crusade? / year disciples are dying in the streets, gurus, / you have been among the Philistines too long / you have become their spectacle. Heal the sores upon thine own bodies, prophets / year word has brought them as far as the hate / can you not carry them to the seashore? Or is it your power and not theirs which has failed? Can it be we warrior poets were right all along? Can it be all the Buddhas are hollow and like the Dalai Lama / you have been sipping butter tea upon a peacock throne / as Tibetans 72 perished in the snow? Is it not time to admit that hate as well as love redeems the world / there is no outside W / out inside / no revolution W / out blood? Clearly the word revolution was not pronounced in Berkeley as it was in the hate, with the term cultural neatly preceding it, and a subconscious prayer mumbled in the background that all those ancient overtones of massive political murder would just go away and stop bothering us. In Berkeley, pragmatists like Mao Zedong and Che Guevara were infinitely more popular than wordy dreamers like Tim Leary and Allen Ginsberg. All of which meant that, in its fascinatingly reactionary fashion, you could always count on Berkeley to do something every time that LBJ or Nixon or the Governor of California, His Excellency, the Honorable Ronald McDonald, or some local politico or police chief got out of hand and pushed the citizens to the brink. And when an uprising started in Berkeley, it had a tendency to spread, seldom taking more than a month or two to work its way across the country. And that's why even the most cautious observers were troubled when the SLA developed in Berkeley. Joe Remiro and a dozen other East Bay radicals had the temerity to make a formal declaration of war against the world's mightiest military power while living in the Berkeley-Oakland area in 1973. Had this happened in Peoria or West Podunk, you'd not only have figured they were out of their fucking skulls, you'd have put down the newspaper and gone back to watching Matt Dillon clomping into Miss Kitty's saloon and have forgotten the whole thing before he shot down his first cowboy. But when such an unexpected and outrageous act happens in Berkeley, you turn off the TV and read down to the last paragraph. So much has happened there. So much has changed. And so many people have been profoundly affected. It was only 10 years ago that short-haired, clean-shaven Mario. Savio led his revolt on this campus. If Savio could have crystal balled a look ahead into today's Berkeley and seen the results of his movement, he would have freaked. An entirely new culture was born. And yet, while it was gestating, the whole thing seemed so natural, so organic. It was just a logical reaction to what was happening in the outside world. Things seemed so simple at first. All Savio wanted was the right to set up a few card tables on campus and to slightly improve the quality of higher education. That accomplished, the remnants of 73. FSM turned their attention to the escalating Vietnam War and used their new free speech rights on the UC campus to conduct the first anti-war teach-ins of 1965-66. Troop trains were carrying soldiers right through Berkeley on their way to the Oakland 6th Army Depot, so the most logical and natural thing was to go down and throw your bodies across the tracks. When that didn't work, it seemed logical to get closer to the contamination itself and march on the 6th Army embarkation point. Enormous crowds got to the Oakland border before confrontations and arrests occurred. The Hells Angels sided with the military. Allen Ginsberg thought they could be recruited, but all they did was take over the acid business instead. By October of '67, the peace movement in the East was a snarling adolescent monster quite capable of staging an all-out assault on the Pentagon with little West Coast help, so Berkeley retaliated by staging an extended Stop the Draft week at the Oakland Induction Center, where hundreds of activists including Joan Baez were busted for trying to tie up the business of war as usual. Tom Hayden would later say that this was the beginning of fighting in the streets, or, in the rhetoric of the time, it moved us from dissent to resistance. Concern about the war made Berkeley activists realize that Vietnam was only part of a larger international pattern, and new demonstrations demanded that we get out of Korea and out of the Philippines. Then out of Mozambique, out of Angola, out of West Orange, New Jersey. Demonstrating became a way of life, and new causes developed each day. Soon it was Viva la Huelga in support of the union organizing farm workers. The Black Panther Party became the leading edge of armed revolt, and it was Free Huey and Free Eldridge, Free Erica and Free the Panther 21. Free everybody. By 1968, Berkeley was so in the habit of protest that a week seldom went by without a demonstration of some kind. It was one hell of a good year for it. 1968 was the year the Viet Cong launched not just one but two Tet offensives. Joe Remiro fought through the first and managed to miss the second. It was the year LBJ fully unleashed the dictatorial war powers he had extracted from a spineless Congress, the year Lyndon decided he'd never win an election in the fall and so pulled out and left the field open for one Richard Nixon, whose only real competition was Robert Kennedy, cancelled out with a bullet in 74. The head that spring. It was the year Martin Luther King was murdered in Memphis and riots followed in a dozen cities, with 46 people killed, 2,600 injured, and 21,000 arrested. It was the year the poor marched on Washington, constructed Resurrection City, and were promptly evicted like everywhere else in America. With Kennedy and King dead, Nixon was a shoo-in for president, and all-out political repression assembled in the wings. 68 was the year they bombed hell out of Hanoi and Haiphong and even brought the world's last live battleship out of mothballs for a bit of gunnery practice on the coast of North Vietnam. The Army logged 10,000 combat deaths in the first 8 months, an all-time record, and brought up the level of American troop involvement to 550,000. It was the year 200,000 Biafrans starved to death while a well-fed, crook-cut military man prepared to land on the moon. And, oh yes, it was the year Jackie Kennedy took on a new last name and a new CIA-patrolled principality. To all of this, the left responded with an unprecedented wave of protest and confrontation. But pacifists still dominated the action. Laws were broken and violence did occur, but most of the broken heads were on the side of the demonstrators. Nonviolent resistance was still considered morally superior and politically smarter. 1968 proved to be the year for campus revolt. There were full-fledged strikes and occupations on dozens of major campuses, including San Francisco State and Columbia. In Chicago, a young conspiracy managed to derail the Democratic Presidential Express in retaliation for the war. 4 of the 8 conspirators tried for scuttling Hubie Baby were products of Oakland Berkeley. Tom Hayden, Rennie Davis, Jerry Rubin, and Bobby Seale. Things were getting tough, but there was still room for levity. Poetry Demands Unemployment proclaimed one underground broadsheet distributed late in '68 around Berkeley. Further, the immediate abolition of poverty and the communal feeding of all, the erection of cities of light, wildness and 150,000 circuses for the proletariat. There were fewer smiles to the mile in '69, although the San Francisco Good Times proclaimed the year to be one of orgy, armed education, the Swiss franc, quiet pleasures, and lunar defilement. Berkeley will not be the same after '69 has passed. It is not just the fact that Richard Nixon becomes president this year, that Neil Armstrong pollutes the moon's surface with his robot-like footprint, and a 75. Few days later Ho Chi Minh dies, probably from embarrassment. It's not just that a new draft lottery begins or that the My Lai inquiry so deftly avoids every real issue except the guilt of Lt. William Calley. There is a change of mood in Berkeley, a change of style and approach and philosophy. 1969 is the year that 2 slogans begin to appear on the well-marked-up walls of the East Bay. At first they are regarded as a joke. By the time the year is over, no one is laughing. Armed love, give peace a chance, and then there's the word pig. It no longer refers to a farm animal, to the source of well-cured hams and thick-sliced bacon. By the end of 1969 it has completely replaced both policeman and cop on the tongues and in the minds of the Berkeley left. A cursory study of the Berkeley tribe turns up such headlines as "It's time for pickled pig," "Blue swine on trial," "Mind if I call you piggy," "Roast pig," and "You can't tell the pig shit from the horseshit." One tax squad unit retaliates with a Porky Pig shoulder patch that says, "Pride/Integrity. Guts." The fulcrum upon which this ominous shift in attitude and style balances is called People's Park. The photograph of the year features an overweight, helmet-engulfed, and flak-jacketed cop squatting down in a badly uprooted vacant lot as though he has just finished a long overdue crap. In one hand, he holds a tender green shrub with dirt-encrusted roots dangling helplessly toward the ground. In the other there is a pathetic cluster of dying marigolds. The officer has just ripped both plants out of the earth in a relentless pursuit of law and order. The People's Park confrontation of spring, '69, produces a couple of thousand other disturbing photos of police cars upside down and burning on Telegraph Avenue, of helicopters dumping tear gas on playgrounds of helpless children, of rock and bottle throwing mobs of street people facing instant pistol and shotgun retaliation. Then there is a chilling series showing the vacant lot completely surrounded by high wire fencing. Inside is a small army of cops and National Guardsmen. The soldiers force back thousands of demonstrators with bared bayonets. There are more pictures to record the following months of arrest and marching and picketing and street fighting. People's Park is indeed the fulcrum, and when it tips toward violence, Berkeley moves from resistance to open war. 76. Between June, '68, and August, '69, there are 23 days of street fighting, 2,000 arrests, 40 days of occupation by mutual aid forces, 22 days of National Guard occupation, 20 days of curfew, 4 months of state of disaster, and 5 months of state of emergency. And there are still people out there who cannot understand why Berkeley produced the superviolent S.L.A. Those who go through the People's Park experience never forget it. Things start simply enough. There is a muddy, unused plot of land that the University of California has cleared for new dormitories, which it never gets around to building. The lot is in an interesting location just off Tella, between Dwight and Hayes Streets. Hundreds of young people are already spending so much time roaming up and down Tella in a continual anarchistic celebration of unfocused energy and high spirits that they have come to regard this as a liberated zone. An unused square block of vacant land right next to their well-established domain is just too great a temptation. It is torn up and muddy. Old cars are abandoned there. Garbage is dumped in great smelly piles and abortions are hidden. The land would be so much more useful if there could be grass and flowers, a barbecue pit, a small campground for those who have nowhere else to sleep, slides and swings for a children's playground. The street people simply decide to take over the land and make good use of it, law or no law. People's Park quickly becomes the hottest issue in Berkeley's history. As Marvin Garson explains the attitudes that made the park take over a perfectly natural extension of the scene on tele. All these years leaders have tried to get the masses moving on 18th century issues like free speech, and suddenly the masses moved by themselves on 20th century issues like free streets and the nature of the city. There are capitalist philosophies of work, of money, of commodities. We know all about that. But there is also a capitalist philosophy of the street inherent in such simple and reasonable notions that streets are for traffic. You live in a box. You work in a box. You buy in a box. The purpose of the streets is to take you from one box to another. Traffic is purposeful movement along the streets from one box to another. The streets are for traffic, not for gathering, not for celebrating, not for spontaneous communicating. Tell us street people say fuck that. And move on to the University of California's vacant lot to make it their own. For the first time in 77 living memory, thousands of people get over their mutual suspicions and dread and willingly go to work together to create something lovely and useful where only a muddy eyesore had existed before. By late April, rubble has been cleared and the land leveled. Some 700 square yards of sod have been planted, along with trees and shrubs and flowers. Everyone comes out to cultivate the community garden. A fire pit is dug. Tables and benches are handcrafted on the spot. There's a lot of singing and dope smoking going on. Who says that work has to be unpleasant and demeaning? The days are sunny and productive for hundreds of kids who'd just been hanging around before. Some of them go out to the Ave and collect money for more sod, at 7 cents a square foot. Over $100 is donated in an hour by people who seldom have enough coins to buy a square meal. The word goes out that Saturdays and Sundays are supposed to be the main work days, but everyone works every day to improve their very own park. Watermelons, oranges, wine, and marijuana are passed around freely. A woman's rock band performs from a flatbed truck complete with its own generator and amplifiers. There's plenty of time for fun, but as soon as someone puts down a shovel, the next guy down the line quietly picks it up and continues the necessary work. Older neighbors join in the fun. They'd been afraid to pass over the torn-up mudhole of land before, afraid of mugging and verbal abuse from the young, but no one is pushed around or abused here these days. If fights start, everyone dives in to break it up. There are no written laws and no cops. They are not needed. It goes on like this day after day until the university decides that things have gone far enough. Ronald Reagan is running for re-election next year. People's Park is going to be one of the main issues. Before dawn on May 15, 1969, armed sheriff's deputies and construction men move in and evict about 100 squatters. They put up a big, strong fence and guard it well. As poet Denise Levertoffer calls the invasion, at 6 a.m. the ominous zooming, war sound of helicopters breaks into our sleep to the park, ringed with police. Bulldozers have moved in. Barely awake, the people those who had made for each other a green place begin to gather at the corners. Their tears fall on sidewalk cement. The fence goes up. Everyone knows, yet no one yet believes it, what all shall know this day, and the days that follow, now, the clubs, the gas, bayonets. Bullets. The war comes home to us. 78. By noon the entire town is in shock and outrage. Thousands rally on the UC campus and march down Tella to haste before being stopped by police. Suddenly the cops open up with a barrage of tear gas and then wade into the crowd with clubs. The people fight back with rocks, bottles, and street debris. Sheriff's deputies load up shotguns and pistols and fire wildly into the crowd, killing James Rector, blinding artist Alan Blanchard, and wounding at least 150 more young people. The pacifist spirit that brought People's Park into being is given free rein just once more before Berkeley becomes a permanent war zone. On Memorial Day, May 30, 1969, some 25,000 well-disciplined and peaceful protesters gather to march once more on the park. They first listen to the words of Frank Bardak, who warns against any violence and then explains that the purpose of this march is to break through the concrete and the asphalt and build institutions of freedom and brotherhood. The earth wants sun. It wants to break through the concrete and the asphalt and see the sun, and it's our duty, and it's the spirit of People's Park to help the earth break through the asphalt, to help the earth break through the concrete so it doesn't have to take it upon itself to have earthquakes. The original idea of People's Park was to get back to the earth, to build institutions not dedicated to domination and profit but dedicated to freedom and brotherhood, and that's what we hope to do today. The enormous crowd then carefully approaches the fence surrounding their captured park and plants flowers and shrubs outside the wire barrier. They offer flowers to the cops and guardsmen and cover over bayonets and helmets with roses and daisies. Pretty young girls flirt with the uniformed and armed men inside the fence and urge them to throw down their guns and join us. A few do. Then the crowd evaporates, hoping that their moral example will bear fruit. But the fence stayed put for more than a year, and the delicate balance of Berkeley politics tilted irrevocably toward violence as the memory of People's Park, the very last chance for peaceful accommodation, was sadly entombed. On the first anniversary of the Memorial Day March, in May 1970, Stu Albert wrote in the Berkeley Tribe, "The park is lost and so are its sentiments. We know you cannot build happy socialism in a pig's belly. That the relaxed joy we felt on those sweaty Sunday after noons of work and dope will have to wait until after the armies of money and racism have been defeated. We realize that People's 79 Park had permanence only in our imagination. Our sisters and brothers must now prepare for a revolutionary war." These were the sentiments that were dominant in radical Berkeley when Joe Remiro first began to hang out with some regularity along Tella. Very little that Remiro or any other SLA member would write and say 4 years later would go much beyond the angry rhetoric that followed People's Park. A joint statement put out in 1970 by the Berkeley Commune and Up Against the Wall / Motherfucker summed it up quite well. The time for talk and accommodation is long past, they said. Only violent action counts. Liberals and respectable left organizations sit righteously clucking like hens, disapproving of the terrorists and provocateurs who are taking care of business. Well, who are the saboteurs and the terrorists? We are. All of us who will sabotage the foundations of America's fuck-it-up life, all of us who strike terror into the hearts of the bourgeois honkies and all their armchair book-quoting jive-ass honky leftists / white-collar radicals who are the VD of the revolution. The only thing a liberal or honky leftist is good for is to throw between me and the pig / or jack up for lunch money. And when people on the street realize it, they'll run the bastards back to their TV sets. At our present stage of development, the issue is not whether we should take to the streets, finding some form of mass expression, rather than engage in clandestine activity. There is no separation in the revolutionary movement. Every act is assimilated into the struggle, if it furthers revolt. We must be flexible to rally one day and bomb the next. And we must find new forms for massing and moving in the street at the same time we create alternative modes of action when street action is impossible. We do not take to the streets because we want free speech or free assembly, those are liberal demands. We have our own struggle. We are fighting for ourselves / for our community / for our very lives. The issue is not something other than ourselves / we are the issue. It is the liberation of our lives we are fighting for / to liberate ourselves from tight-assed bourgeois life, and it is our experience of the boredom and misery of American life that drives us to destroy it anywhere it confronts us. Listening carefully to this sort of invective is Patricia Solti-Seek, who has by now dropped out of school to become a radical lesbian feminist. She hangs out a lot on Tele and is living with a new arrival from Minnesota, a gifted poet and artist named Camilla Hall. Also listening 80 closely is Nancy Ling Perry, who has been on the Berkeley scene since '67 and who has long been involved in the prison movement, which really comes alive in 1970 as a new cause célèbre develops. A white guard is killed at Soledad Prison, one of California's groomer joints, and 3 Soledad brothers are charged with murder. They are Fleta Drumgo, George Jackson, and John Cluchet. Their case focuses new energy from the Berkeley movement on prison vaporization. Old terms like reform just don't make it anymore. Along with these black prisoners, Berkeley has a whole new set of heroes in the Weathermen, who become the best-known bombers in a year that is notable for carefully planned explosions. They claim only a small portion of the 546 blasts reported in '70. The preceding year there had been only 236, and in the year before that, 56. On August 7, George Jackson's 17-year-old brother, Jonathan, tries to liberate 2 San Quentin convicts on trial at the futuristic, Frank Lloyd Wright-designed Marin Civic Center courthouse. He kidnaps a judge, a DA, and several jury members, planning to use them as hostages to get the Soledad brothers out of stir. Jonathan and the judge are gunned down in the parking lot by Quentin screws who ain't about to do no bargaining. Angela Davis and Rochelle, Sink, McGee*, one of the briefly liberated cons, are charged with the killing. Angela is captured in October and is tried and acquitted the next year. Over on Alcatraz Island, the Indians are occupying the grim and windy pile of rock and claim it is theirs by law and treaty. It proves to be a rehearsal for the occupation of Wounded Knee. On another island, Isla Vista, near Santa Barbara, they're having a hard time keeping their tiny Bank of America branch in business. Student demonstrators have gotten into the habit of regularly burning it down. Hundreds of revolutionaries are now behind bars. They electrify the prison system and, in September of '70, they help to engineer a fantastic uprising at New York's Attica State Penitentiary. They are put down with unprecedented fury as 39 prisoners and hostages are shot down in cold blood. 1971 is the year that 2 mass killers are finally. It was through the Rochelle McGee case that the public first heard of a prisoner with the reborn name of Sink. McGee, like Sink Mtuum, Donald DeFreeze, after him adopted the name and legend of the 19th century black chieftain who rose out of the hold of a slave ship to slaughter his white masters. 81. Convicted Charles Manson and Lt. William Calley. It's the year the Black Panther Party splits down the middle, with Eldridge Cleaver's faction becoming the underground guerrilla Black Liberation Army. It's the year Tim Leary suffers a revolutionary bust at Cleaver's hands because Tim still prefers dope to discipline, despite the fact he's now adopted Clea Verite rhetoric and is urging the former flower children to shoot to live. For Leary, happiness is now a warm gun, and to kill a policeman is a sacred act. 1971 is another year of massive peace demonstrations with little noticeable effect, another year of trashing and street fighting in both Berkeley and San Francisco. But all of this is minor league compared with the greatest bust in American history as Washington, D.C., cops and marshals march 14,000 protesters into a concentration camp football stadium on the anniversary of the Kent State Massacre. A young University of Florida philosophy student named Russell Little is on hand to see Nixon Law and Order go into high gear. Fashions get funkier in anachronistic San Francisco, where genderfuck drag queens imitate the famous cockets in high heels, evening gowns, heavy makeup along with hairy chests, beards, and their balls hanging out. Campy music out of the 40s is in on the Frisco scene, all that June Moon croon stuff. Berkeley has no time for such nonsense. In Berkeley the Fidel Castro look still makes it big, bushy beards, combat boots, army fatigues. The Berkeley Hit Parade still features Street Fighting Man by the Rolling Stones and a little ditty by Speedy Keen that begins, "We've got to get it together / because the revolution's here." By late '71, Joe Remiro has edged deeply into the Berkeley scene. He still does not understand all that he hears, so he crams on Marx, Lenin, Mao, and Stalin. You know, he recalls, mostly Mao and Lenin. I was getting into this whole intellectual thing, you know. I was moving into intellectual, political circles. He takes a hitchhike vacation up the Pacific coast to get my head clear. He camps out in revolutionary communes up in Oregon, where he sells an underground paper called Willamette Bridge on the streets of Eugene. He visits Vancouver and thinks of staying in Canada. Skipping out on the whole mess back home and starting all over again in a new atmosphere. 82. But I decided my job is back in my own country, he says, fighting the capitalists in my own country. If I'd have gone to Canada they just would have used me to exploit all that virgin territory, that capitalist wild game preserve. By mid-72, Remiro is back in the East Bay for good, and he dives headfirst into radical politics. Two groups take up most of his time and attention through the summer of '72 and up until about the time in early '73 when SLA begins to get itself together. They are the now defunct Vence Ramos Organization and Vietnam Veterans Against the War. When he lived in San Francisco, Joe had backed VVAW in a rather mild, not too involved way. But in the East Bay he becomes a founder and outstanding leader of a new and very vigorous chapter. His work in the increasingly radical veterans movement will prove that when Joe Remiro gets behind something, he goes all the way. 83. The veterans are the only people who really accept direct responsibility for the Vietnam War. We have to because we were the tools in that war. We were the cannon fodder, the trained killers. We pulled the triggers. We were the triggermen. Bob Hood, a leader of VVAWWSO and Remiro's comrade. B. Oth the Hawks and the Peaceniks gravely misjudged the returning Nambits. The army had strong misgivings about its hippie soldiers, products of the most unpopular and most unfairly administered draft in U.S. history, but it did not generally fear them. The government felt that the vets would soon melt back into the general population. Peace movement people often reacted with instinctive revulsion to these young barbarians with so much blood on their hands. Too many pacifists blamed the vets personally for the war. One such nonviolent type sent a case of dog food to a group of combat infantrymen with a note saying that since you live like animals, you might as well eat like them. But the peaceniks slowly began to see the value of absorbing the new anti-war vets movement and grudgingly incorporated Nambit contingents into major demonstrations. It was an uneasy marriage of political convenience, and one the veterans often resented. They called on us to be in the front lines in all those Trotskyite peace marches so we could get our heads cracked by the cops first, Bob Hood recalls disgustedly. That way when the local mafia got back to the Socialist Workers' Party, their clubs were so thick with blood that it didn't hurt so much. I went to a couple of demonstrations and marches, says Paul Halverson. It seemed like such bullshit. There we were. Hundreds of thousands of people walking on the streets, you know, obeying all the cops' directions. That's why I can understand the emotions that 85. Forced the SLA to pick up guns and try to do it that way. 'Cause you don't change anything when you're marching by the thousands. 1 million people marched in one day, and in Washington the president sat and watched a football game, and we didn't affect the foreign policy of this country one iota. No matter how good their intentions, the peace movement people had not personally experienced the war. They hated it in a very moral and highly abstract way, not with the murderous passion the Nambits harbored. To them the late 60s slogan "Kill for Peace" was not altogether a joke. By 1973, the movement was a thing of the past, rather sedate and respectable in retrospect. But the radical Nambits were just beginning to gather steam, and they proved, much to everyone's surprise, to be the one segment of the anti-war coalition that saw through Nixon's Vietnamization ploy. Rather than disbanding and going quietly home like the rest of the peace marchers, they became even more militant. They were, in fact, the only group with enough guts to face down the Republican Party in its 1972 Miami Beach Convention, an act that led to trumped-up charges against the Gainesville Nine, charges they quickly proved to be falsehoods. Namvits, even the ones who took a little time off to play Haight-Ashbury hippie for a while, like Joe, operated on a very different set of imperatives from those of their more easily mollified, and frightened, youth culture buddies. The vets were tougher, angrier, and a lot more determined to see to it that America was going to change because of Vietnam. They had a number of heavy personal debts to pay. As psychologist and Namvit expert Robert Lifton puts it, they did so with the rage of survivor heroes. To be sure, there is guilt behind their actions. But there is also the bitter rage of men who have been betrayed, the angry insistence that the guilt be shared, and above all, that the nature of the atrocity-producing situation be recognized. Some of these guys, like Remiro, quickly hop-skipped over the heads of their less militant buddies who were willing to talk and demonstrate but who felt they'd already done their share of the fighting. Joe had opted for violent revolution by late '72, and he was, in Lifton's dialectic, one of those increasingly more common veterans who see their role as that of the returning hero warrior whose job is to convey a new wisdom and freedom to live to his people. For the mythological hero is the champion not of things become. 86. But of things becoming, the dragon to be slain by him is precisely the monster of the status quo. They have rejected the contemporary homily that there are no more heroes. Their heroic models are Mao and Che and Fidel, and they see violent revolution as the final battlefield, their last chance to expunge their own guilt and to bring massive change to the society. They have come to believe in war as a means of social revitalization, and through their increasingly fevered activity the warrior ethos gives way to the myth of the hero. There are plenty of reasons why the Namvits feel they still have scores to settle. As Remiro or his buddies will quickly tell you, no group of former U.S. soldiers ever fought in a less honorable war, suffered such great mental and moral disruption, or came home to so little interest and assistance. There were no victory parades, no tears of joy, no heroes' welcomes, just a general pall of icy distrust and avoidance. No veterans have ever had so much trouble getting reintegrated into the life of the country they supposedly laid their lives on the line to preserve. It has taken the public a long time, but we are finally becoming aware of just how unhappy these guys are and how dangerous their anger and guilt can become. The story of Joe Remiro is extreme, but it is not a total fluke or an exception to the basic rules that apply to the other 3 million Americans who went to Nam, the youngest soldiers we ever sent to war. Ask the vets themselves what is troubling hundreds of thousands of them. Ask their psychiatrists and psychologists. Ask the newspapermen who are writing more and more about them these days as Namvits pull a Joe Remiro or break into the headlines with one deadly and bizarre outburst after another. Like the weird Los Angeles dude who staged a lonely shootout from a high cliff above Griffith Park wearing his old GI helmet and hefting an M16. He thought he was back in Indochina. Or the strange little black assassin who shot down the mother of Martin Luther King from the Amen corner one fine Sunday morning and then was taken away yelling, "The war did it to me. The war did it to me." Or the amputee Medal of Honor winner who came back to a quiet little Illinois town to raise pot in his father's cornfields, got hassled too much, drove wildly down Main Street trying to run down every little old lady in sight, and had to be sent off to the state nuthus. 87. Or how about the ex-Marine from Georgia who extended a normal Saturday night barroom brawl with the boys into an all-out massacre? And then there's the 27-year-old Wisconsin infantry vet who cannot remember murdering his wife because of drink and drugs and his generally screwed-up head. He told a Penthouse reporter that the murder was not his first crack-up. He described a few of the others. "I woke up in a hospital room, surrounded by steel mesh. Some dude told me they bought me in, drunk on my ass, and some shit about marching 3 pigs, at gunpoint, into the cop shop, announcing that I had attacked and captured 2 enemy FOS and their radio man. Shit. Like that happens all the time. A drag. I got cracked for causing a public disturbance, once. I was trucking through the alley, when some son of a bitch turned on the shit with a pneumatic jackhammer. I don't know what happened after that, but I woke up in a VA hospital strapped to a bed. Some shrink said some bullshit about me attacking some construction worker, with a shovel. I got 2 years probation for patrolling the KK River at 2 o'clock in the morning with a .22 rifle. Fucking pigs tried to run me out of town for selling dope, but I beat that. So here I am, trucking town, wired out of my skull, with a .38 Cobra, $600 worth of junk, and no hard-on. A few cold facts explain why we are seeing so many violent, completely alienated Namvits these days. More than 20% of all returned Vietnam veterans have attempted suicide since they got back. That's over 500,000. A lot of them made it. Some 55,000 have died since returning, more than the number of combat soldiers who crapped out in Southeast Asia. Namvits suffer a 52% divorce rate, way above the average. Even in California, at least 12% came home with serious drug problems. That means hooked, baby. In 1973, 1% of all federal prisoners were Namvits, most were in for drugs and crimes of violence. In San Francisco's county jail, 35% were Namvits, and that's probably close to the percentage for prisoners in all of California's jails. A Veterans Administration sampling recently showed that 1 in 5 Namvits had been busted at least once in the first 6 months after getting home. 88. Their unemployment rate is twice that of the national average. 10% instead of 5% in 1973. Non-white Namvits suffer an incredible 14% unemployment rate. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics noted at the end of the first quarter of 1974 that they knew of at least 285,000 non-white Namvits out of work, and 63,000 whites. And those are just the guys who are still drawing unemployment. Multiply those numbers by 3 and you've got the total of all the unemployed who have long been off the official roster. The unemployment problem is compounded by the government itself, which gave 560,000 Vietnam-era vets less than honorable discharges and has long been using generally understood codes on even honorable separation papers which automatically turn potential employers away from these men. Hundreds of thousands of Namvits came back with serious physical and mental health problems. No group of wounded veterans ever met such massive government and community indifference and downright hostility. When we got back, the government treated us just like they treated the Vietnamese in Indochina, said one amputee. The Veterans Administration, which runs 170 facilities with 100,000 beds, making it the nation's single biggest hospital system, is most uninterested in taking on Namvit patients. It is filled up with chronically ill older men from earlier wars and likes to accommodate the VFW and American Legion, who have long established political lobbies. These groups seldom speak up for Namvits. The Indochina War produced a bumper crop of casualties: 311,000 wounded, of which 23,000 are 100% disabled physically and 13,000 are totally out of it mentally. 4,500 lost a leg in action and 800 no longer have an arm. 170 are lacking at least one hand. Some 1,080 have multiple amputations. From 60,000 to 200,000 Namvits came back with heroin habits. The figure varies because few will cop out on themselves. Veterans caught with habits before discharge are, of course, ineligible for any VA assistance to cure their habits. Only the shrewd addicts who escape detection until after they got out can get any help, and few work past all the current red tape and roadblocks. The VA no longer even answers its phones in many cities. Namvits who would follow the example of 50% of world War II's veterans and upgrade themselves through their GI educational benefits are stopped by administrative foul UPS and the low allotments $220 a month now for a single vet, and that includes 89. All tuition and books. You can't make it on that today, when such a figure barely covers tuition alone in most private schools, and only 19% take advantage of the totally insufficient bill. Yet no group of vets ever needed additional education more. 80% of the enlisted men in Nam had gotten no further than high school. Despite promises of career training, few learned much that would get them a job on the outside. Who's going to hire a helicopter door gunner to fix TV sets? Employers pay little attention to skills gained in the military, which has different office procedures and machinery from private industry. The majority of the Namvits, who came from the white working class and racial minorities, ended up in the slums, the ghettos, and the barrios. The lucky ones, those who could find any work, ended up washing dishes and as janitors, service station attendants, and manual laborers. In Joe Remiro's case, it was a series of catch-as-catch-can jobs like driving a taxi cab or a diaper truck, selling newspapers on street corners, and breaking in as an auto mechanic. To all of these problems, add the great guilt so many Namvits feel about what they were forced to do in Indochina and their shabby treatment when they got home. Vets from previous wars also had their nightmares about the killing they had done for God and country, but they received some degree of social absolution when they got back a little honor and respect and help. These are crucial reinforcements as a vet makes the big mental adjustment from murderous combat soldier to law-abiding civilian again. Namvits came home to find they had fought a war everyone wanted to forget. In Remiro's case, an honest attempt to talk out his guilt with his father led to his being thrown bodily out of the little house where he grew up. This is bound to scramble your marbles a little. As psychologist Lifton puts it, sent as intruders in an Asian revolution, asked to fight a filthy and unfathomable war, they returned as intruders to their own society, defiled by that war in the eyes of the very people who sent them as well as in their own. Images and feelings of guilt are generally associated with transgression, with having crossed boundaries that should not have been crossed, with having gone beyond limits that should not have been exceeded. They are survivors who cannot inwardly justify 90. What they have seen and done. They are, therefore, caught in a vicious circle of death and guilt. Unlike World War II soldiers, who could be successfully treated for such guilt by being shown that their attitude was not logical, that the killing had to be done to stop fascism, the Namvit was suffering from what can only be called justifiable guilt. He knows damned well what he has done is wrong. How can you convince him otherwise? Joe Remiro is a good example of this justifiable guilt turned inward upon a basically direct and unsophisticated nature, to the point where the only possible atonement left to him is to become one of the enemies he has killed. The army taught him we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, the dirty commies. When such a black and white assertion is proved utterly false in the eyes of an uncomplicated kid of 19 away from home on his first big adventure, you're likely to get a case of complete transference. In Lifton's view, a gung-ho volunteer like Joe, one who had initially believed in the war and given himself to it, is likely to respond the most violently when he finds he has been fighting the wrong enemy and been suckered into the wrong war. His resentful critique could extend far beyond the Vietnam War to corruptions throughout society's structure. For him, betrayal is greatest. So what did Joe do? Become a communist, naturally. A super-communist. Psychologist Dominic Harveston, a veteran himself who has worked for 2 years in Hayward with young Namvits, studied one of the interviews upon which this book is based and reached a few general conclusions about Remiro. First of all, I think he's confused, said Harveston. I really feel sorry for the poor son of a bitch. It's tragic. The guy got a raw deal and he tried to work it out, but he just didn't make it. If there had been someone in his life who could have worked with him, he would have gone an entirely different road. Now he's a suspected murderer. Harveston, who has worked with more than 150 Namvits, has heard a number of similar stories and feels that Remiro is far from being an exception among the vets he deals with who suffer from post-Vietnam syndrome, that is, the 20% who have serious and prolonged readjustment problems. The most common PVS symptoms are guilt, rage, and alienation. The most common response to the feeling of guilt is suicide. Alienation becomes apparent when the Namvat can 91. Not get along with other people who were not there with him. He has a hard time staying married, for instance. Rage all too often surfaces in acts of incredible violence. A lot of them are really, really angry, says Harveston. A lot of that anger comes up from a situation where they need help, they ask for help, and they don't get any. They say, "You put me in that situation in Vietnam and you're not helping me deal with it." Harveston regards Remiro as a good example of that 1 or 2% of the Namvits who freak out entirely and get into heavy violence. 1% of 3 million men is 30,000. 30,000 Joe Remiras. That's a small percentage, says Harveston, but that kind of a percentage is enough to raise all the hell in the world. These guys were trained to kill and they were probably the most highly trained and best equipped killers the world has ever known. If one of them gets out of hand, I'd be afraid to walk down his block. I mean, that kind of a dude is scary. I've met guys like Remiro. They haven't done the same things, though. They've channeled it another way, but they're still holding all that guilt in. These guys grew up in a country where they were told to love your neighbor, love your friends. A lot of them came right out of that flower child business of love each other, care for each other. So these guys came out of that and they went over there and they were told, kill. And they did it and now they're having a hell of a time dealing with it. They get pent up. They've got all this anxiety built up inside of them and then they come back to this country, the country they were supposed to be fighting for, and they want a fair share. Love, jobs, help. And a lot of them got nothing. A lot of these guys came home with a lot of very personal things wrapped up in them and they're still hung up on them and they need to talk about it, but their families and loved ones and a lot of their friends don't want to talk. They say, "Oh, it must have been ugly and horrible over there and I'm sure you don't want to talk about it." That's a very common response, and these people just don't want to hear. So these kids come home and they get all this reaction right away and they say, "Well, gee, I'd better not tell them about Nam because if I do they won't like me. They'll hate me. They'll throw me out of the house, as Remiro's father did." So a lot of times they keep it locked up inside them and they need some place, some way to work past it, to work through it. They need 92 avenues to work past this stuff, because if they don't work it out, there are certain of these guys who have it pent up inside them and then they're going to act it out. And that acting out might come in a way that they're best trained for. That should be no surprise to anyone. But people in this country don't want to face it. They don't want to deal with those guys, so they just deny they're there. They don't give them anything. That's the picture. Thousands of Namvits came home jumpy, disillusioned, jobless, lonely. Some were hooked. Many tried to kill themselves. Some succeeded. Half were quickly married and quickly divorced. 1 in 5 was arrested in the first 6 months home. Some got into even deeper trouble and ended up where Remiro now sits in a jail cell because of a murder. And when these Namvits go on trial, they are usually met by an unsympathetic judge and a bland, slightly frightened jury, people who have heard about these freaky long-haired rebels who smoke dope and live in communes, good people who may have been in a war themselves quite a long time ago, and a very different kind of war. I went to war and I didn't come back like that. What's wrong with these young people today? And they judge these young men with little compassion, without understanding, without even much interest. And they are filling our jails with them. As Harveston puts it, what particularly freaks out these old guys is the fact that so many Namvits came back with strong anti-war beliefs. So many of them came back with political opinions very definitely on the left. And these old guys in their VFW and American Legion hats, all spick and span. In their old World War II uniforms, marching in some veterans' parade. They see these young VVAW guys with their long hair and all their anti-war banners, their anti-violence ideas. They see some young guy like that wearing a Medal of Honor or a Bronze Star and smoking a joint, and they gotta acknowledge him as a fellow veteran, but it blows their minds. It completely blows their minds. In 1970-72, Joe Remiro was one of these long-haired, pot-smoking hippie freaks who showed up in Namvat contingents in most of the parades. He supported Vietnam veterans against the war all this time, but it was not until he moved to Oakland, in 72, that he became one of the group's real leaders. It was, in fact, Joe's role as one of the founders of the East Bay chapter of VVAWWSO that was used by 93 newsmen just after his arrest to identify Remiro as a real radical. Little did they understand how far Joe had gone beyond that group's most extreme commitments. Bob Hood remembers Joe's early dedication to VVAW. Joe and I were members of the San Francisco chapter of VVAW, and I'd been to meetings that were real bad, and there was this tight elitist group that was sort of running the chapter, at least that was my conception. Then Joe, who I did not really know at the time, decided that there should be a chapter in the East Bay, and he got the contact lists, the names of all the members in the East Bay, and took all the cards with about 200 names and typed out a letter to all these people saying, we're going to start a chapter and we'd like you to come to the founding meeting. And I got one of the letters, and I went in late September, 12, to this founding meeting, and that was the first time I really got to know Joe. He met me at the door of his house over on Harrison Street in Oakland, and I was wearing one of them blue Chinese workers' hats, you know, with a red star on it. And I rang the doorbell, and he answered the door, and I said, "Hi, brother." And he said, "I'm Joe Remiro." And he said, "It's nice to meet you, and, wow, are you a communist?" He looked at my red star. And I said, "Well, brother, I'm trying like heck to become one." And I said, "It's really a struggle." And he said, "Me, too." Right on. You know, he was really warm. It was a very successful meeting. People were getting interested and determined, but the police were outside taking all the license numbers, shit like that. Uniformed Oakland pigs with walkie-talkies, just that blatant. They weren't even cagey about it. It was really a drag, cause everybody knew they were being spied on by the police, and it was like an intimidative factor to try to keep people away. But people came anyway, and we had a fairly good time, and then we had another meeting there, and we decided the pigs were a drag and decided to have them someplace else, and we had them at Bill Brennan's apartment. Brennan, an 8-year veteran of the Navy, was a late arrival on the Oakland-Berkeley political scene. "Those meetings were at my place on Jefferson Street in Berkeley," he says. "And then other people started volunteering their houses, and finally we got some money together and got an office." He remembers that Remiro was a very strong, positive, moving, self-confident sort of guy who got others going. Hood remembers Joe as high energy. 94. He says Joe is a guy who's always up and looking at the bright side of things, a real positive force in any situation, looking for the positive aspect, trying to stress it and run it for all that it's possibly worth, really flashy and sure of himself, the kind of person who inspires confidence, wins trust, a good-looking kind of guy, small, wiry, a ladies' man. Joe helps East Bay VVAW get its first regular office together in a cheap little storefront on the Oakland end of Telegraph Avenue, about half a mile south of Berkeley. He spends a lot of time working in this 49th Street and Tele outpost. The phone is listed in his name, and he often has to hunt up the bread to keep things moving. But it is more than low rent that produces a VVAW office south of the Berkeley border. Many radicals who first lived in Berkeley have Decided by the early 70s that the freaky youth scene centered around the UC campus is not relevant or revolutionary enough. They want to live and work among the poor and disenfranchised, and the swarming, interlocking ghettos and barrios of Oakland provide a perfect testing ground for their insurrectionary theories. Many of the leaders of the new VVAW chapter think this way, although few are as intense about it as Joe, who, even at this stage, plunges headfirst into the swirling rhetoric of armed revolution preached in 72 and 73 by such Maoist groups as the Revolutionary Union and Vence Ramos. Oakland is not only the East Bay VVAW's headquarters, it is also the home of the main Vence Ramos contingent at Montana House. Joe has joined Vence Ramos, and he is soon shuttling regularly between the 49th and Tele office and the Vence Ramos enclave over on Montana Street. And it isn't just politics that draws him there. Joe is a master at mixing rhetoric and romance, and he is soon going out with a number of women involved in the Vence Ramos scene. They include the beautiful Alicia Englander, the small but provocative Cynthia Garvey, a strong-minded militant who later will go to jail rather than tell a grand jury what she knows about Joe and the SLA, and Angela Atwood, a very attractive young actress from Indiana who has gravitated toward Vence Ramos after she and her husband split up, mostly because of politics. It is Joe who brings Angela into SLA. He is really hopping all over the landscape at this point, working with the farm workers, the United Prisoners Union, an Oakland election, VVAW, and Vence Ramos. Whatever inward doubts and hang. 195. UPS he went through in 77-1 as he faced out the trauma of his breakup with Kathy and settled down to self-indoctrination are well hidden now. No more crying. No more half measures. Everyone who knows Joe at this energetic high point of his life is impressed by his sure touch, his confidence, his complete conviction that he now has the answer to all of the world's problems. As Brennan remarks a bit impishly, Remiro may have had to come on strong to impress the ladies of the revolution. I think for Joe, being short probably contributed to his feeling that he has to do that much more. Because you know how women put down men who aren't tall. If you lay back a little from what Joe says and from what other people like him might say, you see they're operating more on faith than on logic. Remiro's rhetoric from this point on becomes progressively more certain and flashy. He has entered a stage in his life where he is about to take terrible gambles for what he believes in. He cannot afford to admit he is wrong. Look, says Joe, to have the politics that I have, to go around openly telling everybody I did, I just went around screaming at every body, man. I'm bound to end up in prison. Remiro's style of non-stop, top-speed political harangue can be very convincing if you ignore shallow thinking and incomplete scholarship. Here's an example, a discussion of equality, or, rather, the lack of it, delivered with a certain mixmaster rhetorical sureness, even when caught off base. We can't talk about individuals, says Joe. We've got to talk about groups or organizations. You can't look at things on a perspective of 1-to-1 because while we're dealing with them 1-to-1 they're killing us 10 by 10. You can't look at things from that perspective because you can't deal with a whole society or a whole country or a whole anything on that perspective. You can only deal with individual wants and needs. And if you're going to deal with individual needs and wants you're not going to get anywhere, you know. The whole thing where we're all equals, we should all be treated equally, that's bullshit, you know. Mao said it. I hate to quote Mao or anybody, but Mao said, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Joe is gently reminded that this is a central bit of the original Marx from the Communist Manifesto, in fact. Oh, well, Marx said it, he recovers without a pause. I'm glad. 96. I'm wrong. I'd rather be wrong about that shit anyway, cause I don't think much of it anyway. A short time before that, he had stated unequivocally that one have a very definite political line. I'm a revolutionary communist and this must be made very clear. He resumes, so that slogan from Marx points out that we're not all equal, that we shouldn't be treated equally, that God didn't create us all equal, that to treat everybody equally means that those who are the smartest, the whitest, the richest, the most influential, are gonna come out on top, People badmouth Lenin, because he impressed the ruling class, he impressed the bourgeois, he put M in jail, man. Stalin fucking killed M, man, and they badmouthed that, But what should you do? Should you allow them to come back into power by treating everybody equally, To which one can only reply with a big, fat huh. And just how in the hell did God get into all this dialectical materialism? Brennan, who was nearly recruited for SLA because he admired Joe's style and spirit and looked up to him as something of a hero, finally, with difficulty, pulled away from Remiro's full speed ahead logic. He realized that Joe was not all that sure of himself despite the strong front, that he had recently lost a wife and walked out on an infant son, and that he was really at loose ends in the world. Much later I saw that Joe was adrift, says Brennan. No place to go, really. No way to take care of himself. He couldn't get a decent job, no way to offer any sort of security to a woman. And I think at this stage he felt that he just had nothing to lose, that he might as well dedicate his life to a cause. He felt confident enough in himself that when he made the wrong decisions he couldn't realize it, and he kept putting 100% of himself into trying to create social change. At about this point, in the spring of '73, Brennan, Remiro, Bob Hood, and Rip Miller, who were all Nambits, moved into the attic of an old Oakland house at 3131 Cortlandt Avenue. Remiro would later describe this arrangement as a commune, but the truth of the matter was that it was simply 4 unmarried young men rooming together until each could work out a cooler arrangement with a young woman. Everybody was on some sort of political trip in that house, says Brennan. It wasn't just VVAW or Vence Ramos. It was a house in which all of us had radical politics in common. For Joe, by that time, it 97 was mostly Vence Ramos. For Bob it was VVAW. For Rip it was also Vence Ramos. For me, it was sort of several groups I felt interested in, not just one. Brennan was rooming with Joe for another reason as well. He wanted to observe the makeout master at work with a constant flow of obliging young women who visited Joe in his tight little attic room. Brennan was having trouble getting laid, and he watched Remiro operate with ill-concealed envy. We talked a lot about my own confusion, Brennan recalls, and why I couldn't develop a relationship with a woman and have it last for a period of time. I saw Joe involved with 2 women at once. He had both Linda and Kathy, the 2 were friends and both knew what was going on, and I thought, well, he must have some style of living that is satisfying to women. After a while I tried to pay attention to what was going on and how he did it. I found his apparent openness was another way of controlling them. He manipulated them for his own needs. Brennan asked Joe how it was done. We'd have conversations, with regard to women in the movement that you're attracted to. I'd never made it with movement women, although I was once involved with a girl in the Revolutionary Union. And he said, don't forget that they come out of the same system that you did and that they may be fighting against female chauvinism as much as we might fight male chauvinism and male sexism. And you may end up being manipulated also. So you have to be responsible for your own satisfaction. Which is a radically acceptable way of saying that all is still fair in the battle of the sexes. Brennan continued to watch the attic goings-on with obvious longing. He still wasn't getting any. His relationship with Joe began to deteriorate. After a while I heard some conversations that maybe some of the friendships Joe had were cultivated, and I had misgivings about our relationship, he says. During this period, Joe's ex-wife, Kathy, visited the Cortlandt house a couple of times, probably hoping to win him back, and Brennan had eyes for her. As he now explains it in Acceptable Movementese, I remember thinking a couple of times, I would be interested in having a relationship with her. but Joe felt she was too liberal, too closed. He felt she was too naive, too much a product of the system. 98. Too chauvinized. He felt that if she'd have sex with other men she would be more attractive to him. To me she seemed like a nice person and fairly intelligent, and she could hold a conversation, and she smoked a little dope with him, and she'd probably have been more than willing to grow with him in ways that weren't involved with communism. Brennan recalls that Joe was a regular pot smoker at this stage in his life, 2 or 3 joints a day, but that he was not dropping any acid. The Cleveland, Ohio, ex-Navy man, who had only recently arrived in Pot-Wreath, California, was shocked. He thought that smoking that amount of grass was like being drunk every day. I think smoking so much marijuana does damage to the emotional and intellectual growth, says Brennan, and that frightens me. Brennan says he remonstrated with Joe about his pot addiction, and he got especially upset in summer, 73, when all the heavy Vence Ramos revolutionary leaders were invited over to the Cortlandt house for a big party, and Joe proceeded to stock up on a large supply of extra grass for the event. As Brennan recalls it, I said, "You know, we shouldn't smoke dope. We shouldn't have any dope in the house, 'cause if the police wanted to bust it, this would be fantastic. They would have everybody in the house who purported to be the vanguard leadership of the revolution in the Bay Area. And here they would all be smoking dope." Joe said, "Don't be ridiculous. You're being stupid and silly and blah, blah, blah." Then, just before he moved out in the fall, he said that one of the reasons he was moving was that he wanted to quit smoking marijuana and he felt he couldn't do it around us. Such contradictions were not unusual in Joe's life. His attitude toward VVAW had completely flip-flopped between September of 72, when he helped to found a new chapter, and the following March, when he effectively dropped out of it. At issue was Joe's feeling that VVAWWSO should become more of a general membership radical organization concerned with a lot more than veterans' benefits and the war in Asia. He felt that VVAW should be deeply involved in many of the same issues that Vence Ramos was then taking on: disarming of the police, the prison movement, the building of international socialism. Ironically enough, shortly after Remiro left, the organization moved more in the directions he had been urging. As a recent editorial in the Winter Soldier newspaper states, "While vets clearly have particular needs and demands, we cannot allow the fight to obtain them to be carried out in isolation from the fight." 99. To solve the many problems facing the whole country. The statement urges VVAWWSO members to fight imperialism, which it calls the root cause of veterans' problems. It notes that worrying about vets-only issues like medical care, jobs, education, and housing would be putting a band-aid on a cancerous sore. As Bob Hood recalls Remiro's parting, "All these people were saying, 'We only want to do veterans' problems,' and Joe was a combat veteran and he was given leadership and he was saying, 'No. We want to work on third world struggles. We want to work on this and that and the other, yada, yada, yada.' And people didn't want to follow his leadership and he thought they were being two-faced and liberal. Joe just doesn't have the patience to work with that kind of people right along. He'll go as far as he can with words and then he'll get hot and he'll blow up. He's into action more than words." A bitter Remiro said later that "I don't consider VVAW or any so-called veterans organization you read about in the media valid. Most of the VVAW guys had been clerks in NAM, rear echelon jockeys. I don't consider that representative of Viet vets. As a matter of fact, over 65% of the combat vets in NAM were non-white, and these are the guys the system had better watch out for. But these guys just didn't join VVAW. The Oakland chapter was 99% white. I was one of the 2 combat veterans in a chapter of over 25. And I've got these people who've never been in the service telling me they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that, they want to do things veterans want to do. Well, motherfuck that, man. Well, if I'm not a veteran, I'm leaving. I decided the best thing for both was for me to leave and they could go on with their liberal GI benefits thing and I could get off into what I wanted to get into. 100. The people will never come to us and say, let's fight. There have never been any spontaneous revolutions. They were all staged, manufactured, by people who went to the head of the masses and directed them. George Jackson, In Blood in My Eye. T. He leading edge of the fight for social change in America in the 60s was open confrontation in the streets, first through peaceful protest within the law and then through nonviolent civil disobedience to call attention to the law's injustice. In 1968-70, the movement was still in the open, but nonviolence had given way to hit-and-run street fighting and trashing. It was a mostly one-sided battle of angry desperation, and the rebels paid a heavy price in arrests and casualties in those violent days after the Martin Luther King assassination and the Chicago Conspiracy of '68, the Days of Rage and People's Park in '69, the Kent State Massacre of '70, and the unprecedented Washington May Day mop-up of 1971. I saw the streets filled with blood, wrote a bitterly battered participant, all of it ours. By the end of '69, right-wing Republicans had taken full control in both California and the nation. In Washington, the policy became unrelenting law and order. Arrest them first and find out what they're protesting about later. In Sacramento, Ronald Reagan had promised to demolish the Berkeley left if it takes a bloodbath, and he proved to be dead serious. Movement veterans who had not retreated into anonymous paranoia by the end of Nixon's first term in '72 were understandably morose about their casualties. They no longer wanted to take it to the streets. After Chicago's finest had mopped up the Haymarket with the bodies. 101. Of the Weathermen in '69, that group went underground and began a long campaign of bombings directed primarily at property rather than human life. The Weather Underground went right to the seat of the political problem in America. Almost all of their bombs were planted in public toilets, in the Pentagon, the Capitol building, the Marin Courthouse, dozens of other government facilities. In Berkeley, the new heroes of the hour were not only these very selective bombers but such out-front total revolutionaries from abroad as the Tupamaros of Uruguay, Brazil's October 8 movement, the IRA in Northern Ireland, and the Black Septemberists in Palestine. The new textbooks of the Berkeley left were Che Guevara's Guerrilla Warfare, 150 Questions for the Urban Guerrilla, by General Alberto Bayo, who had first trained Fidel Castro, and the Mini Manual of the Urban Guerrilla, by Carlos Mariela. Not even the Black Panthers seemed radical enough anymore and quickly lost popularity. The Panthers were accused of going establishment after they toned down their armed self-defense program and prepared to campaign as Democrats in the Oakland City election of 1973. Panther chief Huey Newton had rented a luxurious $650 a month apartment overlooking Lake Merritt and hired a personal bodyguard. As the Berkeley left moved toward armed uprising, Che's battle cry of Vence Ramos "We shall win" became the new rallying point. It became the name of the Bay Area's most extreme revolutionary group of the 71-73 period. It was to Vence Ramos that Joe Remiro gravitated as he lost all faith in peaceful social change. Vence Ramos preached a great deal of what SLA later practiced. Whether or not Vence Ramos members acted out their frequent contention that only armed uprising could bring an end to all they hated in America would prove a sticky legal question that is still being debated. But there is no doubt that Joe Remiro, Theroux Wheeler, Angela Atwood, and Bill and Emily Harris were full-fledged Vence Ramos members and that Russ Little, Willie Wolfe, and Ms. Moonsolty Seek were on the periphery of the group's activities. A lot of Remiro's belief that urban guerrilla warfare is the only acceptable alternative to open protest and confrontation was firmed up while he worked with Vence Ramos, and this kind of thinking is for logical outgrowth of the organization's public position and an even clearer extension of the secret activities with which many members were charged and of which at least 6 were convicted. The new tactics boiled down to a policy of hit-and-run attack. Both 102 on persons and on property by small armed groups where the establishment least expected it. This would lead, they felt, to a period of savage repression, which, in the end, would polarize the masses and bring millions to the cause of revolution. As Remiro explains this kind of thinking, he and his friends had decided by 1973 that pacifism, protest, and confrontation in the streets are finished history. It's a dead end. Everything those peace marches accomplished has been taken back. As far as taking it violently to the streets is concerned, you don't want a bunch of people who are going to riot. They just get murdered. What do you do with riots? You just meet the military army head on. They know exactly where you are and they can pick the time and the place, man, when to sock you. You don't fight the bourgeois military on their own terms. You don't dig trenches if the enemy is all up on trench warfare, you know. /O you don't have a riot if the enemy is ready to deal with any size riot at any time. A lot of innocent people got killed in those riots in the 60s and I pray people don't go out and riot anymore, man. I pray that they use their heads and lay back and study guerrilla warfare. Guerrillas pick their own time and place to strike and even the government admits they have no defense against it. The history and politics of Vence Ramos are, of course, considerably more complex than a philosophy of hit-and-run warfare. The fact that this little understood offshoot of an offshoot of Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, was able to exist above ground from January, 71, until mid-73 is a clear indication that its organizer, Stanford English professor Bruce Franklin, was more than hip to the political realities of the period. Vence Ramos was careful to cloak its clandestine operations beneath a mantle of legal public activity, working to defend and politically educate prisoners, operating a people's medical center and a drug clinic, setting up a defense committee for an active-duty GI war protester, staging anti-war demonstrations that had a tendency to get extremely violent, even running a perfectly legal newspaper. It was necessary to publicly and legally bring together a membership that might later be won over to clandestine armed struggle. As Franklin himself put it, it was impossible to build a base without taking direct action, and no direct action was effective without building a base. It was equally impossible to serve the people effectively without raising the level of the struggle. 103. Vence Ramos stood up strongly for Third World causes, and it boasted it had a majority of Third World leadership on its Central Committee. It was, in fact, the only white student-originated radical group to deliberately follow such a policy, despite the fact that its membership majority remained predominantly white. Vence Ramos grew directly out of the student left. It developed out of a schism in the Bay Area branch of the Revolutionary Union, which was one of the two halves of SDS that emerged after a 1969 convention in Chicago. The other faction was Weatherman. The publicly stated program of Vence Ramos made it appear the most radical above-ground organization of the period. It proclaimed the need for a socialist revolution and a dictatorship of the proletariat. Its five-plank platform, echoing that of the Black Panthers in many particulars, demanded armed self-defense, community control of police. By which they also meant a disarmed police force and an armed citizenry, creation of a People's Liberation Army, and the right of racial and ethnic minorities to set up their own nations after the revolution if they so chose. S.L.A.'s Constitution incorporated much of this. And, like the SLA philosophy, Vence Ramos was extremely strong on women's rights, demanding night and day child care centers, free abortion and birth control, total job equality, and true sexual freedom. Vence Ramos was deliberately vague about what was meant by armed struggle. It obviously did not mean taking on the man with a peas hooter, and it went well beyond the strictly defensive Black Panther concept that you've got a right to own a piece to defend your own home should it be invaded by police. Vence Ramos people did not put it in writing, but they talked a lot about going on the offensive through urban guerrilla warfare. In private, that is. For Franklin and his well-educated colleagues knew the law, and they knew that to have announced a time and place for armed revolution would surely have gotten them busted. So, in public, Vince Ramos was most ambiguous about just how and when the revolution would begin. It was their private activities that got them into trouble and led to the group's demise in mid-1973. It's hard to pin down exactly what they did do and what they are still doing, for once you enter into this territory, just who stuck what gun in whose face, who made and planted what bombs, how prison guards were killed to aid in the escape of prisoners, the planning of 104 assassinations and kidnappings. You'd better watch your step. This NT no Sunday school picnic, Buster. You screw up here, and next thing you know you're busted or dead or both. Needless to say, only the people who actually got their hands bloody can tell you the full story of just how violent Vince Ramos actually became and just how much of a direct outgrowth the SLA was of the earlier group. Some of them are dead, and the rest ain't talkin'. But we have some intriguing clues. The most extensive information on the Vince Ramos underground comes from one of its members, a double-dealing prisoner named Ronald Beatty, who is now being held in super tight custody to save him from the usual fate of snitches in the prison system. It was Beatty who almost single-handedly dug the Vince Ramos grave when he appeared as a voluble state's witness against several organization leaders who had helped him escape from Chino prison guards on October 6, 1972. One of the guards was brutally murdered. The conviction in late 73 and early 74 of half a dozen radicals who had stuck their necks out to try and hide Beatty led to Vince Ramos calling it a day as an above-ground organization. Many California politicians and law enforcement people claim that segments of the group just went underground and are now raising hell all across the landscape under new names. It was apparent in the last few months of its legal existence that Franklin and the Central Committee were rapidly losing control of outlying Vince Ramos collectives. Their restructuring into independent urban guerrilla bands could well have taken place without any cohesive plan. Some charge that SLA is no more than a continuation of one of the Vince Ramos collectives. In any case, it is Beatty's testimony during the Chino escape case and at a March 74 session of the California State Senate Subcommittee on Civil Disorder that provides a quick look into the violent side of Vince Ramos. Since Beatty is a proven fink, it would be wise to weigh his words carefully before believing him. Nevertheless, what he said in the official hearing is on the record. Beatty claims that Vince Ramos operated publicly with an open membership but carried on its clandestine activities with a closed membership. The open membership is for, say, the Stanford chapter, he says. They recruit any students that are willing to listen or participate in nonviolent activities like protests or sit-ins or something. And an open 1051 member can come and go freely. They never learn or obtain any knowledge of a type that would be damaging to the organization itself. This is the way you eventually move up the ladder, by the way. If you start as an open member, and through your participation in activities and your dedication to study, you may eventually participate in a little bombing and you may participate in a burglary for them, the performance they are looking for in addition to dedication. Those who proved themselves out, claims Beatty, became part of the closed membership, but few knew many details of the covert operations. Everything was done on a need-to-know basis. Just as an example of my own escape, he says, there were 6 members involved. No one of that 6 knew what the other's job was. If they got caught, they couldn't tell. Only I and Gene Hobson, who is the Central Committee member on the team, actually knew the plan. Thanks to Beatty's testimony, Ms. Hobson, 45, was convicted of murdering the guard in the Chino escape. She was captured in December of 72 while driving the escaped Beatty across the Bay Bridge. Beatty claims that Vince Ramos was putting most of its money and energy into working with California prisoners in the hope of helping a number of them escape so they could form an underground organization to bring all-out revolution to America within 1 to 3 years. He says the plan called for him to set up an underground, illegal arm of Vince Ramos. he would set up a training camp where we could train small teams of volunteers from the Vence Ramos organization and from escaped prisoners that we assisted. We had planned on stopping CDC buses, prison buses, en route, commandeering them with weapons, freeing specific prisoners that we knew were being transferred and attempting to recruit others on the spot with reward of their freedom there. We would have a training camp where we would take these people and train them in illegal activities, sabotage, assassination, kidnap, robbery. And we were preparing at the time I was out, we were actually preparing then a manual of what we had done. We had solicited each member of Vence Ramos if they had any special knowledge, like making bombs. If he was a good explosives man, he was to summarize his knowledge in a workable manner. Criminal elements, like myself, hot wire cars and things of this nature, burglar alarms, how to get around them. We were summarizing as much in 1106. Formation for use in illegal activities as we could, and each member of these teams would be trained in every phase of this. Our plans were set up so that each 60 to 90 days we would have approximately a 10-man team fully trained. And this squad would be trained for a specific mission, for example, kidnap. We would be trained for that one purpose, kidnapping. In that training we would have several other crimes involved. We would, maybe, have to kill a police officer as final initiation rites, or we may have to commit a large burglary or robbery to finance ourselves. But our ultimate mission was the kidnap. Once we had completed this, then this 10-man squad disintegrated and went into 5 2-man teams, and they went into 5 different parts of the country, 5 major cities. They created the whole evolution over again. They liberated from the town they were assigned to or recruited another 10 people, set them up, trained them for a period of 60 days, taught them everything that they had been taught, again for a specific goal in that town, kidnap or assassination or sabotage or a major robbery. You can see how fast we intended that to multiply. With 10 teams or 5 teams breaking out of each one every 60 days, at the end of the year you have quite a number of cells established. Testimony by both BD and an undercover Red Squad cop concluded that, although Vence Ramos had officially disbanded by August of '73, the month SLA issued its declaration of war. In actuality, they simply split up and went underground in small groups, with its members beginning new activities that were an extension of what they had been doing before. BD testified that the only difference between SLA and Vence Ramos was the change of name. Their actions, he said, are precisely out of the manual that we wrote. They are just 6 months behind schedule. Whether or not Vence Ramos flowed that directly into SLA is questionable. Joe claims that he made up his mind late in the spring of '73 that Vence Ramos did not suit him. Their political line was real nice, but, in practice, it came out as racist, opportunist, and elite, and every time they got a third world person they threw him into leadership and said, "Look, we have third world leadership." It became evident to me that I had no say in what was going on and nobody I knew had any say. It was just a few people dictating to the rest. Vence Ramos was an experience I had to go through to learn. The experience was good, and the best experiences are the ones you get fucked in, because those are the ones you learn most from. 107. It was the issue of token leadership by blacks and Chicanos that seemed to upset Remiro most. He would later duck the issue of whether Donald DeFreeze, the only black clearly active in SLA for a period of time, was also, in the Vence Ramos tradition, a token general field marshal. Black women wouldn't join Vence Ramos, he says, because they saw that all the group was doing was grabbing black dudes, giving them a white old lady, and putting them in leadership. They saw it as a threat, and it was. It was bullshit. It was a rip-off. They ripped off aggressive non-white people, put them in a white organization, took them away from their own community, the people they should have been leading. Whether or not Remiro really means all that he says about Vence Ramos is another matter. SLA members tried hard to take the heat off old comrades by cutting them off in late '73. Whatever the truth of the matter may finally be about S.L.A.'s growth out of the earlier radical group, it is clear that Rimiro's activities in Maoist Vence Ramos put him in touch with the two main issues that created SLA: armed struggle and the prison movement. And Vence Ramos' contacts put Joe in touch with Ms. Moonsolti-Seek, Camilla Hall, Thero Wheeler, and Donald DeFries, all known SLA members. It is impossible at this point to piece together all the intimate details of how this core group of at least 11 people created SLA. It is apparent that there were originally more members and a backup circle of sympathetic friends. But secrecy became an obsession with the new group, so much so that FBI and local police admitted that all the usual informers and plants were totally useless. Reporters for underground publications also found that their normal sources in the traditional Berkeley left had gone dry. There was a great deal of rumor, conjecture, and theory in the air, but damned little fact. As Remiro explains S.L.A.'s need for extraordinarily tight security arrangements. If you look historically at the way things happen in this country, anyone who tries to organize any kind of militant organization is framed and infiltrated from the first. But SLA was not infiltrated. All those stullies and all their fucking political organizations didn't know jack shit about the SLA. All those underground informers, agents, and shit, are impotent against groups like S.L.A. Russell Little puts it even more succinctly. There was no contact with all those pseudo-left groups. Who's going to run to Vence Ramos when they got snitches all through the OR? 108. Ganization. Half of the people in prison have been sold out by political leadership like that. Informed observers who have watched massive government infiltration of the extreme left in America since the early 50s, when one former FBI agent revealed that at least half the membership of the Communist Party was made up of informers, would not readily argue with such assumptions. Nixon's secret plumbers unit was equally obsessed with spying on the new left. So the story of what Remiro went through during that crucial period from about March, 73, when he dropped out of active participation in VVAW, his last above-ground involvement, and his arrest on January 10, 1974, must be pieced together from what he says and implies, from what Russell Little has been willing to say, from the clues provided by one or two of Remiro's friends, like Bill Brennan and Bob Hood, and from what the prosecution has leaked out about their case to newspapers and through reading the transcript of the Alameda grand jury proceedings in which Remiro and Little were indicted for murder. It is not an altogether satisfying way to cover this fascinating period of revolutionary activity. But, in the end, all of the pieces of the puzzle seem to fall together. As Remiro pulled away from VVAW and decided it was time to turn all that talk about armed struggle into practice, two major events occurred that were to shape the course of his history. On February 28, 1973, more than 400 militant Indians took over the hamlet of Wounded Knee, South Dakota. They would hold it for 70 days, until May 8. Joe would be there for the last 10 days of battle. On March 5, 1973, an inmate named DeFries would escape from Soledad and come to Berkeley to hide out. He would soon be working closely with Remiro. Through that spring, Joe kept busy on a number of fronts. He was still living in the Oakland attic on Cortlandt Avenue, but he also had mail delivered to a nearby little cottage, at 4414 Bond Street as he prepared to move over there. Late in January, he enrolled at North Peralta College to take a course in auto mechanics so that he might finally learn a skill that could lead to a regular job. Willie Wolf went to school there too that semester. Russ Little enrolled that spring at the College of Alameda, another campus of the Peralta Junior College District. Joe was heavily into Marxist study groups, along with other MEM. 109 Bears of the Venceramos VVAW Circle, and he had begun to teach his comrades how to use, dismantle, and maintain such weapons as the ML carbine, revolvers, automatic pistols, and shotguns. He frequently went out to the Shabu rifle range in the Oakland Hills that spring and summer with SLA members Little, Wolf, the Harrises, Nancy Ling Perry, Camilla Hall, Angela Atwood, and Ms. Moon Solti Seek. Bill Brennan is one of the few friends who went through this period with Joe and is now willing to talk about it. Joe was as dedicated and intense as ever, says Brennan. He had a lot of energy that spring, a lot of discipline. He talked a lot of politics. We used to talk a lot about what racism is and what its manifestations are. We talked about the economic basis of racism and how economics control politics. I attended a lot of the study groups and met Willie Wolf and Bill and Emily Harris there. We talked a lot about Marx, Lenin, the national question, Mao, and George Jackson. I was into reading philosophical essays a lot then. As many as 20 to 30 other Berkeley radicals were invited to attend these study groups. Apparently they were used as the first level of screening to check out and recruit people for SLA. Brennan did not make the grade. I met Russ Little and Angela Atwood when they came around the house, Brennan continues. None of them seemed particularly crazy to me. They seemed calm and gentle and loving and deeply committed to the idea that the current American economic and political conditions are intolerable. Late in April, Remiro decided to join in the Battle of Wounded Knee. He had by now completely reversed the John Wayne shoot 'em up ethics of his youth and wanted to join the Indians in wiping out pale faces. The fight had been going on for more than 6 weeks, and it had become one of the great causes célèbres of the Berkeley left. It was almost all that Remiro and his Vencer CMO study groups talked about, and Joe decided, in typical actions speak louder than words fashion, that it was time to go out and do something about helping the Indians. He hopped into a truck, along with one of his VVAW buddies, and drove off to South Dakota to enter into his first armed engagement since the Tet Offensive of January, 1968, in Vietnam. The confrontation had originated when members of the American Indian Movement, AIM, had deliberately taken over the site of the last major massacre of an Indian tribe by the U.S. Army, April 29, 1890. 110. AIM leaders claimed that provisions of the original Treaty of 1868 between the United States and the Sioux Nation had been broken, and they were especially angry about the way the Oglala tribe, who lived in the Wounded Knee area, had been treated. On February 22, 1973, they declared that the Sioux were once again an independent nation, at war with the United States. After 6 weeks of battle, trained soldiers were badly needed, and Joe was immediately welcomed when he came in with arms and ammunition. I was at Wounded Knee just a little more than a week, he recalls. I was inside the boundaries of the Wounded Knee perimeter. I went there to find out whether the Indians wanted anything to do with outside agitators, and they sure did. It was my job to run from bunker to bunker during the firefights, bringing in ammunition for them. I hate nothing but respect for the Oglala Sioux Indians, man. Those Oglala Sioux are hell. Shit, one of their women, she turned an armored personnel carrier around with a .22 rifle. The people inside Wounded Knee were eating oatmeal and living in holes in the ground and in bunkers. But their leadership was a bunch of bullshit. While the people in Wounded Knee were nearly starving and freezing to death, Dennis Banks was living in a fortified house and eating eggs, and Russell Means was in California saying they were going to fight to the death. Their leadership was a bunch of shit. Joe says that the real fighters came in armed with everything from M1 SIXs to a small automatic cannon, and that he gladly fought beside them. But such true soldiers were few and far between, and Remiro was pleased when he found he was needed and accepted by the Indians. A few good guns would have gone a long way, man, he says a bit wistfully. There those Indians are, out in the trenches at night with these old rifles and shotguns blazing away and hitting nothing. Remiro was standing watch when the second fatality of Wounded Knee occurred, and he had to sneak through the federal lines to go report it to Dennis Banks, whom he found shacked up in this little house in town with his old lady, and they're eating meat and good food, while back at Wounded Knee the real fighters are getting some kind of a stew that's 95% oatmeal. Remiro stuck it out until the night of May 5, when word came that an agreement was about to be signed. The real fighters split, man, he recalls, and they took their guns with them. They weren't about to stick around and get busted. All the feds found was one old guy with one handgun when they came in the next day, and that belonged to one of the people who lived in the place. And it was there before the occupation. Bill Brennan recalls that Remiro limped home from Wounded Knee on crutches in mid-May. He said he slipped and fell down an embankment when he was escaping that last night, says Brennan. Joe was very open about what happened to him up there as always, Brennan continues. He told us about the sniping between the Indians and the Marshals and about this ritual he went through with the Indians in something like a sauna bath, and when it was over he was sunburned from the heat of it. He said he had a sort of spiritual experience with a medicine man up there. But with all his Marxist training he was very dubious about what he saw and felt. Remiro had cut classes from North Peralta College to make the Wounded Knee scene, and Brennan says he had to take a special test to get through his auto mechanics course. Joe passed but did not enroll in college again. By early June, Joe spends less and less time at home in the Cortlandt house. The political study sessions, gun classes, and range practice continue. Brennan feels that something dangerous is building up, but he cannot put his finger on exactly what it is. In early summer, Joe is still going with Cynthia Garvey. Vince Ramos is in deep trouble and is facing prosecution in the Chino escape case. Brennan says that Joe tells Cynthia a couple of times that he is quitting Vince Ramos, but he does not seem to actually do it. He is getting very intense about guns. Brennan remembers his purchase that summer of an automatic pistol. On July 17, 73, Remiro purchases a German Walther .380 at Traders Sporting Goods in Oakland. He pays $149.95 for it and picks it up on July 24. He bought this .380 with a 6.5-inch barrel, says Brennan, and he had it for a while, and then he was making all these movements in this room saying, "Wow. This gun's not concealable enough, but it feels good." So he went back and got another one and he said, "Yeah, this is concealable. You know, you can hold this in your hand and no one can see it, you know." And he was sighting it around the room and so on. 112. Joe bought the second Walther .380 on September 25, 73, at Zeigel's Guns in Oakland. He paid $169 for it and picked it up on September 29. Along with the pistol, he purchased 100 rounds of superpowered, hollow-point bullets. They were too strong and expensive for target practice, says the man who sold all of this to him. Brennan becomes nervous as Joe gets more and more silent. That summer, an Oakland police helicopter had crashed while on patrol and a group calling itself the August 7th Movement took credit for shooting it down. "I guess I said something against the guys who shot down the copter," says Brennan. "I said that action was really fucked, and he had a really strong physical reaction, like, he moved or his face contorted or something. But he was strangely quiet about it. He didn't say anything, which I thought was funny. And then sometime that fall, I think it was around November, he moved over to Bond Street with Willie the Wolf, which I thought was good. It felt more comfortable with him gone." Brennan says that sometime late that summer Remiro approached him with a plan for stealing a car. He said he'd learned how to steal cars when he was in high school, says Brennan, and that it would be easy. "I think he was seeing how far I'd go. I think he was going to try to recruit me for SLA, and I'm glad now I backed out of it." Remiro was later charged in Alameda County with stealing a '69 Chevrolet van on October 12, 1973, from a Berkeley resident named Donald Sullivan. That's less than a month before Oakland School Superintendent Marcus Foster is shot on the parking lot of his administration building, and about 7 weeks after the SLA has framed its first major document, an August 21, 1973, declaration of war against the United States of America. The declaration is made on the second anniversary of the death of George Jackson in San Quentin prison. By this time there are rumors floating around Berkeley that some sort of superviolent new group is forming, but no one knows any real facts. There's also a rumor that it has grown out of a faction of Ven. Ceremos and a collective called the East Bay Commune, that there has been a split among the members, and that the more violent people have walked off with the weapons and some expensive ammunition-making equipment. There's this other rumor that some black dude who's just escaped from the pen has been going around to militant groups offering himself as a paid assassin, but everybody is freaked by him and 113 suspects he's some kind of an agent. It's all rumor. There are no names or dates or places. No concrete details of any kind. The true histories of the known members of the Symbionese Liberation Army tell the story of this period in a more interesting and reliable way. 114. The musical accompaniment to the Castro Revolution was Chopin, and the spirit of Garibaldi hung over it. It had all the naive hopefulness and humanitarian faith of the 19th century. I.F. Stone, in an introduction to Che Guevara's guerrilla warfare. The composition of the SLA is bewildering, but we can turn to history to learn why such alliances are possible. One think especially of the Russian student movement from the 1860s to the Russian Revolution. S. Hayakawa. T. Hos, who blindly hated the Symbionese Liberation Army, everything it had come out of and everything it stood for, were utterly appalled when a San Francisco commentator referred to them as romantics, unbelievable 19th century revolutionary romantics. The forces of law and order could only see this little band as bloody-minded killers and abductors. They had no time or patience for comparisons or apologisms. And yet there are some very strong similarities between SLA and the fantastic generation of student terrorists and revolutionaries, the populist Narodniki of the 1860s, 70s, and 80s in Russia. Thousands of these young idealists attempted, like SLA, to work for the people. Their methods and their rhetoric are amazingly alike. As Pavel Axelrod put it in 1874, every revolutionary terrorist must decide that he will abandon the university, forswear his privileged condition, his family, and turn his back even upon science and art. All connections linking him with the upper classes must be severed. He must transform his whole inner essence, so as to feel one with the lowest strata of the people. Like the Narodniki, most of the young SLA members came from the university intelligentsia. As Remiro summed it up later. 115. So what were we? 4 cheerleaders, 2 fraternity brothers, a young archaeologist, a philosopher, an artist. We were some bunch of baddies. They came from comfortable, even rich, homes, and they deliberately cast aside their sheltered upbringings to identify themselves with the lowest strata they could find in America, not the now prosperous proletariat, the employed union workers who old-fashioned Marxists will insist are still the only true revolutionary class, but the blacks and Chicanos and Indians, the unemployed and unemployable, the prisoners, the street gypsies and wanderers, the migrant laborers and punk kids. Just kicked out of high school, that great, surging wave of the unwashed whom the Marxists uneasily label lumpenproletariat. Like the Narodniki, who had little understanding of then developing Russian dialectical materialism, but an enormous mystical confidence in their own half-informed vision and in the people, the SLA chose terrorism, assassination, bank robbery, and kidnap to gain the respect and following of this lowest strata and to undermine what they felt was an absolutist government. The Narodniki, in a great wave of naive idealism, went out into the medieval countryside of Russia in 1874 to minister to sick peasants, teach revolution, bring their bodies and their hopeful rhetoric to the people. The suspicious kulaks promptly repaid all of this unsolicited attention by turning them into the Tsar's secret police. SLA was betrayed by the black people of the Los Angeles ghetto in much the same way. A final item of comparison must be guesswork at this stage. The Narodniki, and the SLA, thought in their own time that they were the revolution. But, instead, the Russian terrorists proved to be only its first wave, a futuristic irritant and example which led to true insurrection much later. The personal histories of all but 4 of the 11 young people publicly identified as SLA members tend to confirm this striking parallel. They were young, idealistic, raised in comfortable homes and by middle-class or rich families whom they later renounced, turning toward revolution as the answer with more fervor than reason, hunted down in a wave of savage repression. The exceptions would include the only 2. Lenin's brother, Alexander, belonged to this movement and was executed for planning an attempt on the life of Tsar Alexander III in 1887. The event had an overwhelming effect upon one of the men who would finally direct Russia's first successful revolution a full 30 years later. 116. Real members of an oppressed race, the 2 blacks Donald DeFreeze and Theodore Wheeler. And then there were Joe Remiro, who may have been raised carrot white but who actually did come from a working class, partly Chicano family, and Russell Little, who is part Indian and also claims a working class background. If you take Patricia Hearst's conversion to the SLA completely seriously, she also sounds like a Latirda Narodnik. Remiro had become deeply involved with all the other Symbionese by early summer of '73. Their meeting ground was Oakland, Berkeley. First on the scene was Nancy Ling Perry, 26, one of the prettiest and most energetic, as well as the smallest, at 4'11", 98 pounds, of the group. An intense, totally committed social reformer, Nancy, who was named Faiza, one who is victorious by the SLA, began life at the other end of the political spectrum. She was raised in Santa Rosa, California, about 80 miles north of San Francisco. It is the seat of Sonoma County, a rather quiet, politically somnambulant agricultural area. Her father was Hal C. Ling, an ultra-conservative and well-to-do furniture store owner who thought he had conditioned his daughter well when she became a cheerleader in junior high and spent part of her high school senior year campaigning for her father's favorite politician, Barry Goldwater. It is said that Nancy became fond of Goldwater's famous maxim, "Extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice." The recollections of her parents, who later disowned her, are mostly clichés. Though we gave her everything, and she had every opportunity a kid could want, kind of stuff. Her father says that she was deep rather than frivolous in high school, where she maintained a straight A average and became class secretary. But perhaps he sensed her growing rebellion, for he packed her off in '65 to Richard Nixon's ultra-conservative alma mater, Whittier College in Southern California. The place irritated and bored Nancy Ling, and she demanded the chance to study in a more stimulating atmosphere. By fall of '66 she was registered at the Berkeley campus of the University of California. At first her parents talked her into living in a university residence hall, but Nancy soon slipped out to settle in the swarming South Campus community, and from then on her life melted into that of the radical Berkeley scene. She graduated in '71 with a bachelor's degree in English literature. She re-registered as a chemistry major, hoping eventually to study medicine. She never got the chance. 117. More than any of the other white SLA members, Faiza gave herself completely over to 2 of the great causes of the Berkeley Revolution: integration of blacks and prison reform. Nancy soon learned to think and act and talk black. In 1967, at the age of 19, she completely flipped out her parents by marrying a talented black composer, pianist, and harpsichordist, Gilbert Perry, who was also a UC student at the time. Their stormy marriage, it was a love-hate kind of thing, lasted legally until her death 7 years later, but she was separated from Gilbert in February '73, and never went back. Nancy was probably the first member of SLA to think seriously about the prison problem. Her first activities, writing to and visiting prisoners, began in 1966. Life as the wife of a struggling young musician was a rough one from the beginning, and Nancy had to work. She dealt a watered-down form of blackjack, mostly topless, in a slimy North Beach tourist dive, turned a few tricks now and then, dealt dope, did a lot of shoplifting, and liked living in San Francisco's Fillmore district because, as she once put it only half-jokingly, it provides quicker access to crime. She lived through the great early days of the Haight-Ashbury and the first, invigorating splurge of good feeling and wild rhetoric in Berkeley. She liked the freedom of the streets, hitchhiking and living in the immediate present. She wanted to be a person who happened just now. Although Nancy was a great one for bunching up her tiny fist and yelling right on at political rallies and during discussions, especially with attractive young men, she never struck her Berkeley friends as a political heavy. Her beliefs, like those of a lot of the South Campus floating population, were a rather amorphous blend of radical rhetoric, astrology, she let the charts guide her life, yoga, and the /ching. She was never a really serious student of Marxism. It was hard if you stayed as stoned as Nancy did after she and her husband split up 12 or 13 joints a day. It was, in fact, that separation which led directly to her recruitment into SLA. After she and Gilbert came apart, Nancy was distracted and despondent. She needed a man. She moved from one cheap flat to another, staying stoned, and dealing the best dope in town and the finest hash oil there was. She went through mercurial shifts of mood. Some weeks she'd look like a beautiful, cocky bitch. On other weeks she'd look like a waif with greasy hair. She told one friend that her separation from Gilbert and her own con 118 flicks had led her into an incredible self-hatred, that sometimes her mind was completely obliterated by her venom toward herself. During this time she worked fairly steadily in the very center of the Berkeley street scene, in a portable little Fruity Rudy juice stand that sat on the sidewalk at the UC campus end of Tella. She met hundreds of people but worked hard and didn't converse much unless she felt someone was political. She had little use for those dissipated old-timers from the 60s. She had trouble working inside the tiny juice stand with the bright orange and green awning. Her employer was Rudy Henderson, a 47-year-old black man with close-cropped, silvery hair who was once a jazz drummer. He now runs 4 Fruity Rudy stands around Berkeley and gives tennis lessons. It took her 6 months before she could get up enough nerve to work in the cart. She had claustrophobia, recalls Rudy. Nancy apparently fell in love with her boss early in her separation from Gilbert. One time she shouted in the street, "Don't you know one love you?" She was trying to rush me into something and I was a cold fish. But I liked her more after she made her move, he says. To prove her love, Nancy tried to get Rudy a hot TV set from some guys who had picked her up hitchhiking. Rudy ended up paying $150 for a box of bricks and wood, and Nancy immediately hitched over to the city to turn tricks so she could pay him back. Rudy accepted the money. She was like a sister to me but she had to learn, says he. Their relationship went no further. Nancy was looking hard for a man and suddenly she found 2. First she went with Joe Remiro and then with a handsome southern friend of his named Russell Little. A romance blossomed, and Nancy began to pull herself into line with Russ's revolutionary lifestyle. She gave up dope and switched to health foods, one friend recalls. She gave away these superlids to her neighbors and she became very concerned with her own body. She wanted to cleanse herself. She didn't feel she was of any use to the revolution all stoned out. In early '73, Nancy became more involved than ever with the prison movement. At one point she contributed $130 out of her weekly $140 salary to needy prisoners. Russ was also deeply into visiting the penitentiaries, and their dual dedication brought them even closer together. She had long been writing to men at Folsom. In the spring and summer of '73, Nancy began to visit Albert Taylor at Vacaville. Taylor is a prison militant and a friend. 119. Of Death Row Jeff, a jailhouse revolutionary of great repute whom Russ Little was visiting at about the same time. The two must have traveled to Vacaville together frequently. Nancy also asked permission to join Russ in a number of meetings of a group called the Black Cultural Association. One of the more militant members of BCA was Donald DeFries, and, in this way, a small group of white Berkeley militants looking for a black leader found their messiah. When SLA hit the headlines early in '74, it was Nancy Ling Perry who became known as the group's propagandist. That English degree was finally of some use to her. She was one of the first S.L.A.ers to be publicly identified, and her rhetorical style was receiving front-page play as early as February 10, '74, when the San Francisco Examiner ran an unedited 3,800-word letter in which she described her intellectual metamorphosis from high school to the present. It was probably the most interesting personal document produced in the whole caper. Nancy wrote that, "I have 3 backgrounds. I have a work background, a love background, and a prison background. My prison background means that I have close ties and feeling with our incarcerated brothers and sisters. What they have taught me is that if people on the outside do not understand the necessity of defending them through force of arms, then it is because these people on the outside do not yet realize that they are in an immediate danger of being thrown into concentration camps themselves, tortured or shot down on the streets for expressing their beliefs. What my love background taught me was a whole lot of what love is all about, and that the greater one's capacity for love is, the greater is one's longing for freedom. What my work background taught me is that one of the things that every revolutionary does is to fight to get back the fruits of her or his own labor and the control of his or her own tiny. When I was in high school in 1963-64, I witnessed the first military coup against we, the people of this country. I saw us passively sit by our T.Vs and unconsciously watch as the military-armed corporate state took over the existing government, and blatantly destroyed the Constitution that some of us still believed in. I listened to the people around me deny that a military coup had taken place and claim that such a thing could not happen here. The people that I grew up around were so politically naive that their conceptions of a military coup only recognized those that have occurred in South America and African countries where the military and ruling class took over the government by 120. An open force of arms. But the method of taking over the government was different here. Here the coup was simply accomplished by assassinating the then President John Kennedy, and then assassinating any further opposition to the dictator who was to take power. That dictator is the current President Richard Nixon. In 1964 I witnessed these and other somewhat hidden beginnings of the military/corporate state that we now live in. And I heard my teachers and the government-controlled media spread lies about what had happened. I saw the civil rights protests, the killings and bombings of my black brothers and sisters, and the conditioned reactions of the extreme racism in my school and home. When I questioned my teachers about how these occurrences related to the meanings of democracy and freedom that we were told existed to protect us all, the answer I got was that we were better off not knowing the truth about what was happening. I told my teachers and my family and friends that I felt we were all being used as pawns and puppets, and that those who had taken over the government were trying to keep us asleep and in a political stupor. I asked my teachers to tell me what happened in Nazi Germany, I asked them to tell me the meaning of fascism, I asked them to tell me the meaning of genocide, and then when I began to hear about a war in Vietnam, I asked them to tell me the meaning of imperialism. The answer to all my questions then was either silence or a reply filled with confusion and lies, and a racist pride and attitude that, well, after all, it was all for us. If this statement is true, Nancy Ling had ceased to be an obedient and conservative daughter long before her parents became aware of it. By the time she died, on May 17, 1974, she had become, in the eyes of Patricia Hearst, a beautiful sister who didn't talk much but who was the teacher of many by her righteous example. She, more than any other, had come to understand and conquer the putrid disease of bourgeois mentality. She proved often that she was unwilling to compromise with the enemy. Faiza taught me the perils of hesitation, to shoot first and make sure the pig is dead before splitting. She was wise and bad. Nancy Ling had been at UC almost 2 years when the next future SLA member hit the scene. In the fall of '68, when she arrived at the university with a scholarship to study sociology, French, English, and Spanish, she was known as Patricia Soltysik. But within 3 years, she had dropped out of school to become a radical lesbian feminist and was living with Camilla Hall, who gave her a poetic new moniker Ms. Moon. She decided in '71 to legally change her name to Ms. Moonboel so that her life might 121 become even more like the love poems Camilla was writing to her each day. In the SLA she became Zoya, and Patricia Hearst remembers her as a female gorilla, perfect love and perfect hate reflected in stone-cold eyes. She moved viciously and with caution, understanding the peril of the smallest mistake. She taught me, keep your ass down and be bad. Zoya died on her 24th birthday. All accounts agree that Patricia Mizmoon Zoya was, indeed, the baddest of the SLA women. She was clearly a product of that boiling rage and frustration which, in the early '70s, made the women's movement in Berkeley, and most especially its lesbian contingent, the most unrelenting and intolerant segment of the radical community. But it had not always been so with this brilliant, highly independent daughter of a small-town pharmacist. Patricia was raised in Goleta, a conservative little community of about 3,000, near the University of California's Isla Vista campus and, therefore, a part of the university complex. As she was growing up, Patricia did her best to blend in with these quiet surroundings. She was the third in a family of 7, the eldest among 5 daughters. She remained close to her mother all of her life, although she is said to have feuded with her father after her parents were divorced. In high school, Patricia Soltysik was regarded as a super-straight conservative, an honors student who spent her spare time as president of the Usherette Service Club, working with the farm-oriented 4-H club, and training guide dogs for the blind. She went out for cheerleader but was not chosen. She was obviously evolving a mind and style of her own, but in Goleta she kept things pretty much to herself, dating the local high school heroes and dressing in cashmere sweaters, skirts, nylons, and heels. When she hit the exhilarating atmosphere of Berkeley, Patricia changed rapidly. Her dating habits shifted mostly from boys to girls after a massive misunderstanding with a boyfriend during her junior year. A bit later in the game, though, she showed a strong bisexual proclivity for black men. She entered directly and forcefully into the radical feminist milieu and began work on a major artistic and sociological project, an exhibit of photographs accompanied by interviews with aged San Francisco 122 women in which they described their social roles around the turn of the century. She quit her classes at UC to devote herself full-time to this labor of love. In 1972, she and Camilla Hall separated and Camilla moved over to Francisco Street, at the other end of Berkeley. Ms. Moon's relationship with her mother and her brother, Fred, began to gradually weaken, although they had long boasted they were a close family. Her disapproving brother returned from Peace Corps duty in '72 to find his sister vastly changed. At first she was working on a one-to-one level, he recalls. But then her sense of reality changed. She thought she could help with what she called the masses. She went from liberal to humanitarian to romantic revolutionary. She took a lot of shit and swallowed every word of it, he says. When Fred visited her for the last time, in the spring of '73, Ms. Moon had become a revolutionary ascetic. She was studying her butt off reading revolutionary tracts, no coffee, no cigarettes, just pure revolution. At this stage, Ms. Moon had become a $3.98 an hour janitor at the Berkeley Public Library and was busy championing the hiring of more women in such jobs that had traditionally been for men only. She generally wore black and white striped coveralls or baggy Turkish pants with tons of room in the crotch. Her brother notes acidly that when she wasn't in the library, she was privately writing revolutionary theory. FBI investigators later said that it was in the Berkeley Library that Ms. Moon and DeFries did most of the research and writing needed to put together the main SLA documents. DeFries was, at this stage, living in Ms. Moon's little house, where he had fled after his prison escape. Fred Soltysik, justifiably angry about his sister's final martyrdom, has nothing friendly to say about the politics that delivered her to her executioners. He calls her thinking a melange of women's rights and hash-brown rhetoric. She never discriminated against causes. She did the whole leftist trip, boycotting Gallo, the women's movement, writing and visiting prisoners. It was this last activity that really got Ms. Moon into trouble, for out of her visits in late '72 and early '73 to the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville came Donald DeFries' escape and the eventual formation of SLA 123. But it was not the politics of the prison movement that brought Camilla Hall, Gabby, to her death in Los Angeles at the age of 29. It was her love for Ms. Moon. A newly politicized Patricia Hearst later claimed that Camilla crouched low with her ass to the ground and practiced until her shotgun was an extension of her right and her left arm, an impulse. A tool of survival. She loved to touch people with a strong, not delicate embrace. Gabby taught me the patience and discipline necessary for survival and victory. Candy, as her childhood friends once called her, had come a long way from the days when her closest relationship with a gun was sticking flowers down the barrel of an embarrassed soldier's M16 during a peace demonstration. No one claims that Camilla was a saint. This bespectacled daughter of a Minnesota Lutheran minister who came from a German-Swedish background was full of driving hungers and needs and angers. Friends who knew her well in '73 felt that she had reached a dead end in one style of life, that of a smiling, gentle feminist who hated no one and who survived from '70 on in Berkeley as a parks groundskeeper and a mendicant poet and artist selling her work on weekends in supermarket parking lots. They felt that Camilla, about to face that crucial turning point of a 30th birthday, was either going to have to become a complete rebel or make a number of serious compromises that she was unable to face up to. Camilla Hall was the oldest SLA member next to DeFries, and she was the only veteran of an entire decade of civil rights and anti-war struggle. She was a living reminder that the movement that finally produced SLA had begun with a firm commitment to pacifism, to a philosophy and practice of complete nonviolence and humanism. Candy had been pacifistic in everything she did. She was a lover of gently purring Siamese cats. She always had a house full of well-tended green plants and loved fine music and witty conversation. She was a deft and whimsical poet. She created subtle Thurberesque little paintings, etchings, and caricatures, which sold well for a time around Berkeley. If Candy could go apeshit for armed revolution, thought her troubled friends, then it could happen to any of us. And in the angry and frustrating days of the Nixon '70s, this was a dangerous thought. Camilla Candy Gabby was born in a small, southern Minnesota town, the fourth and last child of the minister and his young wife, who died shortly after the birth. The other three children died before 124. Maturity: Terrence at age 7 of a heart defect, Peter at 8 of a kidney ailment, and Nan at 15 of the same disease. Her father took her with him on missionary duty in South America and Africa, where Camilla learned firsthand about hunger, disease, and dictatorial governments. She returned to attend Gustavus Adolphus College, in St. Peter, Minnesota, where her father was chaplain. She was a bright, highly citative student with a flair for art. She then went to the University of Minnesota, got a BA in Humanities, and went to work for 3 years as a social worker in Duluth and Minneapolis. Friends from this period recall that her happiness came from playing the guitar and singing to neighborhood children. She generally had a kind word for everyone and an almost perpetual smile behind her thick glasses. In the late 60s, Camilla became dedicated to the peace movement and went to Washington to demonstrate. She was later maced while picketing a George Wallace rally. She gave over her spare time to an underground newspaper. By 70, Camilla had decided to publicly embrace a lesbian lifestyle, and she moved to Berkeley, half a continent away from her father, who was not pleased with this development but who never interfered. The early 70s were a time of creativity and some degree of success as Camilla gave poetry readings, held exhibitions of her art, and managed to eke out a living selling her work. But money got tighter and survival as an artist got a lot harder. A schoolmate named Joyce Halverson, whom Camilla used to visit in San Francisco, recalls that she was getting very frustrated. Nothing was going anywhere, really. Her affair with Ms. Moon was a happy one before the temporary breakup of late 72. It produced a great flow of love poems. I will cradle you in my woman hips kiss you with my woman lips, fold you to my heart and sing, sister woman, you are a joy to me, wrote Camilla at the height of the affair. She recorded a moment of contentment this way, strong and warm beside my body tender and gentle next to my soul. Their first breakup led her into a period of need and frustration. She wrote, one will do at the moment, but I know my thirst 111 need many more before I'm through, if old soul see a new coming through the cry who's to say we shouldn't try. There were times of intense loneliness, when she felt completely abandoned. Surely out of 200 million people there must be 125. 1. 2, or even 3 who could love me. Where can they be? She remained a goody-goody liberal in the eyes of many of her more radical Berkeley acquaintances during this period, but in late LL she took a trip to Europe to rethink her situation. She began again to correspond with Ms. Moon, and she vividly imagined their reunion in this love poem, sent from Amsterdam in January of 13. I want to wake you coffee with real cream brew just like you. Like it to go with a croissant or muffin or some homemade sweet. I want to surprise you with it to see you smile up from your pillow as the aroma gently wakes you on a late rainy day. Or laugh when you see me swoosh through your room with a blazing candle chocolate ice cream, and rich strong coffee just like you like it. From Spain she wrote Ms. Moon that she soon would be home. I thought I was free and I was. Free to go but not to stay away so I'm coming back. And I'm glad you are there to sing me home. Camilla got back to Berkeley in February, 13. There was a lot more brewing than coffee at this point, and her love for Ms. Moon would soon take her into a world of gun classes, Maoist study groups, trips to a rifle range, and guerrilla warfare. Like Candy Hall, Willie Wolfe, who was the next future SLA member to hit the Berkeley scene in April of *71, was noted for his gentleness and idealism. At 23, he was to be the youngest of the group's members until Patty Hearst, who turned 20 while in captivity, announced her conversion. Willie, or Cujo, as his guerrilla comrades called him, ended up as SLA treasurer and information officer. He had come to Berkeley to study archaeology and astronomy, but first he went to work in an East Bay factory to get his own tuition money together. This was typical of Willie the Wolf. He always wanted to make it on his own despite the fact that he came from a family that long had been wealthy. His father, Dr. L.S. Wolf, is a successful Emmaus, Pennsylvania, anesthesiologist whose family had been in the habit of sending all of its sons to the better Eastern prep schools and then on to Yale. Willie was the fifth of 6 children. He was raised, for the most part, in the well-to-do little community of Litchfield, Connecticut, where his grandparents had lived. They once gave him a model of the whaling ship Charles W. Morgan, docked at nearby Mystic, Connecticut. Willie never forgot. He used the name as an SLA alias. He was a precocious reader, finishing his first volume of Virginia 126. Wolf at the age of 10 and making finalist in the National Merit Scholarships while at the exclusive M.T. Herman Prep School in M.T. Herman, Massachusetts. His father was more than willing to send him on to Yale, but Willie, already a strong-minded young idealist who had a tendency to take sudden and passionate interest in social causes, wanted to go out and discover the world for himself. His father was a liberal who fleshed out his beliefs by bringing poor black kids into his home, and he understood and approved. First Willie moved to Harlem to room with Michael Carreras, one of the black foster brothers partly raised in the Wolf family. He rapidly got involved in radical politics and began studying Marxist and Maoist thought. He was looking for a life of a little deprivation, comments Carreras. When you've had it easy, maybe you feel guilty because you haven't been able to experience life in the raw. When he was 19, Willie asked his dad for $200 to make a trip to Europe. He hitchhiked and worked his way across the continent and even spent part of the time digging ditches in Greece to make his own way. When he came home, 9 months later, he returned $60 to Dr. Wolf. Berkeley was obviously the next stopping off place for this socially aware kid to bop into, but he made only a brief attempt to take regular classes in the Black Studies department. By the fall of '72, Willie had moved out of a university residence hall and into an Oakland commune. Over the next year, he would live first with Joe Remiro at 4614 Bond Street and then would join Russ Little at the Peking Man House commune at 5939 Shabu Road. The place was full of Maoists, but that's not how it got the name. Those who originally set it up had operated a gypsy food cart called Peking Man at the gates of UC, right next to Nancy Ling Perry's Fruity Rudy cart. Chinese health food snacks had long supported the house. Willie quickly became the most ardent prison movement worker among the future SLA members. He spent an enormous amount of time going to see prisoners at Vacaville, Folsom, and San Quentin, corresponding with them, and visiting their families when the inmates requested it. His intense energy was mainly channeled into the Vacaville Black Cultural Association, whose outside coordinator, Colston Westbrook, first brought Willie on in. Little, the Harrises, and other SLA prospects soon joined him. Death Row Jeff would later claim that it was F-127. Through BCA meetings that he and Willie became the first SLA members. Willie's range of interests were very cerebral and diverse. He was a promising archaeologist who found such good fossils one summer in Wyoming that he lectured to a group of professionals about it. He joined radical demonstrations with a true believer's zeal, but, before SLA, he spoke strongly against violence and the possession of guns. My son, says Dr. Wolf, was a pussycat, a gentle kid who even convinced me to give up my hunting rifles. Although he was not a veteran, Willie joined VVAWWSO, and that's where he met Joe Remiro. His Maoist associations rapidly brought him into Vince Ramos circles. Patricia Hearst, who later fell in love with Willie, remembered him as the gentlest, most beautiful man I've ever known. He taught me the truth as he learned it from the beautiful brothers in California's concentration camps. We loved each other so much, and his love for the people was so deep. Neither Cujo or I had ever loved an individual the way we loved each other. Probably because our relationship wasn't based on bourgeois fucked up values, attitudes, and goals. It's probable that it was SLA Treasurer and Information Officer Cujo, which means unconquerable, who became the main instrument in Patty Hearst's conversion. Angela DeAngelis, translation, Angel of the Angels, Atwood was brought into SLA by the same romantic twist of fate that snared Camilla Hall. She fell in love with someone. In Angela's case it was not another woman but a virile young soldier named Joe Remiro. Angela, General Jelena to her comrades, was 25, quite pretty, and a talented actress, but, like the rest of the SLA gunsels, she proved a rotten shot. Perhaps this should not be too surprising, since absolutely nothing in her history up until the summer of '73 when she met Joe, would indicate that Angel had the least interest in violence. When she hit Berkeley, those somewhat snobbish radicals who set taste and style there immediately typecast her as an all-American college co-ed type. A fellow student in a Marxist study group decided she was politically naive but very concerned about society. She was just a sweet little chick. No, sorry, I can't say chick. That's a sexist word. When Remiro brought her over to his parents' house for thanks. 128. Giving dinner in 73, his mother immediately decided Angela was just a nice Italian girl. She was very pleased that Joe was finally interested in someone from a good, Catholic home, a girl with a healthy interest in raising plants and flowers. Angela was the daughter of a New Jersey Teamster organizer, Lawrence DeAngelis. Her sister remembers her as a good girl, an A-plus girl who had a normal life and a very regular upbringing. Angela later told friends that things were not all that normal. Her mother died when she was 14, and, as the oldest child, she was expected to immediately take her place and become housekeeper, maid, and mother to my sister and brother. Her father, she said, was strict and demanding, and she had to become a child with all the responsibilities of an adult. Nevertheless, Angela was a good student at Manchester Regional High School in North Haledon, New Jersey, from which she graduated in 1966. She was head cheerleader, a member of the Honor Society, and president of the Drama Club. She went to Indiana University in Bloomington to study speech and acting. In 1969, she met a fellow theatrical student, Bill Harris, who had just returned from Marine duty in Vietnam to become an anti-war activist in VVAW. She also met Harris's friend, Gary Atwood, another Indiana U student of literature and political history. The two were soon living together. Angela, whose only political involvement up to that date had been helping her father organize a Teamster strike, had little to say on her own at first, but she listened intently as Harris and Atwood debated Marxist theory, especially the question of whether the gun was the answer. They discussed the Berkeley scene in depth, and both decided to support the Black Panther program of armed self-defense. Angela now began to take a stand of her own on political questions, Gary recalls. She was working as a student teacher at Ben Davis High School in Indianapolis. She discussed with her class the ideas of the Black Panthers and was reprimanded by school authorities. When the Kent State students were killed in May of 70, Angela wore a black armband to class and refused to remove it after an angry debate with the principal. In mid-71, the Harrises moved next door to Angela and Gary, and their political debates got even more intense. Bill was becoming more convinced that only armed struggle and armed propaganda 129 could solve things, and he gave Gary the works of Che Guevara and Regis Debray to read. At the same time, Gary, faced with the possibility of being drafted, declared himself a conscientious objector and opted to do his alternative service as a teacher in the San Francisco area. Angela was by now an ardent feminist, but, nevertheless, she and Gary were married in May of 71. They decided in June to move to Berkeley. So that Gary could teach and also attend college, Angela went to work as a waitress in an enormous plastic restaurant in the basement of the San Francisco headquarters of Bank of America. It's called the Great Electric Underground. The Flarises soon followed them out from Indiana, and the old friendship was picked up. But things had already started to go badly with Angela and Gary. A lot of it had to do with politics. Bill and Emily preached a more violent line than Gary says he was ready for, but Angela bought it entirely. Gary would later declare himself a Trotskyite, totally opposed to petty bourgeois terrorism. Angela began to devote her energies to the United Farm Workers, a choice that must have upset her father, an official of the rival Teamsters, and to a semi-professional Berkeley production of Ibsen's play Heckel-de-Gabler. She was cast as Thea Elvsted, the idealistic young woman who splits up with her husband so that she might follow her own convictions. The play repeated itself in real life as Gary left her to go back and study in Indiana. Angela moved in with the Harrises. I decided to go back to complete some requirements and then come back to Berkeley later, explains Gary. Angela wanted to stay there. I came to Bloomington in August of '73 and never saw my wife. Or the Harrises again. The last I heard from her was an angry phone call in which we debated the question of armed propaganda and Angela hung up on me. At about this point, writer Berna Rock met Angela, and they acted together in the company theater. Berna describes Angela as delicate, small-boned, sensitive face, strong nose, long dark hair, depth and warmth in brown eyes, tiny shoulders, a petite, calm, packed dancer's body, small breasts and strong, solid legs. Berna saw Angela as a giver who denied herself so that her friends might eat, a lover of cats who had 4 of them, named Lilinia, Vazina, Abraxas, and Cheel. 77. As the production of Heedklegabler continued through early '73, Berna became a close friend to Angela and watched her grow politically. Cali as she began to work with Vince Ramos. Berna describes her at this point. There's nothing of Angela the co-ed about you now. Your legs remain unshaven. You think it's fine to gain weight and you don't worry about looking fat. The idea is to please yourself, not to please men. You lose some of your delicacy and begin to look more like a sturdy, earthy Italian peasant woman. Especially when you wrap a bandana around your head and wear your tattered, cut-off blue jean shorts. This is the girl Little dated and Remiro had a 6-month affair with. By the time Patty Hearst met her, the new militancy had taken her over entirely. Said Patty. Jelena was beautiful. Fire and joy. She exploded with the desire to kill the pigs. She wrote poetry, some of it on the walls of Golden Gate fan apartment hideout in San Francisco. She loved the people more than her love for any one person or material comfort, and she never let her mind rest from the strategies that are the blood of revolution. Jelena would have yelled fire power to the people if there wasn't the necessity to whisper the words of revolution. We laughed and cried and struggled together. She taught me how to fight the enemy within through her constant struggle with bourgeois conditioning. The poem Angela left behind in San Francisco shows that hers was a rather schizoid bit of reconditioning. It read, reality/you're hard to find/ we've looked a long time/ a newborn babe could tell/ they bid you farewell/ and stuffed/ ones of jive in your place/ face it comrade/ now's the time/ we're all alive/ eat it, pig/ in our minds/ the bigger the trigger/ the better the target/ the cool/ com-pom/ will smear heavy on the hit/ sucker pay. Malcolm/ we're here to stay. While Angela Atwood learned this sort of violent rhetoric late in the game in Berkeley, the next future SLA soldiers to arrive on the scene, Bill and Emily Harris, who check in late in '72, seemed to be already well indoctrinated. They later became Takeo and Yolanda Dodd. Emily, 27, was the stronger and more radical of the two, and she quickly joined the remnants of the Vince Ramos organization to become a leader of the Oakland Chino Defense Committee, which was working to save what remained of Vince Ramos after the BD fiasco. Bill, 29, was a short, 5'7", former speech and acting major with a master's degree and a good knowledge of journalism. He carried a tremendous load of guilt and political awareness because 131 of a Marine tour of duty in Vietnam. He also possessed a bright and irreverent wit. He busied himself with helping the farm workers and setting up study and self-defense classes in the Harris home at 434 41st Street, in a working-class section of Oakland. Bill and Emily were definitely the aristocrats of the first SLA band. Both came from wealthy and conservative families. Both were professionals with impressive academic backgrounds. They had been into the social swim at the University of Indiana, the former Emily Schwartz as a Chi Omega sorority sister and Bill as a fraternity brother. Emily received an English degree in '69 and went on to teach both French and English in a Bloomington, Indiana, junior high school. Bill originally entered Indiana U in 1963 but left in '65 to serve his Marine Corps hitch. He came back in '67 to get a bachelor's degree in English. In '72 he obtained a master's degree in urban education but apparently used it only briefly to teach in Bloomington. Emily's family was extremely conservative. Her father, Fred Schwartz, would be the only parent to immediately call in the FBI the minute he got wind of what his daughter was doing politically. Schwartz was an engineering consultant and village trustee in the exclusive Illinois suburb of Clarendon Hills. Emily, who was raised there, was long remembered as the smartest kid in the class in her high school, where she earned straight A's. She was active in the school pep club, another cheerleader, and worked with a service organization that helped the poor. Those who remember her from those days as a teacher in Indiana say that Emily was very soft-spoken except when it came to education. Em was really into kids. She had strong beliefs of her own, but not what one would classify as radical. She was really concerned about teaching kids not just facts, but how to make a decision from alternatives. Em was a great one for alerting people to alternatives. She would stay after class and informally rap with the kids about alternatives to our form of government. Em looked upon teaching as a responsibility. A staunchly conservative young man from Southern California who dated Emily Schwartz in the summer of '67, when she was a sorority sister working at the Disneyland Hotel, recalls that the girl he knew had absolutely nothing to say about politics. We partied around at homes or at the beach during the daytime and worked at night at the park, says Tim Casey. He recalls her as a very nice, intelligent, sensitive 132 girl, gentle, witty, and fun. She was slim, fresh, blonde-haired, very alive, and vital. She smiled and laughed a lot. Bill Harris was an Army brat. He was born on January 22, 1945, at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, where his father was then assigned as an officer. His stepfather, Jerry Bennell, is an Air Force lieutenant colonel. Bill's father, Fred, died in 1965. The family still lives in a small mansion in Carmel, Indiana. Harris was an acolyte in St. Christopher's Episcopal Church. He was remembered from high school as the class cut-up who won a local journalism prize and joined the golf team. His political education was very much like that of Joe Remiro, a volunteer who went to Nam with rather conservative opinions but who was so shocked there, especially by the way blacks and other minority soldiers were treated, that he came home strongly against all war and began to preach pacifism. He would not even allow a gun in his house. He adopted a hippie lifestyle for a while and worked on the underground Indiana newspaper Common Sense. He gradually became active in VVAW. Bill and Emily were married in '72 in a fashionable ceremony that ended with an all-night mod dance party featuring a famous rock band. When the Harrises moved to Oakland, they occupied a neat, clean little apartment furnished in good and expensive taste. Their wardrobes were extensive and fashionable. Emily went to work as a typist at the University of California's Research Center, and Bill became a post office truck driver. Between the two of them, they brought in about $1,200 a month. Visitors to their nicely appointed home, including Bill's military stepfather, noticed the Maoist posters in the hall and the revolutionary books on the shelves but put it down as only a passing fancy. They did not see the guns and ammunition neatly stored away out of sight. Emily's father had never visited the California apartment. All it took for him to call in the feds was a letter she sent him early in '74 proclaiming that she had entered a new lifestyle and that I have learned a lot from the people in prison and they, in turn, have learned a lot from me. One person in particular, a beautiful black man, has conveyed to me the torture of being black in this country and of being poor. He has dedicated his life to eliminating the conditions that oppose people's being able to lead satisfying lives and to replace these with conditions that make people truly free. Bill and I have changed our 133 Relationship so that it no longer confines us and I am enjoying ships with other men. I am in love with the black man I referred to earlier and that love is very beautiful and fulfilling. She was, of course, referring to Donald, Sink, DeFries, who, after his escape from Vacaville, provided the focus of energy and aspiration that brought the Harrises into contact with other young radicals on the periphery of Vence Ramos who were also deeply into the prison movement. One of the most active of them was Russell Little, 24, a native of Pensacola, Florida, who came to Berkeley to stay in the summer of '72 and was soon living communally in Peking Man House at 5939 Shabu Road. Little, who would end up being charged as Remiro's accomplice in the Foster murder and the Concord shootout and was obviously Joe's best buddy in the late '73 early '74 period, is a swaggering young graduate in philosophy from the University of Florida. He styles his speech to match that of the oppressed blacks, with whom he identifies, but his scientific and philosophic background shows through. He is obviously a very cerebral kind of person who speaks only after long and careful thought and then attempts to give the impression that what he says is loose and down home. More than any other SLA member, except Sink, Little, Osceola in SLA, was ready to move directly into violent revolution. His transition from redneck Florida youth completely devoid of any pacifist inhibitions or half measures to political activist was abrupt, with no in-between stages. As he tells his own story, "My dad worked at the Pensacola Naval Air Station as a civilian electronics mechanic. We lived in a duplex in a government housing project until I was 8. Then, in the spring of the 3rd grade, in 1958, we moved into a working-class subdivision on the outskirts of town. I lived there until I was almost 19, when I left and went to the University of Florida in Gainesville to start my 2nd year in college. I was able to go then because I got a scholarship and loan because of my grades in high school and my 1 year in Pensacola Junior College. Little was 9th in a class of 600. I was studying math and science, planning to become a major in electrical engineering. I got my first shotgun at age 7. I bought it with money I made cutting grass. My sister and I didn't get allowances. It was a bolt action .410. I went hunting for quail, wild turkeys, squirrels, and sometimes deer, with my dad using a double-barreled 12-gauge 134. Usually. He's part Creek Indian, and we had good times in the woods, going out early before sunrise and getting back late at night. I used to sneak my shotgun out when I was a teenager and go off into the woods, which were only about a mile from our house. I didn't read the newspaper or books or watch much TV. In fact, I wasn't even aware of the civil rights movement. It was consciously suppressed. The blacks in our town didn't dare raise much hell because the crackers would come down on them, guns blazing, and everyone knew it. There was a black shanty town with houses made of cardboard, tin, etc., about half a mile down the road from our house, kind of hid off in the woods. I would see young black kids at the corner store, but we'd just look at each other. It was a colonial situation, apartheid. We didn't know what to say or do, just kind of scared of each other. After I graduated from high school in the spring of '67, it got continually funkier, with more and more ghetto blacks coming into the school, teachers quitting, racial fights, etc. So I went off to the university in the fall of '68 completely ignorant of what was happening in this country and around the world, but thinking I was smart as hell. I mean, after all, I was the first one from either side of the family to make it to college, and I even had a partial scholarship. Shit, man, I was on my way and it wasn't even hard. I just kept on like one had always done, went to classes, played football, baseball, etc., in the afternoons and on weekends. Chased the women around and boozed it up as often as I could afford. My first year at Florida didn't include any real political changes. My second year would have to be called the turning point in my life politically and socially. I took a course in philosophy that fall, 1969, which seemed to drive home some of the contradictions which I had and was experiencing. The course was taught by a young Marxist graduate student with a background very similar to mine. This came at a crucial period. I had finally realized that there were many social problems in this country, such as racism and the unjust war in Vietnam, that I didn't have any real understanding of. I also realized that I was literally standing with one foot inside the door of the good American life. I was getting engaged to a young woman back in Pensacola whose father was a highly paid chemical engineer, and it looked like I was going to finish in electrical engineering and move into a different social class than I had grown up in, one I didn't really care for. Well, I went ahead and got engaged that Christmas, 1969, but it 135 only lasted till March of 70. When I broke off that engagement, one was saying to hell with engineering and the good American life. I realized I was way behind and started out to catch up. Reading about the civil rights movement and Malcolm X, studying Marx, Lenin, Mao. Going to marches, rallies, demonstrations. In the spring getting righteously angry about Kent State and Jackson State. When I went home that summer, a long-haired, pissed-off radical, my parents and friends didn't know what to think. That summer Russ joined 300,000 other kids at the Atlanta Rock Festival, where he got stoned out, freaked out, and very definitely into the spirit of the late 60s youth rebellion. The next school year, 70-71, I was in philosophy. I started studying those dudes right before Marx, Kant, Hegel, Feuerbach, the German idealists. I took an active part in organizing left campus politics. Little's mentor that year had belonged to SDS in West Germany. He told Russ about underground guerrilla fighting and the organization of street gangs. That spring the majority of the Black Student Union was arrested by the racist university president. We rallied, demonstrated, and rioted for a month. Then the people got worried about spring exams and copped out. I and the rest of the campus crazies went direct to Washington for May Day, 1971. We were confrontation-oriented, believing that direct experience with the brutality of the pigs was most responsible for radicalizing people. One was never a true hippie, a peacenik, or pacifist. I was probably a yippie at that period of my life. Little took part in the street fighting that ended with more than 11,000 arrests. He came away with a strong taste for blood. The following summer, Little and his girlfriend, Robin Steiner, hopped into a sweet little yellow Chevy and headed for California. He had been reading the works of Eldridge Cleaver, Huey Newton, and George Jackson, and he wanted to get involved in the radical East Bay scene centered around the prison movement. When George Jackson was killed by prison guards on August 21, 1971, Little was all ready to go out and riot in the streets. But the riots never began, and that, plus the fact that neither he nor Robin could find work, dampened their enthusiasm for Berkeley. They returned to Florida, where Russ finished up his studies and got a degree in philosophy, mostly Marxist philosophy with a little Sartre existentialism thrown in. Okay, he says, we waited. We stayed in Florida until March of 136. 72 and we couldn't stand it any longer, so then we split. We were living like steal this book and it didn't cost us any money. That's how we survived, like that, doing things here and there, crash in with hippies. It's real easy, man. Well, we traveled up and down the beaches a bit in California. And then we ran into some people who were working in the prisons. They had ways of getting in and going twice a week. So we stopped, you know. We'd been traveling around and having a good time, you know. But I'm feeling kind of guilty, you know. Like, I feel I should be doing something really constructive. So we stop there and the people are nice and they're off into Maoist theory and shit and off into the prisons. So I say, cool, you know. Let's do this for a while, you know why. The people Russ ran into who were working with prisoners were the residents of Peking House. Among them were Nancy Ling Perry and Willie the Wolf. There were other friends involved, like Joe Remiro, Angela Atwood, Ms. Moon, and the Harrises. This was Little's entry into the rapidly forming SLA. His next step would be Vacaville State Prison and a meeting with a black convict named DeFries. 137. You do, indeed, know me. You have always known me. I'm that nigger you have hunted and feared night and day. I'm that nigger you ha /e. Killed hundreds of Trinity people in a vain hope of finding. I'm that nigger that is no longer just hunted, robbed, and murdered. I'm that nigger that hunts you now. Field Marshal Sink of the SLA, in a communique, February 21, 1974. He California Medical Facility at Vacaville, as it is misleadingly called by the Department of Corrections officials who run it, is neither a hospital nor a loony bin. It's a kind of way station, an entry and exit point for the 23,000 cons who now inhabit the state's entire complex of 13 penitentiaries, camps, and training facilities which constitute the world's largest and most violent prison system. They evaluate the new cons at Vacaville before assigning them to other maximum, medium or minimum security institutions. Many return later for another evaluation, which will decide whether or not they are ready for parole. Vacaville, translation, Cowtown, is about 50 miles northeast of Berkeley, a rather pleasant hour's drive up Highway 80, across Carquinez Strait, and over rolling farm country to this little community of 8,000 souls, which lies in the abbreviated shadow of Mt. Vaca, 2,870 feet. The prison is just outside the town, and it was here that at least 8 SLA members and friends traveled with some regularity late in 12 and through 73 to attend meetings of a rather extraordinary self-help educational group called the Black Cultural Association, BCA. Like a number of similar programs which sought to get white cons ready for a return to the outside world, BCA was organized in '68 to F-139. Give the black prisoners a sense of pride and hope, as well as to provide tutoring in such down-to-earth matters as English grammar. BCA gatherings were held twice a week, with tutoring at the Wednesday session and cultural meetings on Friday nights, which attracted about 100 prisoners and some 130 outsiders. These sessions opened with a flag ceremony featuring the tricolor banner of the Republic of New Africa and a clenched fist Black Power salute. The evening might continue with a number of speeches, or there might be poetry readings, debates, or plays. Most of this was monitored by prison staff members who got a little nervous late in '72, when many the speeches overflowed with Maoist political rhetoric. The high point of the sessions for most of the outsiders who had driven in from the Bay Area was the social hour of coffee, cake, and conversation following the organized program. It was here, amid the massive static of dozens individual rap sessions, well out of earshot of guards, that the groundwork was laid for SLA leadership by 3 tough black cons, and the first discussions were held leading to the escape of 2 of them and to the eventual assassination of Dr. Marcus Foster. The informal Vacaville BCA sessions provided an ideal entry through the thick walls of the penitentiary system for white East Bay radicals who had come to believe through their work in Vence Ramos that they must liberate the prisons and who had decided after reading the works of Malcolm X, Eldridge Cleaver, George Jackson, and Huey Carrot Newton that the most logical leaders for a new American revolution would be the black graduates of California super pens. Russell Little describes how BCA fitted perfectly into radical plans. So I started going, he says. Most of the people there are just socializing and shit, more like a social club. Just hanging out, you know. They get out of their self and shit, I can dig that. So some real righteous prison revolutionaries come through there every now and then. And so I meet em, you know, and we start studying some of these things, you know. We start studying Debray and Marilla and shit. We start talking about urban guerrilla warfare and shit like that, you know. A lot about what happened with the Panthers, man. All the Panthers talk about now is elections. Well, fuck the elections. That's the way these people feel, you know. Okay, so we went to Vacaville twice a week. Some of these people think we're really gonna turn them on to Mao by going there twice a week for an hour or two and read Mao to 'em. I think the best way we 140 can help these people, and not just them but the entire revolution, is by supporting and working with the revolutionaries who are inside the prison. They're the ones who influence people, you know. So that's where my energies started going. And through the revolutionary people I'd met there, one started working with them, rapping with them on a one-tune basis. As far as the revolutionary people were concerned, the shit that was going on at BCA was going on in illegal little get-togethers and out in the yard and shit. So, little by little, BCA became a front, a ploy for the kind of serious plotting the revolutionaries had in mind. Exactly which eventual members of SLA came in for the meetings remains something of a mystery. Department of Corrections officials admit that identifications of visitors were not too carefully checked and that some SLA members may have used phony ID. It is certain that Willie the Wolf attended BCA frequently. He was the first of the future S.L.A.ERS to be brought in, about March of '72, by outside coordinator Colston Westbrook, who was a UC Berkeley student of black language and culture. Willie probably met Westbrook while taking black studies courses. Willie then brought his friend Russ Little as well as Little's girlfriend, Robin Steiner, into BCA meetings. Nancy Ling Perry applied for permission to attend BCA and finally got in late in '73. Several residents of Peking House, where Russ was living, also came, including David Gunnell, Jean Hua Chan, and Amanda de Normanville. Prison authorities are fairly certain that at least 3 other S.L.A.ERS made it in with switched or phony ID, including Emily and Bill Harris and Ms. Moon Solti Seek. Remiro says he did not go up to Vacaville at all but visited other prisons and corresponded with a number of inmates at this point instead. Little had originally come to California because I knew there were a lot of revolutionaries in the prisons. The moment I got here, I went into the prisons and met a lot of people. The 3 who would have the most profound effect on his future would be Death Row Jeff, Clifford Jefferson, Donald DeFries, whose reborn Swahili name was Sanctum, or Fifth Prophet, and a former Vence Ramos member named Thero Wheeler. All were black. All were in for crimes of violence, and all were self-proclaimed revolutionists who would take leadership roles in SLA. We're not into some kind of big black leadership thing, says Hi. Little rather unconvincingly. But the fact remains that a lot of the leadership did come out of the prisons. It is black. It did come out of the ghettos, and that's because they have practical experience in prisons and riots. It's not because they're black superheroes. It's because they've had experience and we can keep from making mistakes that they've made. Cliff, Sink, and Thero ended up being the heavies. These middle class whites who had not done 30 days in jail between them had been looking so hard for. Their presence provided the exact catalyst needed to transform all the usual Berkeley rhetorical bullshit into action. For to these 3 convicts revolution was no game. They lived with cold black fury amid deep hatred and frustration, and they had already demonstrated that they harbored absolutely no mental reservations about using kidnap and murder to accomplish their goals. The histories of these 3 black men, and an understanding of the explosive situation that's long been building up in California's super pens, can quickly explain how SLA made the big leap from theory into violence. Death Row Jeff was the oldest and most conwise of the 3. He had spent 27 of his 47 years in stir when lit. Wolf, and Perry encountered him at Vacaville in '72. He had served time for burglary, car theft, and second-degree murder. It was the murder rap that last sent him to prison, in 1949. The conviction was from Bakersfield, a violently racist little agricultural town at the southern end of the San Joaquin Valley. In September of '56, Jeff was involved in a knife fight with 3 other Folsom convicts: Frisco Willie, Rink Carter, and Sheik Thompson. Sheik was badly injured and Jeff took the rap. Under a strange old 1901 California prison law, any con found guilty of attacking another prisoner, whether the victim died or not, had to be sentenced to death. Jeff was the first person ever sentenced to die in the gas chamber under this aspect of the law, that is, after the victim had recovered. His case became something of a cause célèbre in the late '50s as Jeff waited out a number of execution dates, stays, and appeals on San Quentin's death row. He became a friend of Carol Chessman, executed in '60, and an enemy of a murderous monster named Stephen Nash, whom he once attacked in the exercise yard. He was finally removed from the row after Governor Goodenight Comont Jefferson's death sentence to life without possibility of parole. In May of '59, Jeff asked to be transferred from the pen to 142. A mental hospital because his life sentence was a living hell and death would be a lot easier. He also was finding life in the pen hazardous, since he'd gotten into so many knife fights that new arrivals wanted to beat him out as the fastest blade in the yard. Although Jeff would later claim that he was the boss of the SLA, outside radicals close to the urban guerrilla group as well as the prison officials to whom Jeff confessed were more than a bit skeptical. Despite his reputation as kind of a grand old man of the prison system, Jeff was politically naive and barely literate. He attended BCA sessions but seemed little interested in Marxist indoctrination. He was more into the party-time aspects of the organization. Jeff does have a good heart and seems sincere in his statements that he wants to be dedicated to the people. A prison spokesman calls Jeff a kind of Dean Emeritus of the California jails. I think that's the way SLA looked up to him. I also think that the reason the outside SLA people related to people like Jeff was so these big old guys would make a place for them and keep CM safe when they finally ended up coming into the prisons themselves as convicts. It was kind of an insurance policy. Jeff had been in prison for so long that he had little idea of who the oppressed people outside STR really were in the '70s. He's thinking about the poor at the time he first came to prison. He remembers the Mexican braceros he saw driving to Folsom through the San Joaquin Valley from Bakersfield more than 20 years ago. I don't think he even knows about the social movements that are now going on. Nevertheless, Death Row Jeff would later tell the Vacaville Screws that he was in charge of SLA, along with his 2 convict friends, Albert Taylor and Raymond Sparks, who would die, supposedly in a hanging suicide, in the fall of '74. Taylor was considered a psycho at Vacaville. He was serving a life sentence for a 1970 murder in San Luis Obispo County. Sparks, 40, had been convicted in '70 of murdering 2 San Franciscans after convictions of burglary, assault, and rape. Jeff still felt he was the boss of SLA as late as November '73, when Marcus Foster was killed, says the official prison source. He claims that a vote was taken on killing Foster and that he abstained. But after that there doesn't seem to be much to indicate he was consulted about anything. It's fairly apparent that Jeff and DeFries didn't like each other, and once DeFries escaped to Berkeley he pretty much 143 took things over. The best theory we have around the prisons based on a whole variety of sources is that nobody really dreamed up the SLA until DeFries had joined the radicals in Berkeley. The fact that Jet and DeFries didn't much dig each other should have been no surprise. They had little in common except their race. DeFries, nearly a generation younger than gnarled old Jeff, was an open-faced, big-eyed, and very attractive young man. He was better read than Jet, considerably more aware politically, and a good example of that enormous shift in consciousness and self-image that had taken place among black inmates in the late 60s and early 70s as more and more of them came to regard themselves as political prisoners. Large segments of DeFreeze's history remain shadowy and contradictory, and it's hard to pin down exactly when he stopped being just one more slick talking, fast-moving con man and settled down to begin taking himself seriously as a revolutionary. There's no doubt that going to jail in 70 had a lot to do with it. Certainly the nature of his arrests during the last part of his 16-year life of crime would indicate that DeFreeze had entered the fringes of revolutionary activity. When Los Angeles police stopped him for running a red light while riding a bicycle, itself a strange enough occupation in Freeway City, they found a bomb in his back pocket and a gun and second bomb in the bike basket. Asterisk. At an early stage in his prison career, DeFreeze, like several other members of his family, had joined the black Muslim sect. He hated whites and boasted he'd eat them for breakfast if he got the chance. But by the time he began to meet Berkeley radicals at BCA gatherings in late 72, Sink had taken a Swahili reborn name and had come under the influence of Malcolm X, George Jackson, and other black writers who believed that revolution could be accomplished only through a multiracial coalition. He was a strong believer in multinationalism, recalls Russ Little. But he didn't want to try and force that on blacks or Chicanos or Native Americans. He was a very serious dude, very dedicated, a sincere person, man. He didn't use contemporary Marxist-Leninist language, but he studied all that shit, man. He studied just as much as any of those political motherfuckers out on the streets who run their mouth and pass out leaflets, you know. He geared the whole thing down to street reality. He took on all this shit, man, from a ghetto perspective and he related to it from that perspective. He understood it intellectually and he could run it down that way if he wanted to, but he wasn't about 144 to do that. He didn't think that was going to get him anywhere doing that. Joe Remiro remembers that in prison Sink was quiet and studious. He studied the whole situation carefully before he acted. He didn't get involved in any public political activities until the BCA thing and then he saw what a shuck it was and he got out of it right away. But, on the other hand, he was involved with and respected by the real radicals at Vacaville. He was a quiet, studious, thoughtful, and beautiful brother. Such descriptions do not jibe at all with the recollections of other friends and relatives who had known DeFreeze in earlier years. There is such a total disparity, in fact, that he must have changed enormously during his 3 years in Vacaville, and Soledad prison often does that to impressionable and basically intelligent men. The story of Donald David DeFreeze, alias Sink Mtum, Donald DeFreze, John DeFrield, David Kenneth Robinson, Stephen Robinson, and Donald David Thompson, is full of enigmas. He was born on November 16, 1943, in the benighted industrial city of Cleveland, Ohio, the first of 8 children in the family of a respectable working-class father, a toolmaker, and a 25-year-old mother who later became a registered nurse to help keep her large family together. Donald went to grammar school in what was then a mixed black and Eastern European immigrant neighborhood. By the time he got to Empire Junior High School, he quit in 9th grade, there were almost no whites left in his class, and the Glenville district was well on the way to becoming the totally blighted ghetto it is today. Donald was a rebel, and his furious father nearly killed him on at least 3 occasions as he tried to beat his oldest son into line. Later, DeFreeze would tell a psychiatrist that his father used to inflict inhuman punishment. He hit him with hammers, baseball bats, etc. Every time he went to the hospital his father would tell them he just got hurt. The time he was first picked up with a gun he had planned to shoot his father. Instead of committing patricide, the disturbed 14-year-old ran away from home. He soon landed in Buffalo, New York, where he lived with the family of a fundamentalist black minister, the Reverend William Foster. By 1960, when he was only 16, he was already into deep trouble and was charged that year with breaking into parking meters and stealing a car. He was sent off to Elmira State Reformatory. F-145. As DeFries himself later described his juvenile captivity in a strongly self-serving letter to a judge. I didn't have a home life in the little prison as we called it. There was nothing but fear and hate, day in and day out. The hate was maddening. The only safe place was your cell that you went to at the end of the day. I only had 2 fights, if you can call them fights. I never did win. It was funny, but the fights were over the fact that I would not be a part of the gangs, black or white. I wanted to be friendly with everyone. This the other inmates would not allow. They would try to make me fight, but I always got around them somehow. They then tried to make a homosexual out of me. I got around this, too. After 2.5 years, I found myself hated by many of the boys there. On going into the reformatory, DeFries had claimed he was an orphan to protect his relatives, but the long stint at Elmira changed his mind, and at the age of 18 he confessed that his mother was alive and well in Cleveland. Phi was soon returned to her, after stopping off at Foster's home to ask for the hand of the minister's daughter, Harriet. Permission was denied, but DeFries long stayed in touch with his religious foster parents in Buffalo, and a later proclivity for writing phony religious letters to sentencing judges and singing hymns to juries can undoubtedly be traced to his short stint in a fundamentalist home. The year 1963 was a blockbuster for 19-year-old DeFries. He was back home long enough to attend his father's funeral, then moved to New Jersey, where he met Gloria Thomas, a divorcee with 3 children, who was 6 years older than DeFries. His troubles had just begun. Then one day I met my wife. Glory, he later wrote. She was nice and lovely. I fell in love with her, I think. I believe I was just glad and happy that anyone would have me the way I was. I was 19. And in love, and life really became real to me. We were married. And things were lovely all the way up to a few months. Then 7 months later I came home sooner than I do most of the time from work, and she and an old boyfriend had just had relations. I was very, very mad and very hurt, and I told the boy he could have her if he wanted her. And she him before I killed someone. A number of violent fights erupt, and after one of them, in September of '64, Gloria calls in the Orange, New Jersey, police, and they charge DeFries with assault. A year later they're back to charge him with firing a gun in his basement. In his pocket they find a crudely manufactured bomb constructed of bamboo sticks, copper wire, and pipe. 1461. Cleaners. He's put on probation until the following June, but that spring he decides to leave Gloria and move out to Los Angeles, where he is arrested on a San Bernardino Valley freeway while hitchhiking. The cops find he is carrying a tear gas pencil gun, a sharpened butter knife, and a sawed-off rifle in his suitcase. He's charged with burglary and possession of dangerous weapons, but he gets off with a lecture from the judge, and the sentence is reduced to the time he has already served while awaiting trial. This is the first of half a dozen weapons offenses in which DeFries manages to connive his way around serving any heavy time. He generally gets off with probation or with charges dismissed. He shows a growing fascination with guns and bombs. As he puts it, I started playing with guns and fireworks and dogs and cars. Just anything to get away from life and how unhappy I was. He gets Gloria to move out to California. I told my wife I would forget all that she had done to me and everything as if it never happened. I treated her like a man should his wife. Things are hard in LA. DeFries is a junior high school dropout. He's worked all the occasional, catch-as-catch-can jobs a young, untrained black kid can get carry out in a grocery store, house painter, carpenter, construction laborer, hamburger stand fry cook, auto body shop worker, service station attendant, typist. The jobs are few and far between, and he has a demanding wife who soon presents him with 3 new children of his own. 2 of the 6 children prove to be asthmatics, and one needs a hernia operation. Gloria gets sick too, and there is no hospitalization. DeFries begins to steal. Some say he did even worse things like betraying his friends when he got caught. As he describes, this period between 1967 and 1969, which was his year for getting into real trouble. I worked 2 jobs and was a thief in between. Gloria had all she wanted, TVs in every room. Her home looks like or better than a movie star's. I tried to hide my weakness and unhappiness in work. I worked 22 hours a day and still I had no peace, and she wanted more. During 67 DeFries is busted 3 times for crimes of violence. In June he's picked up riding his bomb-laden bicycle through the South Los Angeles ghetto and he tells police he has found the bombs and gun and is out trying to sell them to raise money for his family. A most unlikely story, but he gets off with 3 years of probation. On December 2, DeFries is captured after a ghetto prostitute is robbed and beaten and detectives find a revolver on him that is part of 1,471. A cache of 240 pistols and rifles recently stolen from a Torrance, California, Army surplus store. A few days later, DeFries is taken to his apartment building by cops looking for the rest of the guns. He dives through a window and escapes. 4 days later he's captured on a South LA street, taken back to the same building heavily chained and handcuffed, and directs the cops to the apartment of his friend, Ronald Coleman, who has the stolen weapons neatly stockpiled. During his trial on this offense, DeFries fires his legal aid lawyer and conducts his own defense. The prosecutor recalls that Donald has studied the law diligently and files a stack of correct legal documents. He presents a good defense, and, in his summation to the jury, he reads the Bible, weeps, and sings Christian hymns. Nevertheless, he and Coleman finally do a bit of plea bargaining with the prosecutor, and DeFries gets off with a highly suspicious 5-year probation. Members of the Black Panther Party will later charge that DeFries has been working for the police and that the Big Arms rip-off was intended to supply weapons for a running gun battle between the Panthers and Ron Karenga's United Slaves organization. The Panthers say that U.S. was no more than a police front, but these charges have not been proven. Court records do reveal, however, that DeFries unsuccessfully attempted to subpoena former Los Angeles District Attorney Everly Younger to testify as a defense witness about his past cooperation with authorities. And Gloria DeFries wrote a letter to the trial judge saying that her husband had helped recover weapons for the police and they promised to help him in return. In November of '68 a court-appointed psychiatrist concluded that DeFries was an emotionally confused and conflicted young man with deep-rooted feelings of inadequacy. His disorganization and impaired social adjustment seem to suggest a schizophrenic potential. He seems to be a passive-aggressive individual. He appears to have a fascination with regard to firearms and explosives. It is felt he is in need of a structured 24-hour program of treatment. His fascination with firearms and explosives makes him dangerous. The psychiatrist, Dr. Frederick J. Hacker, recommends that Donald be locked up, but the trial judge doesn't see it that way. Perhaps Gloria should not have been in such a hurry to get Donald off the hook in '68, for the following spring he is again arrested for brandishing a weapon. This time it's a semi-automatic M68 rifle with a 32-round clip firmly in place. His object, killing Gloria and the children, to keep them from leaving me. 148. 69 is to be a banner year for this kind of thing. DeFries will finish the year facing a long prison sentence after 4 charges have been filed involving him in everything from kidnapping to attempted bank burglary and a shootout with the police. The first of the charges involves Gloria and the M68. She's really getting scared now and starts hiding out from Donald. On May 9, DeFries is supposedly all the way across the country in Newark, New Jersey, kidnapping the caretaker of the B'nai Abraham Jewish temple. His accomplice is supposedly a leader of the local Black Panther Party. It's all done to get a phone number that's available in the directory. The Panthers will later charge this is part of a police conspiracy to frame them, but, again, nothing has yet been proven. DeFries skips out of Newark just ahead of an indictment for the kidnap and is next busted in his hometown of Cleveland, a few blocks up St. Clair Avenue from his mother's house. When discovered late one night atop the roof of a local branch of the Cleveland Trust Company, he is busily chopping a hole in the ceiling with a complete set of burglar tools. He is carrying a knife, a .38 caliber revolver, a .25 caliber pistol, and a hand grenade. He gets himself bailed out for $5,000 on the burglary charges, which are later dropped, and then skips town. He's back in Los Angeles on November 25, in time to slide into a car next to a young Filipino woman, smack her on the side of the head with a gun, and steal a $1,000 cashier's check from her purse. He goes to a local Bank of America to try to cash it, dumb it's made out to a woman. A bank clerk smells rip-off and calls a guard, who chases DeFries out the door with gun blazing. Donald fires back 7 shots but misses. When the cops catch up with him a few blocks away, DeFries has been hit in the hand and the foot, and he surrenders meekly. This time his luck has run out. No more probation. He pleads insanity and writes strange biblical warnings to the judge, who decides DeFries is loco, but not all that crazy, and slams him into Vacaville under a 5 years to life sentence. The judge writes a note to the jailers asking them to consider this defendant's mental state. I do not now declare a present doubt as to his sanity, but I do feel he needs help and lots of it. The prosecuting attorney writes, this man is a high danger risk to society. As soon as he is released from prison he will return to the same violent career. It is also my opinion that this defendant will eventually kill someone. DeFries writes back. 149. My father has said that in the day that the walls are to be built around me, in that day the decree be far removed. There is nothing more to be said than this, so we'll know when it comes to pass that I am not alone. You can smile and laugh at me and call me a fool, for you think the power of my life is in your hands. But your power, my God will take, for I am not alone. So whammo, slammo, right into the high-risk stress unit at Vacaville, where the prison alienist notes that DeFries is fascinated with firearms. He has a schizoid personality. We have not had any problems with him, but he has not volunteered for work of any kind. At about this time, early in 70, he briefly embraces Islam. Within 2 years he will be enrolled in the BCA program, where he will greatly impress visiting Berkeley radicals. He has not done nearly so well with old friends, the cops, or fellow convicts, who sum up DeFries this way. A cheap, undependable, turnover punk. I knew he was dead. As far as his psychological state was concerned, I just couldn't deal with him. An LA undercover cop who may have briefly used DeFries as an informant. I felt he had a mental problem. The only persons he trusted were me and the kids. But I lived in constant fear of him. I thought he was going to kill me. Gloria DeFries, who divorced her husband of 7 years while he was in the slam. He was a jerk, a small-time hustler with no interest in the black struggle. A black New Jersey cop who once busted DeFries. I got the impression he'd do anything for a buck. A New Jersey attorney who works with the Black Panthers and who once accused DeFries of working with the cops against them. A hip shooter who rapped without thinking and without being able to back up his own con. A fellow Vacaville inmate. He was not lily white. He was a bit of a showboat and a little crazy. But as far as I know personally, all the time he was in the joint, he was righteous. He was no snitch. Another Vacaville inmate. Conspiracy freaks, who pop up out of the super paranoid left like fresh muffins out of a hot toaster, will later charge that DeFries was a highly valued and protected informer for the Los Angeles Police Department, not only before 70, when he was sent to Vacaville, but later in stir, even after he'd been put away by these same stern law enforcement types. they would claim that any political actions de Vries would take part in with the SLA were no more than a plot to discredit the 150 left, even though it is apparent that if de Vries had conned his way out of serving time before 69 by snitching and double-dealing everyone in sight, the cops had surely abandoned him by 70, when it was decided that Donald was altogether too crazy and unreliable to keep out of jail anymore. It is much more probable that the Donald de Vries who had been in stir 2 years when he met Willie Wolfe, Russ Little, Nancy Ling, Perry, and other incognito SLA types was a considerably sobered and more centered kind of nut. No agent provocateur could have dreamed up the almost hallucinatory and very deadly SLA caper that Sink would soon export to Berkeley. He may not have entirely deserved Patricia Hearst's later glowing tribute, but the de Vries who became an urban guerrilla leader had changed greatly. As Patty put it, Sink loved the people with tenderness and respect. They listened to him when he talked because they knew that his love reflected the truth in the future. Cin knew that to live was to shoot straight. He longed to be with his black sisters and brothers, but at the same time, he wanted to prove to black people that white freedom fighters are comrades in arms. Sink was in a race with time, believing that every minute must be another step forward in the fight to save the children. He taught me virtually everything imaginable, but he wasn't liberal with us. He'd kick our asses if we didn't drop over a fence fast enough or keep our asses down while practicing. Most importantly, he taught me how to show my love for the people. He helped me see that it's not how long we live that's important, it's how we live, what we decide to do with our lives. So, despite all of the vitriolic conjecture about Donald de Vries being no more than a paid informer and a police agent before and after his Vacaville incarceration, those who knew him well and those who have studied the conversions of other freaked out, violent, young black cons in stir do not find it surprising that 3 years in the penitentiary might have been just the lesson necessary to bring a basically intelligent and believing young man like Sink around to an angry and determined belief in revolution. So many other well-recorded cases of behind-the-walls conversion have emerged from these same snake pits over the past decade that such a conclusion does not seem the least bit illogical. The testimonies of Eldridge Cleaver and George Jackson well describe how the jail experience can turn a violent young punk into a dedicated revolutionist. As Cleaver put it, "I was very familiar with the Eldridge who came to prison, but that 1511 Eldridge no longer exists. And the one I am now is in some ways a stranger to me. You may find this difficult to understand, but it is very easy for one in prison to lose his sense of self. During my last stay in prison, I made the desperate decision to abandon completely the criminal path and to redirect my life. While in prison, I concentrated on developing the skills of a writer." George Jackson described the metamorphic quality of his own incarceration this way. "Black men born in the U.S. and fortunate enough to live past the age of 18 are conditioned to accept the inevitability of prison. For most of us, it simply looms as the next phase in a sequence of humiliation. I was captured and brought into prison when I was 18 years old because I couldn't adjust. The record that the state has compiled on my activities reads like the record of 10 men. It labels me brigand, thief, burglar, gambler, hobo, drug addict, gunman, escape artist, communist revolutionary, and murderer. There are still some blacks here who consider themselves criminals, but not many. Believe me, my friend, with the time and incentive that these brothers have to read, study and think, you will find no class or category more aware, more embittered, desperate or dedicated to the ultimate remedy revolution. Very few men imprisoned for economic crimes or even crimes of passion against the oppressor feel that they are really guilty. Most of today's black convicts have come to understand that they are the most abused victims of an unrighteous order. Them Wheeler also experienced this kind of behind-the-walls re-education. But he differed from Donald de Vries in that his innate pragmatism and a strong sense of self-preservation made him abandon the revolution when his own ass was up for grabs. Sink ended up paying with his life for his political conversion. Wheeler, a 29-year-old native of Texas, first got busted in San Francisco at the age of 16 for robbing and stomping a middle-aged white man. He was sentenced to the penitentiary in '62 but paroled 5 years later. His parole was revoked in '70, after he was convicted of assaulting a Los Angeles cop. In December '71, he escaped from Soledad prison, was recaptured and sent to Folsom, and was then shifted, in September of '72, to Vacaville, where he was to be evaluated for parole in that institution's infamous stress program. A racist British reporter later told the world that them was just a dum-dum, a stuttering illiterate with the muscles of a Sonny Liston. He said that when Wheeler joined SLA, the guerrillas got a gorilla. 152. Such a bigoted and one-dimensional appraisal does not match up with the facts. It is probably true, as prison spokesmen have implied, that Theodore Wheeler saw involvement with outside radicals as a means of escaping. He was right, it worked. But there seems to be no question that Wheeler had brains and dedication. He was one of the only 2 penitentiary prisoners with the guts to publicly join Vence Ramos in '72, and he took his Marxist indoctrination seriously. Theodore had shown no signs of social consciousness before making his first jail trip, but soon after he joined Vence Ramos he got involved in a number of projects that got him labeled as an organizer and troublemaker by his jailers. In '72 he filed a class action suit demanding that the prison allow San Francisco's respectable black community newspaper, The Sun Reporter, to be mailed into convicts. He began to challenge small injustices and demand investigations and hearings. He became a competent jailhouse lawyer and helped other convicts with their legal work. In April of '72, Wheeler wrote an article in the Vence Ramos newspaper which said that the ultimate goal for prison activists is to keep our revolutionary commitment under all the harsh forms that repression and mounting fascism are taking. I call for a stronger base within the cotters, he wrote, and the immediate release of all prisoners, many of whom are political prisoners. His Vence Ramos membership was a thorn in the side of prison officials, and they made it clear to him that he would not even be considered for parole as long as he belonged. He obligingly quit Vence Ramos in the fall of '72 and was then moved from Folsom to Vacaville for parole evaluation. He was due to go before the board late in '73, but he paroled himself by escaping on August 2. In the last few months before Wheeler walked away from a gardening crew working on a complex of Little League baseball diamonds just outside the prison gate, he had been adamantly protesting against his treatment at Vacaville. In the spring of '73 Wheeler almost died because he could not get adequate medical care in the prison stress assessment unit, where inmates who are being evaluated are put under intense and often sadistic psychological and physical pressure to see if they can control their anger and violent tendencies. Wheeler suffers from a peptic ulcer, and he still. The only other out-front Vence Ramos member in stir was the ill-famed Ronald Beatty. 1531. Has 2 bullets inside his guts which occasionally cause inflammation and bleeding. At about midnight, Wheeler complained of pains in his belly. He got a quick check-out from a prison medical technician, who gave him a couple of aspirins and told him that nothing was wrong with him. Theodore returned to his cell and vomited blood for more than 2 hours. Medical help was called for but refused until the other prisoners telephoned in that Wheeler was dead and threatened a riot unless the medical technicians came down to get the body. More than an hour later, the technicians and 15 guards came into the stress unit, decided Wheeler was seriously ill, and removed him to the hospital. He had lost 3 pints of blood by then and was on the verge of death. Wheeler continued to suffer from internal bleeding all through the spring and summer, and just before his escape he filed suit to be removed to an outside hospital so that he might receive adequate care. His continuing illness, along with the fact that very few political prisoners can expect to gain parole in California these days, were thought to have been the motivations for his escape. Although Wheeler claimed he'd quit Vence Ramos, a number of his visitors just before the escape were members of a Peninsula Law commune closely tied to the radical group. One of the visitors was Mary Alice Seam, who came to Vacaville the day before Thoreau split. The Vacaville facility from which Thoreau Wheeler walked away is far from being the worst or the most dangerous of the 13 California state pens, but the same increasingly disturbing conditions exist here as are now becoming endemic in maximum security joints like San Quentin, Folsom, and Soledad. Prisons are in an uproar all across America today, but California has the largest and most politicized system anywhere, and what causes no more than a ripple of back-page commentary in Pittsburgh and Des Moines tidal waves into headlines on the West Coast. Medical conditions, as Thoreau's case indicates, are worsening. There is now almost no inmate contact with prison doctors, and outside physicians cannot touch their patients without a court order. There is no such thing as regular physicals for California's cons. They're quickly scanned on the way in, and coming out it's the same kind of perfunctory look-see or an equally routine autopsy. Two circumstances have brought greater violence and frustration than before. California's court system is screening out most of the good. 154 guys charged with minor, nonviolent offenses these days. They get probation. That means the pens are filling up with violent prisoners. Then the adult authority seems to have decided that the indeterminate sentencing procedure gives them a license to hold any convict unpopular with jailers or showing signs of political awareness for the rest of his life, no matter what the original charges were against him or how short his basic sentence was. The lack of a definite release date means that a California prisoner can be held until the day he dies unless he totally debases himself before his keepers. Prisoners are no longer rehabilitated or left to quietly do their sentences if they still have some pride left. They are totally broken as men when they get out. Those who cannot be broken will die in stir. Needless to say, these conditions are likely to make a man angry and frustrated. The screws prefer, of course, to let them take it out on other cons rather than on the prison personnel, and they have covertly encouraged the spread of a bloody race war between four main prison gangs: the Aryan Brotherhood, Nuestra Familia, or the Mexican Mafia as the screws like to call it, and the Black Guerrilla Family, which has incorporated portions of Eldridge Cleaver's Black Liberation Army and the Republic of New Africa organization. Some black Muslims also support BGF, but, officially, they try to stay out of it. In 1972-73, the California prisons experienced the worst siege of violence in their history. They racked up 300 stabbings, with 60 fatalities. 6 of them were screws. It is estimated that nearly 3,000 California cons, about 15% of the entire prison population, belong to the four major gangs. A lot of the knifings are directly attributable to rumbles between these groups, but a lot more of them are the result of rebellions among inmates against squealers who would regularly inform on their buddies to the jailers. With this sort of retribution now hanging over everyone's head, the old divide-and-conquer techniques used by a small handful of prison guards to hold down an enormous convict population just don't work anymore. The terrified jailers are now resorting to system-wide lockdowns, in which all normal work and recreational activities are curtailed and prisoners are caged in their cells 24 hours a day. This has brought even more frustration and anger. Escapes, like those of Donald DeFreeze and Thoreau Wheeler, have been increasing. In 1973 there were 37 escape incidents, involving 61 persons. All of this was well publicized. All of it leads careful observers to M55. 1 conclusion. The California prison system is seething with revolt. It's a damned good place to recruit revolutionaries. The young white Berkeley radicals who founded SLA didn't have to be clairvoyant or even exceptionally well informed to see all of this. It was obvious. They plucked Donald DeFreeze out of Soledad and Thoreau Wheeler out of Vacaville. From that point on, only bullets could stop them. 156. We can be sure that if the blacks, by the use of their violence, their intelligence, their poetry, all that they have accumulated for centuries while observing their former masters in silence and in secrecy, if the blacks do not undertake their own liberation, the whites will not make a move. Jean Genet, from his introduction to George Jackson's Soledad brother. It is ironic that officials of the medium security prison at Vacaville should have decided in December of '72 that Donald DeFries would be under better control in the maximum security hellhole known as Soledad, some 120 miles south of San Francisco and Berkeley. For Soledad had been in ferment since January of '69, when a white guard shot down 3 black inmates in an exercise yard, and, in less than a week, a second guard was summarily executed in retaliation. Out of this crossfire were born all the events that inspired a fresh wave of radical concentration on the prison movement: the trial of 3 black convicts known as the Soledad Brothers and the exoneration of 2 of them long after Jonathan Jackson had died at the Marin courthouse in a desperate plot to free the by now famous Soledad Cons, and his brother George had been annihilated during an escape attempt at San Quentin. Soledad, the name translates to solitude, loneliness, lonely retreat, is set just inside of Highway 101 as the road progresses slowly down a relatively empty, uninteresting stretch of agricultural valley below Salinas. Another 60 miles to the southwest lies San Simeon, William Randolph Hearst's mad transplant of a European barony to a windy coastal cattle range. Tourists on the way down to visit the state-supported vestiges of Hearst's most massive megalomania generally drive past the forbidding gun towers of Soledad too fast even to ask. 157. Was at? But such ignorance is one-sided, for the name and legend of the Hearst Empire are well known, and hated, inside these prison walls. DeFries would not remain in Soledad. He had apparently been plotting an escape for months after hearing through the prison grapevine that a job would soon be open tending the heating system down at Soledad. He had applied himself to a course in boiler maintenance, was transferred, and was then chosen for a job refurbishing a heating system on the midnight to 8:00 a.m. shift. He arrived on March 5, 1973, for his first night on the job with a lone guard in the furnace room of Soledad's mostly unused south facility, an area the prison system was about to revamp into a training school for new screws. He made his escape that first night. The guard, treating DeFries like a trustee, which he most certainly was not, left him alone shortly after midnight. When he returned 45 minutes later to check up on his charge, Symptom was gone. Only a low fence separated the convict from open fields between the prison and the highway. A search was quickly begun, and a car that had stopped on the road with its blinkers on was surrounded, but it proved to be only a motorist with mechanical trouble. No one in the prison system can say for sure just how and when Sink escaped. Some think he took off as soon as the guard's back was turned and was quickly picked up by an accomplice outside with the car. More than a year later, a communique from SLA claimed that Sink had escaped alone and on foot. The matter will probably never be clarified, since DeFries is no longer around to talk about it. Several visitors to the BCA meetings at Vacaville, and other members of the East Bay black community who are active in the prison movement or have relatives in stir have hinted that they were approached early in March by the newly escaped DeFries, but they refused him refuge. He turned for help to the white radicals who had come to idolize him a few months before at Vacaville and was quickly taken in. It's probable that one of the first of these S.L.A.ers he visited was Russell Little, who had continued to correspond with him at Soledad and had even written letters to the parole board in an effort to obtain Sink's release. Other members of the old Vence Ramos circles Little hung out with were soon recruited to hide the escaped black leader they had awaited so long. Since Little, Wolf, and Nancy Ling Perry had been on the BCA visitors list and might be checked out by authorities, it was decided to 158. Stash DeFries with a friend whose name was not then known. Ms. Moonsolty Seek was chosen, and Sink became her tenant and lover. Chris Thompson helped to move him in. The arrangement was apparently an open one, and Sink was soon dating Cynthia Garvey, Nancy Ling Perry, and Emily Harris as well. A not too uncommon situation in radical Berkeley, where making love is considered a dandy way to get to know some interesting strangers, a fact attested to by a massive gonorrhea epidemic recorded there that spring. Ms. Moon's house was just a few blocks below Telegraph Avenue, in an area that has long housed more than its share of revolutionists. The neighborhood is kind of a free zone where pot is grown and smoked openly, a section Berkeley cops and visiting state and federal narcs have learned to avoid, since the entire community rises to intimidate the police when there's a raid. Red tin stars and Chairman Mao buttons, sold at cost at the Little Red bookstore just the other side of Tella, are as common as dandelions along these streets. A 5-foot-high power fist made of red papier-mâché once dominated the front yard of the area's most militant commune, and a nearby bulletin board surrounded by boxes of free used clothes and piles of books, records, and household items to help out a largely indigent population keeps everyone well informed on radical current events, rallies, and demonstrations. It faces a neighborhood coffee house set up in the back room of a rambling Victorian house that is a prime meeting place and control room for life. In the neighborhood, there is a strong sense of community spirit and revolutionary purpose here. The week before Sink arrived, a street near Ms. Moon's house was closed off for a block party, at which the Red Star Singers performed revolutionary classics along with old labor songs. One ballad went, "There's a war in Vietnam/People's Revolution in Vietnam/People fighting to be free." Onlookers soon were singing along and adding new names with each verse. First it was Ireland that was fighting to be free, and then Mozambique, Puerto Rico, Angola, and Chile. This went on all afternoon. On the opposite side of the street, a continuing chess tournament competed for attention with political booths manned by Vince Ramos and the Women's Health Collective. This section of South Campus was not only an excellent place for Sink to hide out but also an absolutely perfect locale for the first serious meetings of SLA in the late spring and early summer. Not only Ms. Moon and Camilla Hall lived here, but 159. At one point they were within walking distance of the apartment occupied by Russ Little and Robin Steiner. Those who attend the first meetings are already up to their necks in radical politics, and the spring of '73 is an extremely busy one for all of them. The Harrises are conducting self-defense classes in their Oakland apartment and helping the Chino Defense Committee raise money to keep Vince Ramos leaders out of jail. Angela Atwood has just finished acting in Hedda Gabler and is looking for something more exciting to get involved in revolution, for instance. Camilla Hall has returned in February from her trip to Europe. She had tried, and failed, to forget her affair with Ms. Moon, and she is soon back visiting her lover and jealously observing Ms. Moon's dual affair with Sink and Chris Thompson. Russ Little, Nancy Ling Perry, Robin Steiner, and Willie the Wolf continue their frequent visits to the jails as well as their incessant letter writing both to convicts and to parole boards. There are a number of superstar prison movement trials to keep an eye on this spring. Ruchel, Sink, McGee is being tried for his part in the Marin Civic Center shootout. He will beat the main charges after a jury deadlocks in early April. The first hearings begin for the San Quentin Six, the convicts who stood up against the screws the day George Jackson was killed. The anti-war movement had become a thing of the past on January 27, when a Vietnamese ceasefire finally arrived. That was only 7 days after Nixon's second inauguration, but the word Watergate had already begun to pollute the airwaves. With America's direct involvement in the war over and Nixon about to scuttle himself, radical Berkeley turns to domestic issues, and Joe Remiro faces his busiest spring as he dives headfirst into a dozen causes. He continues working with the Oakland office of VVAW until late March and is involved in 2 of their major activities, backing the United Farm Workers and campaigning for Black Panther leader Bobby Seale, who is running for mayor of Oakland, a task Remiro must find distasteful, for he has begun to violently disagree with the Panthers. Joe is also taking a course in auto mechanics at North Peralta College and is learning a lot about machine shop work, the kind of skills necessary to become a good gunsmith. Remiro commutes across the bay occasionally to visit his folks in San Francisco and to work as VVAW's representative with a group being formed by Popeye Jackson of the United Prisoners Union. Jackson had organized a coalition against racism and repression in January only. 160. a month after he received his parole and walked out of jail to breathe freely for the first time in years. Jackson, like Joe, is a member of Vence Ramos and says he works well with Remiro. He was quiet, says Popeye, a really good working guy, man. Everybody who knew him had a lot of respect for Joe. I didn't get much of a chance to talk to him, though. Joe was doing so much good work, man, around the movement, and he never really had time to sit down with me. He was a really quiet dude. If he had something to say, he said it. He didn't pull no words. It was brief, precise, and to the fucking point, man. There wasn't no bullshit about it. Not what I heard of it. Remiro goes to Wounded Knee as a volunteer soldier late in April. Marxist study sessions, gun classes, and range practice continue through the spring and summer. They provide a marvelous way to attract and screen potential recruits for the now forming SLA. The ideological groundwork for the new group is well underway by May. It is completed before August 21, 1973, when the Symbionese Liberation Army goes whole hog and issues its declaration of war against the slightly larger United States of America. Theodore Wheeler does not escape from Vacaville until August 2, and he's too late on the scene to add many ideas to the initial war declaration and constitution. But he's on hand quite soon enough to back up friend Sink's lethal talents with a few choice tricks of his own. The study and gun sessions attract some 30 to 40 friends and fellow partisans who drift through the gatherings held in a number of Berkeley and Oakland locations between late spring and early fall. Only a few are trusted enough to be recruited into the fledgling urban guerrilla army. In the meantime, Ms. Moon, the Harrises, Nancy Ling Perry, and other members with extensive academic and radical training are hard at work researching a wide range of ancient and contemporary documents to produce the symbiotic blend of ideas and images that will flesh out the four major documents of SLA. Their sources include Black nationalist manifestos, the goals of the Black Panthers, Vence Ramos, and VVAW, the writings of all the major American prison revolutionaries, and even mythological studies like the sacred symbols of Mu, from which they borrow a seven-headed cobra as the SLA emblem. They will later claim the multiple-fanged serpent is 170,000 years old. One of the first symbols used by people to signify God and life. This strangely mutated mixture of black nationalist theory, ghetto hustle, and jive from Sink, reshuffled guerrilla tactics from Joe Remiro, half-baked mysticism from M61. The muddled head of Nancy Ling Perry, and cold dialectical materialism from the well-educated Harrises and Ms. Moon whirls around in a discussion mixmaster as dozens of meetings are held. Theodore Wheeler's old lady, Mary Alice Seam, will later say she attended 20 such gatherings in the 3 months she was involved from August to October of '73. The inputs are many and fascinating. The new group immediately attracts several dozen Berkeley radicals who have had it with just talk and the ineffectual protests and confrontations of the early '70s. As one of them explains, "We joined the SLA separately, not knowing each other at the time, but for similar reasons, as we later discovered, namely that we could no longer tolerate the quality and conditions of our private and public lives, repressive education that was no more than an assembly line for making obedient slaves, boring and humiliating jobs, declining standards of living, and a polluted, ugly environment. And, as far as we could see, things were getting worse. All the reforms we fought for in the '60s had failed or been taken back, and were inadequate to start with. All of us were frustrated with the divided factions of the so-called revolutionary left. That movement was based on guilt, on always making the revolution for somebody else, in the name of somebody else's oppression, supposedly greater than our own. It was dominated by egotistical jaders, bureaucrats and leader stars who cared only about their own revolutionary careers. They led a mass of follower lackeys who proved their own decrepitude by tolerating and, in fact, creating such leaders. The confusion of anti-war groups, sexual liberation groups, and national liberation groups were all presenting the image of militant opposition, but we wanted to do more than merely talk back to the TV screen. We were looking for brothers and sisters who felt as urgently as we did that the time to seize back our lives was now. The Symbionese people we contacted were self-disciplined, serious, and efficient revolutionary cotters, willing to risk anything in order to gain everything. When we joined the Symbionese Federation, we thought we had found a place for ourselves in a revolutionary organization that was on its way beyond the left, old, and new. Joe Remiro put his reasons for joining SLA this way: I saw that white people shouldn't join the revolution because they want to help the poor black people or the poor brown people. White people are into the revolution because they realize that their own security is very flaky and they're revolting in their own best interests, in their own interests. 162. Hear what I'm saying? I'm saying that the reason that white people should revolt and join the revolution is not for the black people, is not for the brown people, is not for the Native Americans. It's for themselves. Remiro was obviously one of those who were most completely won over. A number of the other early SLA members were not as absolutely convinced as he that the answer to the political and personal problems they faced in 1973 was guerrilla warfare. But S.L.A.'s very direct and total dedication to a violent attack on all they hated in American society appealed greatly to the rising level of hatred so strongly felt by many former humanists and pacifists who had completely given up on old-style movement tactics. They had discovered the ancient paradox that love is a two-sided coin. What you care about deeply enough, you may also learn to hate, and the level of hatred and frustration running loose around Berkeley early in '73 was frightening. As Remiro would put it, the dialectical relationship between love and hate cannot be denied. If there weren't anything we could classify as hate, if hate didn't exist, could you define or prove that such a thing as love existed? Love and hate do exist together. We can't know love unless we also know hate. Anyone who claims to only love and not hate is being dishonest with themselves. It became fashionable in Berkeley to quote Che Guevara on the subject. Revolutionists, said Che, are motivated in their man-killing careers by great feelings of love. Some of the salutations SLA members began to use in their correspondence from this point on included love and firepower, in revolutionary unity and internationalism through criticism, self-criticism, and love, and dare to struggle, dare to win, dare to love. The most lethal variety of this brand of revolutionary love was reserved for the establishment and its police. By spring '73, no true Berkeley revolutionary ever referred to them as anything but pigs. It was, in fact, the adroitness with which you used the term that either won you acceptance into groups like SLA or immediately aroused suspicion. A recent conversation about the use of this pungent term among a group of people who may have attended the early SLA meetings went this way: First Radical, a 30-year-old mother who had been through the peace movement, and Vince Ramos: if you can't use the word pig, you don't understand fascism or repression. 1631. Second Radical, an equally intense younger woman, myopic, bespectacled, rather academic, the kind who would most certainly have joined the Communist Party 20 years ago. Anyone who is squeamish about it belongs back in those old student days, those nonviolent days when you had to avoid using the word rock because someone might throw one. A black ex-convict, the people we're working with in those concentration camps, they don't have no trouble using the word pig. First Radical. There's no fucking difference between a fucking fascist and a fucking pig. First Liberal, a middle-aged man soon to be expelled from the group. But we're trying to relate to lawyers and old left radicals like the National Lawyers Guild. We need them to defend prisoners. The word pig scares them off. Ex-con, fucking lawyers don't care what you call them just so you lay some money in their fucking hands. Second Liberal, also on the verge of expulsion, but I don't know if you mean cops or prison guards or corporation heads when you use that term. Second Radical, that's right. They're all pigs. First Radical, it doesn't matter whether the man is dressed in suit and tie or a uniform when he's arresting you. It doesn't matter whether he's a poor pig or a rich pig. He's a pig. Second Radical, anyone who's turned off by the word pig is a liberal, anyway. And they've gotta be fucked. Get the tone and style. Those who take the command in such discussions are angry, fighting mad. For them, the time to talk of peace is long past. It's not a question of whether to fight anymore, just how. Since they view contemporary politics as just one more form of warfare, those who do not agree with them are the enemy. Everything then boils down to which side are you on? Are you one of us or one of them? And since them constitutes the government and its millions of agents and supporters, this kind of absolutist thinking leads to an intense degree of paranoia. You're never sure just who you're talking to. He might be a fink. He might agree with you today and betray you tomorrow. This led to the formation of SLA under a thick cloud of secrecy and distrust. Central to this increasingly conspiratorial attitude, the conversations were heavily into armed uprising, and that is illegal, was the conviction held by the escaped convicts and many of the white former University 164J radicals, like Nancy Ling Perry, that a revolution was legally and morally justified because the US government was already a dictatorship, what SLA frequently referred to as a corporate fascist military dictatorship. Fascism, in the eyes of the S.L.A.ERS and thousands of other American radicals, was already here, so it was absolutely absurd to continue talking about changing things through peaceful, legal methods. Dictatorships pay no attention to petitions and demonstrations, they simply arrest the petitioners and machine gun the demonstrators. Ms. Perry asserted this very strongly in her fantastic letter of January 17, 1974. She claimed that democracy in the United States ended when John Kennedy was assassinated, that massive, shadowy forces of repression run by and for the benefit of the giant corporations and cartels had taken over in this country, and that Richard Nixon was only their front man. Events like Watergate, with its revelations of a secret police plumbers unit, have done little to contradict such conclusions. Those who believe that a dictatorship is already here then jump to the next conclusion, one that is verified by the U.S. Declaration of Independence, that Americans have an inalienable right to rebel against tyranny as well as to alter and abolish such states and to institute a new government. Skeptics may laugh at the enormity of these assumptions. But in trying to understand the SLA or any of today's armed urban guerrilla terrorist groups, the observer would do well to remember that these young people are absolutely serious in their beliefs. Serious and totally committed. The fact that they are reacting to a set of political conditions that have not yet occurred but which could loom with angry foreboding just over the horizon does not change their rather futuristic convictions nor alter their belief that the worst has already occurred in America. It is true that for most of the citizens of this nation, the Republic does still exist, does still function. There is still a Constitution and a Bill of Rights. There is still free speech and free press. The law does still apply, albeit unequally, as the forced Agnew resignation and the Nixon pardon so well indicate. But for a man in prison, which most cons now call concentration camps, there is no liberty. To a man out of work, the depression has already begun. To a 14-year-old black kid shot in the back by a drunken, racist cop, there is no equality under the law. And the phenomenon that SLA and the whole American guerrilla movement represent is simply this. 165. You do not draw your political conclusions from any sort of statistical overview that takes in all the people. You relate only to your own experience and to the experiences of those who are at the bottom. The blacks, the convicts, the most unskilled, unemployed, and despised in the land, the punk kids who drop out of school because there really is nothing there for them but confinement. Revolutionists who are now operating in such groups as SLA, the Black Liberation Army, the Black Guerrilla Family, and the New World Liberation Front regard these experiences as the absolute truth of the matter. And anyone who disagrees is simply a racist liberal or a white bourgeois blinded by his skin and class privileges. Very neat, very intolerant, and very lethal. So the major questions that had to be resolved in the founding meetings of the SLA were these: not is there a dictatorship, but how bad is it? Not should we take up arms against it, but only when and how? How do we relate to the revolutionary experience of the past? In particular, how can we utilize the guerrilla tactics of Che and Mao, Alberto Bayo and Carlos Mariela? What allies can we hope to bring into this struggle? Most especially, can we hope for strong support from black radicals, who are truly the forefront of revolution in America? How can we get these blacks to trust new and untried white revolutionists like ourselves? How do we relate to the old left and new left politicos, if at all? We say we are socialist revolutionaries, but do we simply accept all the pedantic teachings of Marx and Mao, or do we create a new hybrid revolutionary philosophy and guerrilla practice to better suit conditions in America? Is it true that there is a particularity in the American experience that makes it different from that of other nations, and are we different from revolutionists in other countries? Are we, in fact, really internationalists? Do we think of world revolution or only about revolution in one nation at a time? How do we structure our daily lives while we are waging the revolution? How do we live among ourselves, and how do we raise the necessary money? Most especially, how do we resolve the issue of complete and absolute equality for women among our ranks, a prime consideration in any group that is dominated by feminists? How do we feel about culture and spirituality? An artist, poet, and at least one mystic were involved. How do we structure our new organization to bring in many other 166 militant groups and to create a united front and a federated coalition of other people from the Asian, Black, Brown, Indian, White, women's, gray, and gay liberation movements? How will this lead to the creation of a fighting army whose existence is the central purpose of all we do? The people always organize to fight the enemy, and when leaders fail to start the fight, then the people fall from that organization. It is doubtful that a dozen or so young Berkeley radicals, or even a larger, more mature group, could have come up with concrete, realistic answers to all of these perplexing and complicated questions. But they tried, and very hard, as their 4 major documents and their proclamations, letters, and communiques indicate. Probably the clearest reflection on a very personal basis of their experience and thinking comes from Joe Remiro. Here are some of the answers to the main questions the SLA founders had to consider. About fascism: fascism is here. It's more obvious every day. The politicos even admit it. Little and Remiro jointly respond. Civil rights, even on paper, are dead. Political grand juries, preventative detention, stop and search laws, search and seizure laws, and a host of other such laws which legally overrule a person's constitutional and human rights were designed specifically to encourage and support frame-ups. It is fascism, loud and clear. And we've been aware of it for some time now because of our relations with revolutionary prisoners who are always the first and hardest hit by repression. Says Remiro, the only ones who've got civil rights now are white people. Go to the prisons and look at those concentration camps. I mean, the thing is, man, that these things exist and that they are out front to anyone who wants to look and check them out. They're right there to see. It's fascism, but it's not like German fascism, it's so much more so sophisticated that there's no comparison, there's no motherfucking comparison at all. You just can't wait for those signs they had in Germany. The Social Democrats sat on their asses while the Nazis instituted fascism. You can't expect the American government to do the same thing that they did in Germany, cause this government's more sophisticated, more organized. They've got statewide and national computer banks, man. You know, it's completely different. On taking arms against this fascist state, says Remiro, you just can't sit around and wait. You've got to organize a people's army now, a trained and armed people's army. The only way you get that is from practice, you know. I mean, it's going to 11,671. Come down sooner or later. Fact of the matter is, when it comes down you want to have something to fight back with. You don't want a bunch of untrained people who don't know how to fight the enemy. You have to fucking have some kind of training, and it doesn't come out of books, you know. You have to raise people's consciousness to fight, you know. I'll tell you one thing, man, the masses aren't alienated by armed struggle. GLE. I'm talking about the oppressed masses, not the white middle class. And I'm not talking about the working class that makes over $5 an hour. The real oppressed masses are not alienated by violence. The exact opposite is true. A lot of people are sitting on the fringe waiting for something to happen, and they're going to go with us. I used to admire the ideals of pacifism, but I think they're dead now. I believe that if the Vietnamese people had been pacifists, they would all be slaves right now. If the people of Mozambique had been pacifists, they would have been slaves. What would a pacifist have done against Hitler? They're going to play hell trying to get me to walk pacifistically into the gas chamber. Martin Luther King wasn't very pacifistic when he was killed. By then he was saying that pacifism doesn't work. There has to be revolutionary violence to combat the reactionary violence that the government set loose. Nancy Ling Perry summed it up this way: I believe that whenever people are confronted with oppression, starvation, and the death of their freedom, that they want to fight. It has been the history of many political leaders to suppress this will of the people, and to pretend the people do not have the right to fight, and to pretend that the people will somehow achieve their liberation without revolutionary violence. But the truth is that there has never been a precedent for a nonviolent revolution. The defenseless and unarmed people of Chile can testify to that. Revolutionary violence is nothing but the most profound means of achieving internal as well as external balance. On the use of urban guerrilla warfare tactics to launch this violent revolution. The theory that's going to work is clearly the Foucault theory, says Remiro. You know, it's the theory of small armed bands of guerrillas, you know, developing the struggle to the point where over a long period of years the guerrillas actually do end up with the majority of the power and the strength, you know. That's not a theory that calls for mass uprising and insurrection, you know. When guerrillas are on the offensive, they pick their own terrain and tactics, and the enemy simply doesn't know where they're going to hit next, and in the cities they'll 168. Never catch 'em. The fucking urban centers in America are jungles. They can't find 'em and they don't know where they'll hit next. You can see that in the Bay Area with SLA, but when you spread that out all across the United States, they're going to have to employ half the people and police to try and watch out for what the other half is going to do. The government is terrified this urban guerrilla thing is going to catch on, and if it does, they know they cannot stop it. They have no defense against this type of guerrilla warfare. If you took just 6 groups like the SLA and let them loose in 6 different cities, operating all at once, they couldn't stop it. It could not be contained and it could not be defeated. The Allies' SLA sought to bring into their guerrilla war were all of those groups who have long been in the forefront of dissent in AMER. ICA. The inability of previous revolutionary movements to bring together any kind of wide spectrum of dissenting groups has been the main stumbling block to insurrectional success in the past. The concept of a united front on the left has been talked about since the turn of the century, says the SLA. Declaration of war in explaining their approach, and the reason for the name Symbionese. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army is made up of the aged, youth, and women and men of all races and people. The name Symbionese is taken from the word symbiosis, and we define its meaning as a body of dissimilar bodies and organisms living in deep and loving harmony and partnership in the best interest of all. Within that body, we of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA are the children of all oppressed people, who have decided to redefine ourselves as a Symbionese race and people. To die a race, and be born a nation, is to become free. The declaration of war also indicates that this federation was to be brought together under black and minority leadership in much the same way Vence Ramos tried to recruit all of its chiefs from third world communities. Symptom was already on hand to lead at this point, with the consent of the women, who actually made most of S.L.A.'s major decisions, and the new group was desperately trying to get backing from such notorious armed fighting groups as BLA and the BGF, who were mostly in the California prisons. They were getting nowhere. SLA was all too apparently a bunch of white Berkeleyites, and the militant blacks did not trust them. They also had to overcome their own feelings of guilt about even being white and having grown up with privileges. This proved to be a very important and central psychological issue. This need to prove themselves to the blacks as real guerrilla fighters, fearless revolutionaries willing to die a grim and blazing death rather than to retreat an inch. Camilla Hall expressed the personal agony of this dilemma as the need to battle the enemy within. The putrid disease of bourgeois mentality is in all of us. We are consciously working to rid ourselves of it so we can be better soldiers, fighters for the people. Other S.L.A.ers repeated this theme so often that it became a kind of requiem for those who died or went to jail. Remiro and Little frequently said that the most important single accomplishment of SLA was that it finally proved, once and for all, to the black revolutionists that whites are brave and can be trusted. They won't run home for dinner in the middle of the battle. It is, in fact, this intense repentance and guilt over being white and the concomitant avidity with which they idolize and imitate the black insurrectionists, to the point of changing speech patterns to match genuine ghetto dialect, that most confuses and irritates parents and childhood friends of the S.L.A.ers. These kids, from good and even rich homes, from the comfortable, child-breeding hothouses of suburban America, are so often the brightest, most attractive, and most energetic products of a youth-oriented culture in which good looks and sexuality of the kind Berkeley overflows with will almost automatically land you a promising job and a one-way ticket into all that passes today in America for the good life. The fact that their kids dumped all this for a life of danger and privation, that they even denounced their own race and upbringing, still adds up to one big fat enigma to the parents. How? Why? Ask the stunned and still unbelieving survivors. Why did they go out murdering and kidnapping, fucking and blindly imitating a bunch of wino niggers from the slums? Didn't they have every chance? Didn't we give them everything? The question answers itself. Their kids ended up realizing that they had received too much. The resulting feelings of guilt, most especially guilt toward blacks, has been a prime motivation for 15 years of civil rights marching and sitting in, for unselfish involvement in Peace Corps work and poverty programs, for demonstrating and trashing, and finally for conversion to a philosophy of violent revolution. It is a crucial part of what becoming hip has been about since the early 30s in America, a full 20 years b. 170. For Norman Mailer stereotyped that phenomenon in The White Negro / Mez Mesro, a white reedman who had to join the most despised and depressed residents of Harlem to find out what being hip was all about, explains it in Really the Blues. He found a kind of funky, existentialist reality that, for him, was more direct and honest than anything he had grown up with as a white. Like previous generations of hip Americans, the S.L.A.ers became Negrophiles, and they studied, imitated, and learned prodigiously. They soon were imitating all that their parents most hated and feared in the black side of American culture. They repudiated all the advantages of being educated and white. They decided they must join the truly wretched of the earth, and our black ghettos were a perfect place to find them. But the blacks did not often return their interest and love. Remiro describes the dilemma this way. If I was black and raised in this society, I don't think I'd like white people very much myself. White people say, well, we don't have to prove anything. Well, they do have to prove a lot. And I don't hold it at all against black people for not trusting white people. The white people of SLA realized that, and they realized that they did have to prove something because all whites have been proving historically is that they're a bunch of assholes that shouldn't be trusted, you know. I don't even have any argument with black Muslims, you know. I can't argue with them how they're not justified in feeling that the white man is the devil. All I can do is point out how they very well may be justified in feeling the white man is the devil, you know. I can't argue with them. Man, I cannot argue with them. I don't feel that white people are going to lead the revolution. I don't feel that it's historically possible for white people to lead anything in this country, you know. I don't think that there are any black or brown or red revolutionaries in this country who are going to allow themselves to be led by any white people. They've been ripped off too much. But what has happened now is that white revolutionaries have come of age and been recognized as revolutionaries. They came down to cases. They dealt with it as class rather than races. The government would like nothing better than if all the blacks would say, fuck the whites, and start a revolution alone. Why, the government would like nothing better, you know. The SLA was working toward averting a racial war, which is probably inevitable still. And if it happened, just where would I be? I'd be joining the race war on the opposite side, man. 1711. Remiro feels that blacks and revolutionaries now share a common consciousness, a revolutionary consciousness, and this explains why their style of speaking is so similar. The indisputable fact that most revolutionaries are black is not because of their color, he says. It's because of what black people in this country have had to live with and live through, you know. So we can't bring it down to, well, the blacks are revolutionaries and the whites aren't. Revolutionaries are people who understand and feel it. The fact that most revolutionaries are black is just historical, and looking at what they've lived through, at what's been dealt out to them, what they haven't gotten, how many times they've been fucked over, you know, it makes sense. Up till now blacks are the only people who've really been talking revolution, people like Malcolm X and George Jackson. It's a new experience to hear white people really taking revolution. What was needed was some white revolutionaries to prove they were really revolutionaries, and up to now all that has happened is the only thing that's come out nationally in a revolutionary way was the Weather Underground, and all they've done is put their own white brand of revolutionary activity out, which was a complete contradiction to the Black Liberation Army's brand of revolutionary activity. What the SLA has done is move in from the middle and use them both. I mean, the only way it was going to be united was by the white people, man. Says Russ Little, when you come right down to it, generally speaking, the white people in this country have always just said, you know, stood back and said, yeah, we support you. Right on with the Black Panthers. Yeah. That was a far-out gun battle, man. And they write songs about it or some old shit like that. But when it came right down to it, you really couldn't depend on them for any concrete support. I mean, they can rationalize that, well, according to Marx and Lenin, they're the most oppressed segment of the society, so naturally they're going to be the ones who are the most heroic, and blah, blah, blah. And that's a bunch of horseshit, you know. Just realizing that makes it worse, sitting there and saying that kind of shit, you know. You're saying, I'm going to keep my class privileges and shit, and I'm going to let them fight. Bill Harris puts it this way, contrary to what many of us may think, the special privileges white men as a group have gained for themselves through the oppression of all other people has never secured for us the freedom we desire. White men must understand that they will live under the threat of death as long as they continue to oppress the MEM. 172. Bears of any class or group who have the strength and determination to fight back. White men themselves have only one avenue to freedom, and that is to join in fighting to the death those who are and those who aspire to be the slave masters of the world. Many of us have been bold enough to intellectualize about revolution, but far too chicken shit to get down and help make it. Most of us have been nearly fatally stricken with the vile sickness of racism. Again, most of us have been immobilized by our sexist egos and have watched and done nothing as our sisters have rushed by us into battle. We have fooled ourselves into believing that Madison Avenue piggery will bring us eternal bourgeois happiness. If we haven't bought into the sexist, racist, capitalist, imperialist program, we have greened out in Mendocino and New Hampshire. To black people who lead our struggle to freedom, we have proved to be the racist punks of the world when we kick back and live off the blood and lives of the people. Emily Harris puts it even more succinctly, our past as middle-class white Americans was meaningless. It was truly wasted potential. Filled with desperate pessimism. It was desperate pessimism that could feel the emptiness of capitalist America even before we could understand it. Our lives now are not easy or full of joy. We may die. But our lives are real, because we see the truth and the future. The Quesion of relating either to the Marxist Old Left or to the more anarchistic New Left, all of whom were contemptuously called politicos by SLA, was not long debated. It was assumed that all of these groups, including the loosely organized Black Panthers, were heavily infiltrated by government informers. The real lessons, they felt, would be learned from guerrilla movements abroad, most especially from the Cubans and the Chinese. Bill Harris explains that the SLA came into being because many people refused to wait for so-called revolutionary groups and organizations to lead them into a revolution which would, therefore, never come. We grew tired of waiting for mythological North American revolutionaries with the necessary expertise and skills we lacked to teach us. Politicos go and do things dogmatically, says Remiro. They go around saying, well, the skilled workers were the vanguard in Russia and China and all this. They don't realize that in Russia and China those people weren't making more than anybody else, you know. Here those people are making more than college graduates. Man, you know, those people have been bought off by the imperialist country. They've been bought off, man, intentionally. I hope they join the revolution. But M73. The ones that do aren't going to join until their wages are fucked up and their unions are closed down. Till, you know, they actually feel the oppression that's going on, and they don't feel it, man. The ones who have to start the revolution and will probably be in it to the end are the ones who are the most oppressed. And then these politicos jump up and say, oh, that's only the Huipan proletariat. Fuck that lumpen proletariat. Shit, man. The lumpen proletariat in this country is a hell of a lot differ. And the New Left, says Russ Little incredulously. I'd say all that campus shit was dead by the end of 71. I knew all that shit was dead when I came to Berkeley in 72 the first time. I knew that there had to be something new come out. Grandstanding, rioting, and all that shit is dead, man. As far as we're concerned, the New Left is dead. We think that another stage is coming on, a period of spontaneous, serious revolutionary activity. It takes more than handing out a few leaflets telling people to boycott a grocery store. People are tired of that kind of shit. People are tired of these guys getting up and saying they're revolutionaries. They're just not serious. They're white kids out for a thrill. They're so chicken shit they can't even say no when the FBI comes to the door. As far as armed struggle is concerned, they support it in Vietnam, in Mozambique, somewhere else in the world. Just don't come around us. There wasn't no one in SLA that was so stupid or naive to talk to people like that. Angela Davis has sold out just like Huey Newton and the rest of them. They're pissed off at SLA, the leaders of these little organizations that don't have any members left, cause all the militants left their organizations. Who the fuck wants to consult them? When they can't even see the validity of things that are being done. Why should they be consulted, man? That's a security risk. You don't deal with those people who are fronting people off. There was a lot of fronting off with the Panthers. The cowards have two lines: if something is unsuccessful, it is adventurous. If it is successful, it is a government conspiracy to bring down the heat on them. They talk, talk, talk and wonder why no one listens except their white politico buddies. They're hypocritical liberals, counter-revolutionary punks who spout leftist rhetoric when they're absolutely sure nothing will come of it. SLA members spent a lot of time studying Marxism, and Remiro, for one, frequently insists that he's a communist revolutionary internationalist. But the home-blended mixture of ideologies and practical solutions to contemporary guerrilla problems that he has put together to suit himself would probably confound other communists he 174 might encounter in China or Cuba or Russia. In much the same way that the Cuban Revolution brought a new style of Marxism into being to fulfill the needs and style of that torrid, emotional, and very Hispanic little island, so the developing urban guerrilla movement in the United States is altered by the particularity of the American experience. The first stage of revolutionary warfare is what we're in now, says Remiro. We're in the beginning of the first stage and it's the most dangerous stage, cause revolutionaries are going to make a lot of mistakes. A lot of us are going to get killed, like Jonathan Jackson did. Who would have thought the pigs would sacrifice a judge rather than turn a few convicts loose? But, in fact, the only way they're going to develop a more flexible fighting tool is by learning from their mistakes, you know. You can't learn out of books. You have to learn by doing it. You got a theory, put it into practice. If it fucks up, the next people have learned something, you know. You're not going to see anybody running off into a courtroom anymore and grabbing a judge and a DA and think the pigs are going to let them drive away in a van. It's a period of trial and error, a period of making fatal mistakes, and a lot of people are going to get killed, a lot of dedicated people killed by making dumb mistakes. But it's a very necessary period so that we can get rid of this dogmatic bullshit and formulate our own strategy for a revolution in this country. Improvising seems the wisest thing to do. You see, Joe explains, that's what separates the politicos from the revolutionaries. The politicos are dogmatic and don't realize the particularity of this country as compared with the contradictions with other countries. They expect to have a Chinese revolution or a Russian revolution, which is not possible here. It's a completely different country, completely different circumstances, and it's going to take a completely different kind of revolution. I mean, there isn't no place like America, man. Where else would a guerrilla army decide that only? Speaking of Cuba, it is a fundamental truism among America's interna tionalist revolutionaries that the United States entered the ranks of imperialist powers with the Spanish-American War. A previously continental republic, whose citizens had the right to vote and select their own representatives, for the first time acquired extra-continental colonies and subjects who would be denied the franchise. It is also a radical truism that William Randolph Hearst was primarily responsible for starting that imperial war over the question of Cuba and that his newspapers did more to create the American empire than any other agency. Hearst and his heirs have been viewed as absolute hobgoblins of a jingoist, ruthless campaign of manifest destiny and empire building by the extreme left since well before World War I. 175. Half of a fighting unit could get stoned at one time. Where else would a guerrilla soldier tell you that the main thing he likes to do for entertainment is to fuck? The latter remark had come from Russ Little, who sums up his approach to blending old and new revolutionary styles this way: 1. Couldn't say we were Maoists, cause Mao and them were involved in rural warfare. We're North American revolutionaries. We're trying to apply all these ideas to the North American continent. We study revolutionary movements all over the world and try to apply whatever we can in the States and try to re-evaluate things. We can't just say we're Maoists or Guevarists or Tupamarists. We've learned a lot from all of them, but none had to deal with a country this massive and this heavy into a police state. As far as SLA being essentially internationalist in its thinking. Sure, it's an international conspiracy, says Little, with freedom fighters all part of an international proletarian revolutionary movement, and we're winning. We've never met, but we know each other, have the same enemy, suffer the same setbacks, enjoy the same victories, get killed by the same US grade A bullets. Remiro expands the point, saying that true democracy does not consist in the people of only one nation choosing leaders who will take care of them but exploit the people of other countries. He would not, for instance, countenance a Richard Nixon in power even though his election had been approved by a true majority of the American public. A nation doesn't have the right to come off and become capitalist and imperialist. When they do, they have no rights, he says. They lose their rights. If we allowed a free election in this country and a Nixon were elected again, I'd say, well, bullshit. There ain't gonna be no more motherfucking free elections. And you ask, what if all the people voted for him? What about the people in Harlem and the people in the Fillmore? Those people didn't want him. The people in the Philippines, the people in South America, the people in Asia, you know. They didn't want him. We gotta think of the majority, and the real majority in the world is non-white. The real majority is oppressed by imperialism. Lenin said he didn't give a piss about Russia. He said, fuck Russia. He wanted a world revolution. I say, fuck the United States, man. If the United States wants to support a Nixon, fuck 'em. The majority shit is international as far as I'm concerned. The majority of the world has made their choice, man. The next major question that comes up, just how SLA members 176 were to live from day to day while organizing an eventual revolution, would obviously involve a certain degree of communal living, as much as security would allow. Remiro says that he believes in living communally because he believes in communism, but that the kind of rather apolitical, pacifist communes now common in cities like Berkeley are far from true communism. It's far from the solution, you know. It's like all these communes going around and all these people thinking it's going to spread until it spreads all over the world, which sure isn't giving much credit to the people of Cambodia or the people of Chile. While these people are going around spreading communal life one by one, they're killing the people of Chile 10 by 10. Communal families, like all others, have their housekeeping problems and their hassles about who's going to take out the garbage and cook the dinners. Remiro says he wants to live with a guerrilla woman, the highest form of woman. Being a rather notorious romantic, it's apparent that Remiro's guerrilla woman might change in name and face from time to time, because, as he says, I fall in love all the time. When it comes to raising children, he says he's all for it. The first thing a revolutionary parent must do, he says, is to arm them. Just as soon as they're old enough to hold a gun. Remiro first took his own son, Joshua, out for firing range practice at the age of 3. All decisions in revolutionary households must, of course, be made with the full agreement of the participating women. SLA was feminist-oriented from the first. The group's constitution calls for laws that will neither force people into nor force them to stay in personal relationships they do not wish to be in, like marriage or any lasting contractual relationship between men and women. Such a loose situation suits Remiro, who readily admits that he's lost enough arguments with militant feminists to say in front that he is a sexist raised and programmed. Feminists have talked to me about their rights and have only moved my consciousness forward and left themselves in the same place. After hours of mouthy struggle they have all walked away labeling me a sexist pig. If that is all they wished to do, they could have saved a lot of time, as I would have readily copped out. With revolutionary women there is no struggle. They took their rights and left me with mine. They didn't bore me with feminist rhetoric. They completely won me over, won my support, and then made it clear that my support wasn't needed. SLA decided that the use of heavy drugs in its ranks was definitely out. The prohibition was written into S.L.A.'s Codes of War. 177. With fascinating exactness, This rule applies to the use of such drugs as heroin, speed, peyote, mescaline, reds, pep pills, whites, yellow jackets, bennies, dexies, goofballs, LSD, and any other kind of hallucinatory drug. But that old American particularity reared its funky head a bit later in the ruling. A certain amount of boozing, Sink liked plum wine, and pot smoking, everybody else had been ahead at one time or another, was okay. The codes say that permission is granted for the use of only two types of relaxing drugs, these are marijuana and/or beer and wine and other alcohol. The only catch is that no more than half of a fighting unit can get stoned at one time, and true revolutionaries were expected to soon get over the need for even booze or pot. As Remiro puts it, acid, booze, any kind of narcotic, all it does is shield you from the realities of life. I didn't start to become political till I cut loose drugs, man. Drugs didn't make me political. I'd never advise anyone to take acid. I'd never advise anyone to smoke grass. I don't think anyone should. I think that if people haven't done it, fine. If they have, fine. You know, once you get completely involved in the revolution, you don't need any of that stuff. As to getting the money together to keep an organization like SLA moving, it was decided that the most attractive methods were to be the same revolutionary forms favored by the Irish Republican Army and Joseph Stalin: bank stick-ups, burglaries, and other rip-offs from the establishment. Anyone who got out of line or violated house codes could count on a bit of self-denial or KP, such as the cleaning and maintenance of all sell arms, ammunition, and explosives for 1 week, the upkeep of out houses, the full suspension of wine or cigarettes, and extra duties such as additional watches, practice and study periods, correspondence, filing, typing, washing, cleaning, cooking, and physical exercise. Everybody got a turn at washing the dishes, making the beds, and sweeping the floor. The group gave considerable thought to its positions on art and culture. As the use of the ancient mystical symbol of the seven-headed cobra demonstrates, several members, like Nancy Ling Perry, had a considerable interest in the occult as well. We embrace the concepts of art and spiritual consciousness in material, relevant terms based upon the common conditions of all oppressed peoples, she wrote. We have begun to redefine art as the 178 natural creative reflection of our desperate struggle to survive. Art for us is the total process of sharing and communally using what we learn in order to live and to fight. We recognize Sink as an artist for what he teaches the people, but we also recognize, as he himself has said, that truth has no author. Another thing which we feel is necessary to clarify is the word spirit and all that which is called spiritual. The spirit is the bodies and souls of all the people, and the spiritual is the intensity of our common instincts, as reflected throughout history, to fight for the freedom of all oppressed peoples, to save the earth and the children from the putrid disease of bourgeois mentality and the putrid disease of the corporate fascist military state. Once Catholic Joe Remiro gets very uneasy about the word spiritual. I ain't fighting for no advanced spiritual awareness, he says. I think spiritual awareness was at its most advanced stage when they had the Crusades, when they had the fucking imperialist crusades. As far as culture is concerned, I see a real need for a revolutionary type of art form that relates to oppressed people, you know, rather than a bourgeois art form which is mostly what dominates right now, you know. The way poetry expresses itself today in a lot of cases is very intellectualized, and only middle-class white people can relate to it. The questions about forming an organization that would attract a number of divergent racial and cultural minorities are best answered in the texts of the Declaration of War and the Constitution **. In essence, the SLA proposed to set up a sort of tentative federation, hung together mostly for the purpose of immediately fighting a revolution, and not a government, but rather a united and federated formation of members of different races and people and political parties who have agreed to struggle in a united front. The heavy emphasis on an essentially independent role for each racial and cultural group included in this temporary federation was designed to bring in black nationalists who might wish to jointly rebel against the American system but who would want to have their own independent nation after the revolution had been won. Adding an ingredient or two of black nationalism to their symbiotic stew, SLA members also decided that since their new dedication to revolution constituted a personal rebirth for each of them, it would be appropriate for each to receive a reborn name. Donald DeFries, who had been reborn as Sanctum while in prison. * See appendix for complete contents. 179J. Probably initiated the custom. So monikers like Takeo, Cujo, Faiza, Jelena, Zoya, Gabby, Yolanda, Tanya, Bo, and Osceola were considerably more than code names. They represented new psychological and historical identities. Remiro feels that blacks and other minority people should be allowed to live in completely separate states if they wish. Integration is a rip-off, man, he says. It's ripping off some very beautiful and important cultures. If all the non-whites say they want to integrate with the white people, which I doubt, I'll say right on, with that. It's not up to me to make the decision. I support the right of national minorities to do whatever the fuck they want to do to self-determination. If the black nation decides they want to separate completely, that's their right. And as a white revolutionary I'll support that right and I'll fight for that right. But the revolutionaries in SLA don't say they're supporting segregation. It's not up to them. We're not pushing secession. We're just saying that their rights do include that. As Stalin said about self-determination for national minorities, which he was part of, you know. He said, we support the right of national minorities to the point of secession, but then he used the parallel of divorce. He said, we support the right of women to be allowed to divorce their husbands, but we don't encourage it. But if they decide they want to, they have got the right. Separate from the Symbionese Federation, but growing out of it, there was to be a Symbionese Liberation Army, a force governed by a war council made up of Federation representatives and regulated by the SLA. Codes of War. Since the whole purpose of the Federation was to put an army in the field against the US government, continued membership in the Federation was to require some participation in the armed actions of the SLA. The War Council may disagree upon a particular action or strategy, says the Constitution. When in disagreement, that particular membership need not participate in the SLA action, but membership on the War Council is maintained only as long as all commitments made to the collective Symbionese War Council are continued to be fully adhered to. This last provision was obviously the product of heated debate that broke out among the founding members of the Federation when it was decided to assassinate Oakland School Superintendent Foster. 180. Tentative discussion of the Foster hit probably began early in the summer. What Foster was doing in the heavily black Oakland schools was discussed as early as May at BCA meetings at Vacaville. One participant now out of stir remembers a BCA leader saying that if you want to eliminate the problem in the schools with the man stepping on your kids' necks, you eliminate the problem by eliminating Marcus Foster. SLA did not definitely zero in on Foster, though, until at least late July, after the Alameda County grand jury had asked the Oakland School District to come up with a plan to cut down on violence, vandalism, and truancy. Foster's response turned out to be his death warrant. In September, he endorsed a plan that would have brought armed police guards into the halls of Oakland's 15 junior highs and 6 high schools and would have required students to obtain identification cards with their photos inside. It also would have authorized the compilation of what the SLA called biodossiers on all Oakland students to provide police agencies with early warning about their criminal tendencies. Funding to the tune of $255,000 was to be provided for this plan by the California Council on Criminal Justice, an agency of the state. By October, Oakland was in a furor over the proposal, and an October 8 school board meeting was nearly mobbed by angry parents and left organizations. Black Panthers Bobby Seale and Elaine Brown led the opposition. SLA had apparently decided long before October 8 to rub out Foster for the Forced Youth Identification Program, the cop patrols in the halls, and the new dossiers. They claimed the plan was patterned after the system of apartheid in South Africa and would lead to many students being jailed from age 15 for an indefinite period of time. Theo Wheeler was on the scene by mid-August, and his brooding presence gave the group the kind of additional proven kill power that made them confident they could successfully play the role of assassins. It was time to start arming up. Another irritant that apparently drove them headlong into the murder was the November 1 killing in nearby Emeryville of a 14-year-old black youth, Tyrone Guyton, who was shot in the back following a joyride in a car that later turned out to be stolen. The black community was in an uproar over the matter, and SLA later decided to even the score with the Black Pig Foster. By midsummer, Remiro had begun to visit his favorite Oakland 181 gun shop, Seagulls, at 508 West MacArthur Boulevard at least every second week. He would walk in to look over and occasionally buy new guns. He brought a lot of friends with him, white revolutionists who made absolutely no attempt to hide their identities as they purchased lethal weapons. Said an incredulous store owner, most professional criminals would not come into a gun shop and buy firearms. They probably would steal them or get them in some other way. But this SLA crowd didn't seem to care. Remiro had purchased his first Walther .380 automatic pistol on July 17. He picked up a second copy of the German gun on September 25. On August 17, he bought a 12-gauge Ithaca shotgun. On July 28, Ms. Moon got a Browning 30.06 rifle. On August 23, Willie Wolf picked up a Mossberg shotgun in San Lorenzo's Gemco department store. On November 7, Angela Atwood purchased a 9mm Mauser pistol at Seagulls, and on November 27 Bill Harris also went in to get a 9mm Mauser. Sometime in late spring, Russ Little had purchased a .38 caliber Rossi pistol from Chris Thompson, a Brazilian gun much favored by the Tupamaros and other South American revolutionists. During that same spring, Remiro had experienced an odd stroke of luck. He won a fancy 30.30 Winchester commemorative rifle during a Seagulls drawing, but he told the shopkeeper, "I don't have any use for it," and sold the gun back to the store. The SLA had begun to conduct their lethal preparations in a number of locations. Nancy Ling Perry, Willie Wolf, Russ Little, and Robin Steiner were living at communal Peking House. Remiro was rooming with Hood, Brennan, and Rip Miller on Cortlandt Road. He began moving with Willie over to nearby Bond Street sometime in October. They would only occupy the place until December. Ms. Moon, Camilla, and Sink were shacked up cozily on Parker Street, although Camilla still was paying rent on a separate cottage some distance across Berkeley. Theo Wheeler and Mary Alicine were living rather privately in a well-hidden apartment in Oakland. Everyone kept busy. Their homework was of an extremely unusual variety. Some SLA members drew up hit lists of possible assassination victims. Those to be honored with cyanide bullet executions included Marcus Foster, Raymond Percunier, then head of the California prison system, another Foster, Richard, who, strangely enough, was also a school superintendent, in next-door Berkeley, 14 manufacturers and business leaders, including representatives of Kaiser Industries, ITT. 182. Bank of America, Standard Oil, and Safeway stores, and possibly William Noland, publisher of the extreme right Oakland Tribune and a former red-baiting senator of the Eisenhower era. Other plans for violent actions required the preparation of intricate maps showing the locations of possible kidnaps, burglaries, and armed robberies. Another such map showed a Sonoma County farm where a demolition contractor stored large quantities of dynamite, handy for making bombs. Some maps contained full information on store burglar alarms and the locations of cash registers, mirrors, and employee stations. One showed the route usually taken by a courier who brought deposits from an Oakland bar into a nearby bank branch. Oakland cops would later tell the press that SLA had used this plan on January 7, 74, 2. Stick up the bank courier. Also in the works was the rip-off on October 12 of a '69 Chevrolet van from young Donald Sullivan, who told the cops that someone who looked a lot like Joe Remiro walked behind him that night as he went into his apartment on Berkeley's Telegraph Avenue and demanded the keys to his white van. Sullivan said the man had a gun in his right hand and said, "Give me the keys. I'm in a hurry." The truck was found a few months later near an SLA hideout in Concord with everything stripped out from front to back except the steering wheel. A good auto mechanic had apparently pulled out all of the guts to be transferred to another Chevy van. Remiro would later be charged with this car theft. Other previews of things to come were flashing across the cerebral cortex of busy Nancy Ling Perry, who rented 2 new hideouts in October. One was a scummy apartment, number 12, on Oakland's rundown, racially mixed 7th Avenue, number 1621. It was 6/10 of a mile from the Oakland Schools Administration building, where Foster worked. The other one was at 1560 Sutherland Court in the Concord area, a location that FAISA would later call an SLA. Information Intelligence Headquarters. In keeping with the group's well-thought-out policy of setting up a hideout near the site of an upcoming action, the chances are good that the Concord location was chosen because it was close to the scene of some job they had long considered. All this activity was making some of the more timid recruits nervous. These were the guys who sounded serious at first, as long as it was all talk about guerrilla warfare. But by fall, it had become apparent that this was not going to be just one more of those endless Berkeley F-183 yak circles, not just a lot of stoned-out theoretical arguments while you were stretched out on the floor of some South Campus pad with a joint in one hand and a can of beer in the other, ogling a willing sister who might be in your sack that night. This was for real, and when the final decision to kill Foster had been made, a lot of these talk revolutionaries dropped out. As one of them later explained it, contradictions had already begun to emerge among the membership. Although some of the brothers and sisters asserted that to create a positive vision of a new society required serious thinking, a clear and comprehensive theory and strategy, others insisted that all that was necessary was to put yourself into situations where your ass would get kicked and armed bravery would do the rest. Some of the brothers and sisters were complaining about the lack of democracy within the organization. The justification for this was always that we were in a state of war. It increasingly became apparent to us that the Symbionese Federation was not fundamentally opposed to the errors of the left we had known, but was rather the culmination of all its defects. The process of the organization was totally top-down. The War Council made decisions in secret and the members were expected to obey orders without question, just as in a capitalist army. Serious conflict developed over the subordination of the support units, as of all non-military activities of the organization to the combat units, that is, the army came to be seen as the chief agent of the revolution. Dissension even developed between Sink and Wheeler. At one point that fall, the date is not too clear, CIN, Nancy Ling Perry, and Ms. Moon arrived at Thero's Oakland hideout and, according to Mary Alice Seam, said they were going to kill her and Wheeler, because they were unreliable and knew too much. The 3 Gunsels were talked out of the internecine hit, but Mary claims they walked out with $600 that had been in her purse. Things were getting downright hot in an otherwise chilly fall for SLA. 8 pistol shots and 2 shotgun blasts later, they would get even hotter. 184. 12. You see, the first SLA action cleared up a lot of things. The Black Liberation Army talks about people coming down on them for shooting black pigs, you know. And they point out right up front, you know, a black pig or a white pig, the motherfuckers, you know, are all gonna get killed and they ain't gonna accept any criticism about shooting black pigs. Joe Remiro. T. He center of Oakland, California, is largely devastated by the twin blights of ghetto strangulation and urban renewal. Vast stretches of once swarming downtown are now ghost lands of vacant buildings and parking lots. The occupied houses that remain are shabby, dilapidated frame buildings that provide a creaky, temporary refuge for blacks, Chinese, the old, and the disenfranchised, who know they will soon be redeveloped completely out of the area. The outlines of the kind of future Oakland that the slowly progressing city planners envision here can be seen growing up around Lake Merritt, a prettily landscaped former saltwater marsh that juts into the Oakland estuary, that old refuge of sailing ships, whale oil manufactories, whorehouses, opium dens, and deadfall saloons that provided a rowdy and down-to-earth home for legendary roamers like Jack London and Joaquin Miller. It was just about the only part of Oakland of which native-born Gertrude Stein much approved. She summed up her opinion of the rest of the town very plainly. "Oakland," she said. "There is no there there. The west side of Lake Merritt is anchored by a great aluminum skyscraper built by Henry Kaiser. The southeast side is held down by an enormous luxury apartment house where Panther leader Huey Newton long occupied a $650 a month suite complete with a 400-pound bodyguard and a personal tailor. In between these two monuments, 185. To the American dream come true stands a 10-story, pyramid-topped courthouse and jail, which handles those who have resisted all that Henry Kaiser and William Noland wanted Oakland to become. Just around a slight bend of the lake from the courthouse stands the 3-story poured concrete headquarters of the Oakland school system. It's a quick, 2-block walk away and within easy view of anyone looking across the corner of the lake from the jail or down from Huey Newton's eyrie. In a small indentation between the main building and a smaller annex fronting on 11th Street lies a dimly lit parking space just big enough for 2 cars. Until November 6, 1973, one parking stall was plainly marked Superintendent and the other Deputy Superintendent. To get from the back steps of the main building, where the Oakland Board of Education regularly meets, and over to the little parking lot, you must pass through a narrow, boxed-in courtyard and then through an even narrower defile between the main building and a small, wooden, temporary structure about 30 feet wide that lies between the administration center and the annex. It is an ideal spot for an ambush, and easily observed and well contained killing ground where few strangers or even school employees will pass. It was here one wet and gloomy Tuesday evening on November 6, Election Day, that 50-year-old Marcus Foster met his death under a barrage of cyanide-filled bullets, and his assistant, 38-year-old Robert Blackburn, who had followed him to Oakland from Philadelphia, was gravely wounded by a shotgun blast. Joe Remiro and Russell Little were accused of the crime 2 months after SLA publicly took credit for the savage attack. Foster, the first black superintendent of any major California school system, was, if the publicity put out about him is to be believed, a progressive, liberal educator, a persistent integrationist who was working hard for the largely minority student body of 60,000 kids in the Oakland schools. November 6 had been a busy day for him. School board meetings were not usually held on Election Day, and they generally did not start as early as this one, at 4 p.m., with a potluck dinner about 6 o'clock and adjournment before 7 o'clock. Foster arrived late. Until 4:30 he'd been lecturing the Oakland City Council at nearby City Hall on the need for more money to keep gymnasiums, playgrounds, and other recreational facilities in the city's 90 schools open after class so the kids would have some place to go. The Big East Bay community contains 186. The oldest and angriest ghetto in the West, and Foster spoke up mostly for those ghetto kids who are likely to get into even more trouble than usual without organized recreation. He warned that a plan to cut back such activities would lead to desperation and trouble. "I shudder to think about all the violence we will see," he warned. He had cause to shudder. He would be dead in less than 3 hours. Foster then made it over to the Board of Education meeting, which proved to be rather routine, not at all like the stormy October 8 session, which had debated identification cards, bio dossiers, and armed cops in school hallways. SLA was apparently not aware of it. They had no clipping service, but Foster had tentatively withdrawn his support for the identification and policing plan at the October meeting. Bobby Seale had won out, and the rather canny and politic superintendent had retreated in the face of all that violent and well-organized community opposition. His feelings about the matter were obviously mixed. Like a lot of liberal superintendents trying to mollify an essentially conservative school board, and Oakland's was anything but progressive, Foster was the man in the middle. He found it expedient to publicly take a line that would keep the board happy, but privately, or talking to liberals and reformers whose help he also needed, he was known to express different opinions. This wavering kind of attitude cost him his life. On the ID/cops issue, Foster continued to make public statements that lined up with the board's affirmative position. In the first week of November he'd met with a roomful of high school journalists who had quizzed him on this explosive matter, and he'd told them he favored the program and that it would reduce truancy, vandalism, and get reduced bus fares. He claimed that the card was first and foremost for your protection. A few days earlier and in private he had taken an entirely different position while visiting an old friend, the prominent San Francisco civil rights lawyer Charles Gary. Gary claims that Foster stated he was definitely against the plan and that he considered it a police state action. An example of fascist forces trying to take over. Perhaps this kind of double talk had proven a necessity during Foster's years as an administrator in the racially troubled Philadelphia schools and in the ticklish position he had occupied as head of the Oakland system since July of 1970. For he was best known, both nationally and in the Bay Area, as a great compromiser, a kind of Black Henry Clay in urban education, a voice of reason, a man with enormous talents for bringing people together cooperatively to solve problems in peaceful 1-871 ways. These tactics worked well with normal, reasonable, political people. It was most unfortunate that the warmongering extremists of SLA did not prize such attributes. Most of the business was over by 6:30 p.m. at that election day meeting, and all of the board members had left the room before Foster and Blackburn gathered up their papers into attaché cases and prepared to leave. Foster also carried an umbrella, for it was raining. Now down to the car, only one of them, since Blackburn had been driving his boss to work for several weeks. The space usually occupied by Foster's car had been filled this night by board member Melvin Coffell, who had hurried on home a few minutes before the administrators walked to their parking lot. Coffell said he'd seen nothing unusual. Shortly before 7 p.m., the two executives pulled up the collars of their raincoats to fend off the cold and steady drizzle. They squinted out into the dim fall evening and surveyed the seemingly abandoned area just behind the administration building, which, for some reason long forgotten, all of Oakland still likes to call the White House. They hurried down a steep flight of stone steps into the asphalt courtyard. They were deep in conversation and hardly noticed two slight figures standing out there in the rain between the big administration building and the old wooden portable structure. They almost brushed up against the two loiterers as they made a slight left turn to enter the parking area. It's true that these two did not seem so very remarkable, either to Foster and Blackburn or to other witnesses who had passed them by a few minutes earlier when the meeting had broken up. They were generally described as very young, possibly black or Chicano, with tan or olive complexions, at least not pasty white. Blackburn would have a hard time deciding whether or not Russ Little could have been one of them. They were said to have long, shoulder-length dark hair, nothing too unusual among the young these days. They were of medium height 5 feet 6 inches to 5 feet 8 inches and of slender build 110 to 120 pounds. They wore almost identical costumes, a kind of proletarian uniform, so to speak, blue knit watch cap, dark pants, blue denim jacket with some sort of a matching white emblem patch over the right breast. No one paused long enough to examine it closely. And, oh yes, the somewhat hazy witnesses would later add, they might have been women. As Blackburn recalls these two ominously waiting young people out there in the rain. 188. As we left the door, proceeded down the stairway which occupies this indentation, walking down the stairs, I noticed on my right, somewhere at about this point at the back of the building, two persons leaning against that building. It occurred to me I had never seen anybody in that position before, and I thought it wasn't a serious concern, but I thought it rather strange. Then I thought immediately, well, presumably these are stragglers from the Board of Education meeting which had just been completed, and people waiting for a ride, or who were just chatting, leaning against the building. So then we came down those stairs and turned to our right, and then proceeded to walk along this area and through the passageway. Once again, as we drew near the two persons, I glanced up and looked at them again and then kept walking. We then walked along together in the area between the main building and this single-story portable. The small parking area seemed strangely narrow and deadly this night, and the educators grew quiet as they entered it. On the wet pavement waited Blackburn's little economy car, a 1971 white Chevrolet Vega. It was parked facing inward toward the portable wooden building with its peeling layer of gray paint. Bushes and shrubbery covered a corner of the lawn between the annex to the west and 11th Street. A second narrow passageway between the shrubbery and the car led back to the rear of the main administration building. Blackburn strode quickly around the rear of the auto, followed a few steps back by Foster. He was heading toward the passenger side to open the door for his boss. Foster had barely reached the front of the car on the driver's side. He had gone less than 20 feet past the two waiting gunmen, and they must have fallen immediately in behind him. Then it happened cold, fast, and without warning. They opened up at point-blank range into Foster's back. Blackburn describes the vicious wipeout. I saw the muzzle flashes of the guns, he says. I had my briefcase in one hand, my keys in the other. They seemed to be repeated shots in very fast sequence. My first impression was that two weapons were being fired and almost simultaneously. But, you know, a split second later than that I saw Dr. Foster. He seemed to stumble forward. The bullets, 8 of them, popped out of the barrels of two pistols blazing away in the steady hands of the two long-haired youths who had followed Foster and Blackburn onto the parking lot. The first 7 slugs hit Foster in the back. He whirled to face his assassins, and the M891 last shot tore through the front of his body. The hollow-pointed slugs simply ripped him apart. They chewed up his entire torso. Several passed clean through his exploding flesh to bury themselves in the left front fender and door of the parked car. Now it would be Blackburn's turn. At least one assassin awaited him behind the bushes to his right. Crouching low in the wet foliage, he cocked the hammer of his 12-gauge shotgun and aimed. We were by then, you know, I would say there must have been almost 20 feet, 18, a good distance between us at that point, says Blackburn, trying to calculate how far he stood from the dying Foster. And, as I indicated, I must have then continued to turn around and then attempted to move up the passenger side of the car. He only got a little past the right rear fender when the first shotgun blast cut loose. It missed him by inches and buried a dozen hunks of double-aught buckshot into the Vega's right rear fender. He was not so lucky on the second blast. 10 to 12 hard steel balls cut into Blackburn's flesh. They entered his liver and spleen, his left kidney, abdomen, and left arm. He screamed in surprise and pain and then ran for his life. It was more than 200 feet from the parking lot to the only door he knew was open where there might be help in the mostly dark administration building. Blackburn put everything he had into it and outdistanced his pursuers. He managed to get inside the door before falling into the arms of David Tom, a school system printer who had been working late in the basement of the building when he heard muffled shots from the nearby ambush. He had rushed up the steps to open a rear door and found Blackburn standing there screaming for help. "Mark's been shot! Mark's been shot!" Blackburn yelled. Tom ran to the parking stall to find Dr. Foster spread out on the wet pavement. His briefcase and umbrella lay on the ground. Tom knelt beside him and felt for a pulse. He thought he felt a faint stir of life and began to give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Too late. Foster was a DOA when an ambulance brought him into Highland Hospital a few minutes later. but Blackburn was alive and talking quite vividly. His recollections would fill in whatever blank spots SLA incompetence and poor planning had left in the case. The school center was soon crawling with cops, but the killers were long gone. As physical evidence and eyewitness testimony filled out the rest. 190. Of the story, it became apparent that the SLA executioners had escaped on foot from the bloody little parking lot. Footprints from a pair of deeply grooved jungle boots showed that at least one gunman, probably the shotgun man behind the bushes, had walked up to the assassination site over a wet and muddy path that begins in the parking lot of Oakland Civic Auditorium just a stone's throw away from the court house jail where Remiro and Little would spend so many months, and passed through a wooded children's playground beside an isolated channel of Lake Merritt, which provides a lonely, seldom used sanctuary just behind the school administration center, an echoing, mossy lagoon full of snakes, trash, and a soggy memory or two. The person wearing the distinctive boots, and possibly several companions, retreated down this dark path past deserted but fanciful slides and swings shaped like mythical tigers and lions. They went at top speed, tripping occasionally on the rotted crossties which were all that remained of an abandoned children's railroad. They ran so fast and so recklessly, in fact, that a number of rounds of unspent .45 caliber ammunition fell from one of their pockets, leaving a nice, neat trail for the pleasantly surprised cops to later follow. The trail ended on the black-topped auditorium parking lot, where a car probably awaited them. Where the assassins had gone from there was pure conjecture until the end of November, when a curious landlord at 1621 7th Avenue discovered that half a dozen mysterious tenants who had been holed up for weeks, less than a mile from the assassination scene, were actually the SLA. Neighbors identified Sink, Nancy Ling Perry, and Russell Little as being among them. No one seemed sure about Joe Remiro's photograph. For months the Oakland cops had no suspects to hang the murder raps on, but they had plenty of clues. There were the extraordinary slugs removed from Foster's body, the car, and the wooden building. There were 8.38 caliber pistol shells, most of them apparently fired from a Walther automatic and a few out of a Rossi. There were 2 empty shotgun shells with some distinctive writing on them. The .38 caliber shell casings were quickly identified as being of a special kind, Supravel ammunition, which a gun specialist later described as being hotter and more powerful than standard rounds, and a lot more lethal. Supravel bullets are hollow-pointed. Such rounds mushroom out on impact and do horrible internal damage, much more than the kind of jacketed, solid slugs that civilized armies use in warfare. Hollow slugs, like dum-dum bullets, are outlawed on the battle. 11,911. Field, but revolutionists, and a great many American police departments, are fond of them because the victim almost certainly dies from the impact. The slugs pulled out of Foster would also yield another interesting clue, the most unusual aspect of the case, in fact. Not only had the manufacturer hollowed out the tips of these lead bullets, but some other craftsman had gone the original one better and, with a fine drill, had cut through the thin wall that usually covers over the hollowed-out point to open up the little chamber for an even more deadly purpose. Into each of the 8 slugs that had entered Foster's body they had poured a small quantity of a famous and easily obtainable poison, potassium cyanide, 7.1 milligrams, to be exact. The opening through the end of the bullet had been covered over with a little plug of wax, which shot out on impact. Oakland autopsy surgeons had never seen this trick attempted before, and initial reports on the Foster case contained no data whatsoever about the cyanide modification of the Symbionese bullets. They would later testify that they had smelled the strong almond odor of cyanide when removing the slugs from Foster. Whether they had investigated further and found the cyanide mixed in with the lead remains in doubt. It quickly became a moot point when, less than 16 hours after Marcus Foster was murdered, the SLA left its first calling card queue and the doorstep of the world. Communique number 1 was found in the mailbox at KPFA, the Berkeley Radical community's favorite radio station. First discovered and read at 10:30 a.m. on November 7, it appeared to be a kind of revolutionary true bill or indictment as well as a death warrant for Foster. Its fantastic contents would immediately turn this totally unknown band of terrorists into the most hunted, and least understood, band of outlaws in American history. It read: Symbionese Liberation Army Western Regional Youth Unit Communique No. 1. Subject: the implementation of the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. Warrant order: execution by cyanide bullets. Date: November 6, 1973. Warrant issued by the Court of the People. Charges: supporting and taking part in the forming and implementation of a political police force operating within the schools of the people. Supporting and taking part in the forming and implementation of 192 biodossiers through the Forced Youth Identification Program. Supporting and taking part in the building of composite files for the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. Target: Dr. Marcus A. Foster, Superintendent of Schools, Oakland, California. Robert Blackburn, Deputy Superintendent, Oakland, California. From there, the communique freely admitted the Foster murder and then warned the Fascist Board of Education and its fascist supporters that the Court of the People have issued a death warrant on all members and supporters of the Internal Warfare Identification Computer System. This shoot-on-sight order will stay in effect until such time as all political police are removed from our schools and all photo and other forms of identification are stopped. This outrageous admission and not too subtle warning electrified the Bay Area. The Oakland police put 4 teams of homicide inspectors on the case, along with every investigator the district attorney could spare. This brought together a group of 30 trained men, who followed up every imaginable clue to initiate the biggest manhunt in Oakland history. Although the SLA communique made clear the political motivation of the killing, including the tit-for-tat aspect of Foster's death being a retribution for the murder of young Tyrone Guyton, most officials and plain citizens still could not comprehend the reasoning behind the bizarre assassination. Their consternation was shared for a change by all of the radical groups who normally could be counted on to applaud any frontal assault on the system and its leaders. The Black Panthers condemned the killing and its perpetrators, as did most other left groups. It was, in fact, the Foster assassination which almost certainly doomed SLA to a lonely and little lamented extinction in the end. It also proved that an unquestioning devotion to textbook definitions as to who is and is not the enemy does not always match up to political realities. They killed the wrong man. Marcus Foster may have had too much compromise in his system to be any kind of a hero to the left, but he was not a black pig by any means. SLA failed to study the true politics of the case, despite long and loudly proclaiming that they were first and foremost a political group. The lack of this study and understanding would doom them politically. This is a fact that Joe Remiro and Russ Little were still unwilling to admit a full 8 months after the killing and a good many months after their comrades had apparently realized that the Foster caper had 1931 become a dead end from which they had to move on to bigger and better publicized things, like the kidnapping of Patricia Hearst. But, of course, Little and Remiro could not simply forget the Marcus Foster matter. Their lives were at stake because of it. Perhaps a good part of S.L.A.'s confusion about Foster grew out of the enormous ideational and generational gap that must have existed between these violent young rebels who arrived in Berkeley long after its first passionate affair with integration and civil rights, and an older black man whose career was clearly the product of that profoundly moral movement to bring the races together in America without bloodshed. After Foster was dead, a number of politicians who had little use for him alive suddenly decided that he had been the East Bay's answer to Martin Luther King or that he had been our Moses. Their self-serving eulogies, as well as the volume and anguish of more sincere public mourning, were rather extraordinary when you consider the history of Foster's difficult 3 years in Oakland. It seems almost as though people were lamenting the passing of an era rather than a man, the assassination of compromise and commitment to peaceful change rather than the wipeout of an educator whose activities both in Philadelphia and Northern California were progressive but unremarkable. Marcus Foster was a competent administrator and fairly glib politician. He was a black man of that generation long accustomed to emphasizing the similarities rather than the differences between the races, a supporter of NAACP and the Urban League rather than SNCC and CORE and their even more radical offspring. He was honestly committed to giving a fair first shake in life to the thousands of minority kids for whom he was responsible. But with 6,000 staff members and 60,000 students to keep in line, it was a big and very political order. He was good at his job, but it wasn't a Martin Luther King kind of a gig, and he was no utopian, no wide-eyed idealist. Foster had to spend a lot of his time mollifying the local Birchers, holding hands with the Kaisers and the Nolans and the other ruling reactionaries, soothing ruffled feathers at Kiwanis and Lions Club luncheons, balancing a knee full of coffee and donuts at PTA and YMCA meetings, wringing the last possible nickel out of his underpaid staff for the United Crusade and the Boy Scouts. He got along well with ministers and businessmen. He'd paid his academic and professional dues and was in good standing among the nation's top educators, who know that to make out these days as a big city superintendent you need 194. More than conscience and fresh ideas, it's also necessary to have a direct line into the offices of the giant Eastern foundations and a friend or two in Washington. Foster's major speeches and communications were adequate if uninspired. They occasionally contained an innovative idea or two, but everything was carefully balanced and subdued so that no one would get upset about it. He knew his job was to keep things together, to maintain a big school system in running order without too much dissension or bind. He was the chief oiler, a greaser of the ways. Under the circumstances, that's all you had a right to ask of the man. He did all that he could do. Under difficult circumstances in Oakland. That may be the ultimate irony of his murder. Marcus Foster was neither the fascist the SLA accused him of being nor the saint his eulogists so extravagantly sketched for the weeping multitudes. He was just a strong-willed black man doing a routine job in a competent way. Knocking him off was like sabotaging a piece of machinery or defacing a building. It was more vandalism than an act of revolutionary justice. Nevertheless, when poor Foster died, mayors, congressmen, and assemblymen rose in unanimous wrath to demand the heads of his killers. He was put up among the visionaries and prophets in the next morning's newspapers. He was called a family man, a man's man, a people's man. God and Marcus Foster have left in our hands an unfinished task, said one minister, promoting him into the heavenly administration building in a single bound. It was claimed that he had given his whole life to Oakland, an exaggeration that extended 3 short years into 50. But it was not just the quality of the extravagant tribute that was extraordinary. The quantity was also unprecedented. There was not just one memorial service for Marcus Foster, there were dozens. On the Friday after his death, Oakland's Catholic bishop eulogized him at a high mass, assisted by 15 priests. More than 1,100 of the faithful crowded into the city's cathedral. On Saturday, all the Jewish synagogues in Oakland held memorials. On Sunday, it was the turn of the Protestants and long-bearded, black-robed Greek Orthodox priests to lay him to rest. The funeral itself was held at BB Memorial CME Church on Monday, November 12. At least 3,000 people attended, including the mayors of Oakland, Berkeley, and San Francisco. They were joined by delegations of politicians and educators from all over the 1951 country. Some 15,000 programs were given out to those in the church and the even bigger crowd that followed Foster's coffin to the cemetery. That evening, another 5,000 mourners attended an enormous memorial service in the vast concrete Oakland Coliseum Arena. For probably the first, and certainly the last, time in history, extreme rightist William Noland would mourn beside Black Panther Bobby Seale. A 1,000-voiced choir of Oakland school kids managed to nearly overcome the echoing bad acoustics of the cavernous chamber. Foster's widow, Albertine, brought the affair to an emotional climax in the best tradition of early civil rights Christian charity when she urged the multitude to pray Dr. Foster's assassins. The place absolutely came apart, a fantastic send-off. And a dirge for all of S.L.A.'s political ambitions. 196. 13. Inexperience makes one underestimate the enemy's intelligence. Or assume some tasks to he easy, thus leaving evidence which may he fatal. Carlos Mariola, in the 7 Deadly Sins of the Urban Guerrilla. In order to deal with the enemy, we must reduce our mistakes to absolute zero. All underground units should by now have learned to stay off the streets and highways late at night. He who travels while the sun sleeps will stumble many times. Communique on the SLA from the Black Liberation Army. And January 10, 1974, partly because of dumb chance and partly because of his own errors, the game was suddenly up for Joe Remiro. He and Russ Little became the S.L.A.'s first prisoners of war after an incident that proved to be a catastrophic checkmate to all of the groups planning up to that date, an arrest that may have been a prime motivation for the kidnap of Patricia Hearst less than 3 weeks later. It happened at 1:20 a.m., in an almost too quiet and very suburban bedroom community some 25 miles northeast of the central Oakland area where Marcus Foster was killed. The unincorporated section known as Clayton Valley was, in fact, probably one of the last places police would have looked for Foster's assassins, had they still been looking. The unsuccessful search had bogged down after 2 fruitless months, and the Oakland cops were discouraged and frustrated. Only a stroke of luck could help them now. It came in the form of a children's prank and the presence of an observant and highly intuitive cop named David Dugg. Sergeant Dugg had been on the Concord police force for 7 years. He was patrolling that night through what his department called Sector 2, a wildly gerrymandered morass of fairly new subdivisions. 1971. That includes some blocks that are part of the city of Concord, some that belong to the smaller village of Clayton to the south, and other hunks of real estate that are completely unincorporated like Clayton Valley. The area has little claim to fame outside of the fact that it immediately adjoins an enormous naval magazine. Thousands of tons of shells and bombs pass through here on their way to nearby Port Chicago, where they are shipped to Southeast Asia to be used in the now Vietnamized war. The port has been well known in radical circles since Berkeley anti-war activists staged a long vigil at the entrance to the shipping area, where they were frequently arrested for organizing lie-downs in front of bomb-carrying trucks. A group like SLA, planning revolution and in need of munitions to fight it, might regard such a naval magazine as a very enticing target indeed. It's not easy to find your way around this neck of the woods late at night. Most streets dead-end in deliberate cul-de-sac. The one-story ranch-style houses, many in the $40,000 to $50,000 class, are generally set well back from the road, and few show street numbers. There is little lighting. To make things worse, some of the neighborhood kids had turned all of the street signs around just the day before. The names at East Corner for blocks around Sutherland Court were transposed. Asterisk. But Sergeant Dugg knew the area well. He'd been patrolling it alone and in an unmarked supervisor's car for months. He had 7 other cops working for him patrolling the sector, each alone and in a similar Concord police car. They kept in close radio contact, since it's dangerous to work without a partner at night. As soon as a cruiser decides to stop a suspicious car or person, he radios for a backup unit to rush over and help him out. Sometimes they arrive immediately, sometimes there's a delay. This January 10th at 1:20 a.m., Sergeant Dugg was driving down Ayers Road, a main artery that dead ends at the Naval Magazine. One of the cross streets is Sutherland Drive. A smaller dead-end byway is called Sutherland Court. Here, on October 8, Nancy Ling Perry, posing as Nancy DeVoto, had rented number 1560, a $31,000, 3-bedroom ranch house, for $250 a month. Joe Remiro and Russell Little were apparently looking for this SLA headquarters when Sergeant Dug spotted them moving slowly west on Sutherland Drive in an orange-red 1965 Chevrolet van. Russ was driving. The cops' suspicions were immediately aroused. 198. This is a residential area, he later explained, and, during the week in the city of Concord, there is virtually no traffic other than that of the folks coming home from swing shift. They usually come home between midnight and 12:30, and after that the normal flow of traffic through the residential area ceases in our city because it's basically what is termed a bedroom community. I hadn't seen this van in the area before. And I had worked it for the past 8 months during these nighttime hours, and we do become familiar with the cars that are normally out at this hour and are looking for cars that we are not familiar with. So the car moving up to the stop sign in the slow manner, coming out of an expensive residential area, and then proceeding across the intersection at another slow rate rather than as if it were going specifically to someplace, and coupled with the fact I hadn't seen the van before. I made a U-turn and looked for it again to see where it was going and what it would be doing. Dug switched off his headlights and fell in behind the van about a block back. He watched it make a complete slow circle up and down Sutherland Drive and several adjoining streets, as if it were looking for something, and then he threw on his headlights and his red spotlight and raced up just behind it. One pulled into a normal traffic stop position, says Dug, and pulled into a position 15 feet behind it. I raised the front red spotlight and shined it in the driver's side, hitting the truck-type rear-view mirror. The driver looked into the rear-view mirror. I could see his face in the reflection of the lights. I felt at this time that he knew there was a police car behind him, and he did stay stopped for the red light, my red light. Dug then called in by radio, telling his dispatcher that he was making a traffic stop, giving the license number of the van, and asking for Officer Lee to come over right away to back me up. He then got out of his unmarked patrol car and walked over to the driver's side of the van to ask Russell Little for his license. In the same sentence, says Dug, I asked him what he was doing, that T felt his movements were suspicious, and I asked him for the driver's license. And he told me that he was looking for a friend's house. Dug also asked for Remiro's license, which was handed to him from the passenger side. He tried to sneak a look into the back of the van but discovered that the windows were all covered with curtains and that another set of curtains hung just behind the front seat, blocking his view past Little and Remiro. I asked the driver for the name of his friend and where he lived. 199. Says Dug. Little responded that the man's name was Devoto and that he lived on Sutherland Court. Dug walked back to his squad car and read the names off the licenses into the radio. The phony license Little had handed him bore the name Robert James Scalise. Dug also asked his dispatcher to check out the street directory for the name Devoto on Sutherland Court. The response crackled back quickly. No warrants were out for either Remiro or Scalise. And there was no listing for a Devoto in the year-old street directory. Dug began walking back toward the van, which still had its engine running. At that time the thought ran through my mind that this is an awful little bit of conversation for two people that are lost, Dug recalls. No extra requests. Most people at nighttime, when they're lost, seem happy to see a policeman. Other than the little they had said it was a void. Dug says he began to feel real danger in the air. He began to listen for the distinctive sound of the souped-up motor of his backup patrol unit. Nothing. He edged slowly over to the passenger side of the van and tapped on the window. He asked Remiro to step out for a moment. He made no verbal reply, says Dug. He just stepped out of the van and closed the door. I felt for officer safety I should frisk him. I asked him, "Do you have any guns or knives on you? I'm going to frisk you." I took a half step toward him and was just going to place my hands down his side. He took his jacket and took one good step back, opened it up, and at this time I turned facing him and I observed on his right hip, underneath a shirt that was out of his pants, a bulge. And being a policeman for as long as I have been, that bulge was exactly the same shape as the handle of an automatic pistol. I ran to the rear of my patrol car and crouched behind the trunk of the car. I saw Ramiro, saw an automatic pistol in his hand, and heard 2 explosions and saw the muzzle blast of 2 shots being fired at me. I don't know where the projectiles went. I drew my pistol and returned fire, 2 shots. I fired at the muzzle blast. It's very similar to flashbulbs going off in your face in the dark. Doug says that at least one of Ramiro's shots smashed his car's windshield but neither hit him. He says that he could see Ramiro standing at the van's left front side and, again, 2 muzzle blasts, 2 loud reports, and aimed right at me. I raised up over the corner of the car, my patrol car, and returned 2 shots. After firing the 2, I again went back for cover and then again looked around the left side, saw no one. 200. Went back behind my car, and looked around the right side and saw Mr. Ramiro running from the front of the van in a direction which would be to my right. He fired 1 shot as he was running and then disappeared from sight. I stayed under cover, hoping that he wouldn't return and, at the same time, the van pulled over and went straight ahead, driving across Ayers Road to Sutherland in an easterly direction, and I lost sight of it and it went through this curve. Doug again radioed for help, and 2 backup cars screeched up beside him. He explained about the escaping van, and just then it reappeared, lost again and heading straight toward them. The 2 patrol cars quickly blockaded the street, and the van bumped to a halt. It couldn't have gone far anyway, since one of Doug's shots had punctured a tire. Another bullet had cut through the van's rear window, passed clean through Little's shoulder, and smashed through the front windshield. We exited our cars with shotguns, says Doug, and called the driver out. Little got out with his hands in the air. He was bleeding profusely from the shoulder wound. The cops frisked and handcuffed him. They found he was wearing an empty gun holster on his belt. Concord officer Bruce Brooker then searched the van. I approached the vehicle, and the driver's door was open, he recalls. I observed a pistol laying on the engine cover, which is between the 2 front seats of the vehicle. It was a fully loaded and unfired .38 caliber revolver with a short, 2-inch, barrel. In the back of the van, Brooker found another gun in a paper bag, this one a 9mm rifle that had originally been purchased in Los Angeles. There was also a telephone book-thick stack of 8V carat by LL-inch flyers wrapped up in a paper bag from the Gemco department store, America's finest, proclaimed the bag proudly. A quick unrumpling of the curled-up bag produced a neat stack of newly printed literature, about 2,000 copies of the Symbionese goals, complete with Cobra's symbol and an explanation on the back of the symbol's mythological and historical meaning. The print job had been done in brown ink on yellow paper. It was the only printed propaganda that SLA was ever known to produce, and fear of its discovery must have driven Ramiro into his desperate gunfight with Sergeant Doug. Officer Brooker gave a long, low whistle as he unwrapped the flyers. As he recalls the discovery, I observed a rather unusual drawing. Then, 2011. I saw printed on top of this, Symbionese Liberation Army. The Foster case had finally been broken. In the meantime, the area filled up with cop cars with their whirling red lights. Within a few minutes, dozens of heavily armed policemen were fanning out across the surprised suburban community, seeking Ramiro. They were to search for him until just before dawn, 5:30 a.m., to be exact. As Concord officer James Alcorn recalls the capture, we had officers on foot checking through various residences and backyards. Others were on the street looking for any activity or movement. Then I saw someone running, and I drove down Sutherland to investigate. As we started up this driveway, a figure appeared from in front of a parked car, and at the same time the figure appeared we heard the words "T give up. I've had it. I'm coming out." He had his hands raised. And, at that time, we ordered him, Officer Sanson and myself, to back down the driveway, come down walking backwards with his hands in the air. I held him at gunpoint while Officer Sanson searched the individual, says Alcorn. We found a .380 automatic pistol and also removed a holster, which contained a packet of cigarettes. The gun was the Walther automatic that Joe had purchased on July 19 at Trader's Sporting Goods. Ballistics experts would testify that it was the same weapon which had fired most of the lethal, cyanide-laden slugs into the body of Marcus Foster. It would become the prime link between a previously unheard-of young radical named Remiro and the infamous Foster assassination. At the time of the arrest, nervous Concord cops were happy enough just to have captured both of the suspects from the shootout. They did not bother to ask Joe where he'd been hiding during the preceding 4 hours. A semi-informed guess might indicate that Remiro had made his way from the shootout site 2 blocks over to the SLA Information/Intelligence Headquarters at 1560 Sutherland Court. At least 3 of his comrades Sink, Nancy Ling Perry, and Ms. Moon were probably there. A council of war might then have been held, with frequent glances out the window at the approaching line of flashlights and squad cars. The place was absolutely loaded with evidence that had to be destroyed, and things were altogether too hot around the little one-story house for the S.L.A.ERS to escape without a diversionary move. Was it decided to let Remiro sacrifice himself by going back and surrendering to take the heat off his comrades so they might destroy the evidence and 202. Escape. Remiro's not saying, and the other participants are dead, so the real answer may never be known. But it is recorded that Joe's apprehension did pull police away from the neighborhood. That same day at a little before 6 p.m., only 12 hours after Joe's bust, the remaining SLA members made their escape in a 67 Olds registered to Willie the Wolf. They had no sooner backed out the concrete drive as fast as possible, the heavily laden car's rear bumper went crash onto the street as it shot out the drive, then 1560 Sutherland Court burst into flame. A next-door resident, who describes herself as a nosy neighbor, saw the flames suddenly leap up in the front rooms at 1560 and immediately called the fire department. They arrived so quickly that very little damage was done, despite the fact that the departing S.L.A.ERS had splashed gasoline and left incendiary bombs around the place. There was only a superficial scorching of the living room, kitchen, and one bedroom. Another strikeout for SLA. They left so many clues behind that even the dumbest detective could make out like Sherlock Holmes. The full extent of the inventory of goodies discovered on Sutherland Court was still something of a police secret at the time this book was being prepared. A lot of questions remain unanswered about the 3 months SLA occupied the place. Why had they chosen this exact location? Was it because they planned to swipe some bombs from the nearby naval magazine, or was it because one of the executives on their hit list lived nearby? And what was really behind a strange shooting incident that occurred at 1560 Sutherland on November 12, 1973, just 6 days after Dr. Foster had been snuffed? Neighbor Janice Damstra reported that around 10 a.m. on that day a young man of about 17 came up to the front door of the residence of George and Nancy Devoto and asked for the man of the house. And when Nancy asked who was calling, the boy panicked and pulled a gun out of his pocket. So she pushed the gun aside and kicked him in the back of the leg. A shot rang out, and he, in turn, ran up the street. Nancy, whom neighbors regarded as no more than a nice, average suburban housewife with a nice, average suburban husband, did not want to call the police, but old nosy neighbor insisted. A photograph made by a newspaper photographer that day, the one the FBI later used on her wanted flyers, shows a short, black-haired little woman with her face wrinkled into an annoyed frown and her cardigan-encased arms folded defensively against all inquiry. 2031. She told the police she simply could not understand why anyone would want to shoot a nice suburban housewife or her recently discharged Army veteran husband. They had just come from New York. They had no enemies. The cops let it drop there, although they later busted a suspect in the case and let him go. they never revealed just why he had wanted to kill George Devoto. Was this kid a member of SLA who disagreed with the Foster killing and wanted to retaliate in kind? Perhaps someday we'll be told. But not all of the Symbionese history locked up in that house was hidden away from the public eye. Thanks to the incomplete January 10th fire, a great many clues were identifiable. Amid the wreckage, investigators and newsmen found a cache of weapons and explosives, including at least 2 pipe bombs, black powder, fire bombs, bullets with their tips drilled out and packed with cyanide, empty chemical vials, ammunition cartons for 12-gauge shotguns and .380 caliber rifles, 2 boxes for 9mm ammunition, the sawed-off barrels of shotguns illegally modified, and stocks for carbines. Neighborhood kids were later seen carting off bayonets and BB gun target pistols from rubble the cops did not properly search. There was also a typewriter believed to be the one used to create the first SLA communiques on the Foster killing. Number 1 explained the killing. Number 2 rescinded a shoot-on-sight order against Board of Education members, because a few days after Foster died they chickened out on their police patrol and biodossier program and cancelled out the works. There was a copying machine the cops thought had been used to reproduce SLA communiques. There was a Citizen S-band radio, 2 walkie-talkies, tools, and a dinner plate, called the cyanide plate by investigators, that contained traces of potassium cyanide. There was a lot of typed and printed literature, radical posters, and a stack of texts on warfare and politics. One of the most interesting and incriminating items found at 1560 Sutherland Court was a hand-drawn diagram labeled Ambush, which showed the exact layout of the Oakland Schools Administration building parking lot where Foster and Blackburn had been gunned down. There were also original copies of the first 2 communiques and a 3rd and 4th communique, which had not yet been acted upon. These dandy little items had to do with the proposed kidnap and slash or execution of 2 business executives because their firms were felt to be guilty of murder, genocide, robbery, and supporting and taking part in crimes against the people of Ireland, Brazil, Rhodesia and South Africa. 204. The Philippines, Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. The 2 named execs were D.E. Stanberry, of the Colgate-Palmolive Company in Berkeley, and Charles W. Comer of South San Francisco, who was president of the T.A. White Candy Company, which SLA claimed was a subsidiary of ITT. Later evidence indicated that surveillance had already begun on these 2 and that more than a dozen other businessmen were being considered for warrants of arrest and slash or execution. It is probable that plans were also being made to kill Oakland Tribune publisher William Noland and Raymond Precunier, head of the California prisons. 12 names that definitely were down on S.L.A.'s hit list were Donald T. Lauer, of Wells Fargo Bank, D.S. Langsdorff, of Bank of America, Theodore Lenzen, of Standard Oil, Arthur P. Shapiro, of Liberty National Bank, Robert T. Schinkel, of Crocker Citizens Bank, James H. Woodhead, of the Kaiser Corporation, Will C. Wood, a retired banker, Calvin T. Townsend, of ITT, UC Regent Joseph A. Moore, Jr., Robert A. Magowan, of Safeway Stores, Edwin A. Adams, of Bank of California, and the late John A. Countryman, of Del Monte Foods, who had been dead several months before the always well-informed SLA decided they wanted to kill him. Ms. Moon Solty Seek and Nancy Ling Perry were not the least bit ashamed of the somewhat amateur quality of their research and surveillance. Admitted the 2 in a memo that accompanied one of the wipeout lists. Understanding that we are all just learning how to do this, and that it takes practice, and that the list is suggestions of things, the most important, that we'd like to know, and realizing that many of them are difficult to obtain, and wanting to remind you to be extremely cautious. And as inconspicuous as possible, also to let you know that the maps and drawings do not require that you be an artist. The maps, in addition to the Foster ambush sketch, included a number of the older stick-up and burglary diagrams as well as newer drawings of the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge, which ends next to San Quentin Prison and the Berkeley Post Office. The fingerprints of Joe Remiro were supposedly found on several of them. Notations found on one of the documents said that a map of industry and business would be different since it would show alarm systems, kinds of window, times of security patrols, walk distances, rooftops, how close other businesses are, etc. In addition to maps, we would have worksheets about area, times when traffic is heavy, habits around. 205. Areas, doors, lights, walkways, bus stops, cars in area, dress in area, opening and closing time of stores, pig patrols, security patrols. Another fascinating document, entitled Security Around the Pad, advised that should an SLA headquarters be abandoned, Molotov cocktails should be ignited to burn down pad. Other precautions itemized included checking out prospective hideouts for thickness of fence, position of trees and places pigs could fire from. There were warnings that guerrillas should watch all curtains, don't brush against them, be sure they are fully closed, and that a radio or record should be on at all times when there is activity or discussion. Some other rules for day-to-day living underground included: keep your handgun with you at all times. Keep your ammo and rifles, etc. together and ready to carry out at all times. Always know where your shoes are. Always know where your Molotov cocktails are. Notify comrades when going in or out of the pad. Extremely paranoid rules were made regarding visitors, who were to be frisked in the bathroom before sitting down to converse. All visitors were to be relieved of their pieces and searched for bugging and beeping devices. Equally interesting was a little green notebook, which contained the name of Patricia Campbell Hearst along with some quick notes obviously taken down during a telephone conversation. The notes said, at UC. Daughter of Hearst Jr. art student, and on the night of the full moon of January 7th. Somewhat red-faced investigators were later asked just why the Hearst family had not been notified of this find before the famous February 4th snatch, but they just mumbled and pointed a fat finger at the next cop down the line. Those interested in the intellectual inputs of SLA got some solid information from a list of books found both at Sutherland Court and, a bit later, in a strange old hideout in downtown Oakland occupied by Bill Harris and unknown friends for only a few weeks in January. They included standard revolutionary texts like Mariela's Mini Manual of the Urban Guerrilla and a variety of radical classics by Marx, Lenin, and Mao. There was even a copy of Machiavelli's The Prince, along with technical reference works like Chemical and Biological Warfare, The Biological Effects of Radiation, Germ Warfare, and a classified army manual on the making of improvised munitions. C. Lozes held a variety of good quality middle-class clothing, which seemed to indicate that some of these former hippies had decided on a 206 little protective coloration while moving through suburbia. There were a number of women's wigs and a revealing theatrical makeup kit heavy on potions for dark complexions, along with a how-to-do-it book on TV and movie false faces. Notebooks and odds and ends of the group's working papers contain the names of at least 9 SLA members and supporters who were never publicly identified by lawmen during the later course of the investigation. They included a Sarah, who may have helped bankroll the organization, as well as Shaco, Sodium, Ikla, Ciara, Arco, Brother High, M, and Zala. Tacked up on the walls of one bedroom, police found newspaper clippings about the activities of another shadowy urban guerrilla group, the August 7th Movement, which had taken credit in 5 late-73 communiques for such actions as shooting down an Oakland police helicopter, killing 2 cops, and abducting a taxi driver in an attempt to make Yellow Cab close down until the San Quentin 6 were released. August 7th was the day Jonathan Jackson was gunned down at Marin Civic Center. The helicopter attack had resulted in considerable civic furor, with the police chief immediately offering a $40,000 reward for the culprits, despite the fact that a coroner's report indicated that neither of the 2 copter pilots had been shot after all. Careful observers of the East Bay radical scene felt that the August 7th baddies were probably, like SLA, an underground offshoot of disintegrating Vence Ramos. But sensationalist crime reporters, always quick to blow up a minor angle, began To write that SLA and the August 7th movement were one and the same. It was probably this journalistic conjecture, most certainly a slander. In radical circles, which prompted Nancy Ling Perry to write her public letter to the people on January 17, just a week after the burning of the Sutherland Court Place and 6 days after police had issued a warrant for her arrest, charging her with arson and setting her bail at an unusually high $200,000. Nancy said she wanted to set things straight. In this lone communication between the Foster wipeout and the Hearst snatch, Faiza clarified her motives and announced to the world that Joe Remiro and Russ Little most definitely were soldiers of the SLA. It would be the beginning of a practice in which the guerrilla group would mention Remiro and Little in nearly every communique or message they put out from that point on. 207. Wrote Nancy. I am now being sought for a political action, and in spite of the fact that 2 of my closest compañeros are now chained in the adjustment center, the prison's prison, at San Quentin concentration camp, I am still with other members of the SLA Information/Intelligence Unit, and I am hiding only from the enemy and not from the people. Although it is the practice of the Symbionese Liberation Army to act rather than talk, I am compelled to speak because I wish to make clear my position and why I am fighting, what it is I am fighting for. After examining her own history and beliefs, Nancy said that I would like to correct and clarify the information given to you by the regime-controlled media and police state reports associating the Symbionese Liberation Army with the August 7th. First of all, statements about August 7th literature and original communiques being found in the Concord House are completely untrue. The Symbionese Liberation Army is not the August 7th, in fact, the August 7th is a counter-revolutionary. Oakland City and California State Police plot to discredit revolutionaries and confuse people. As a member of the SLA, I can tell you that the SLA takes full credit and responsibility for its actions. We acknowledge everything that we do, and if we had shot down a helicopter, we would say so. To prove her point, Nancy then freely admitted to the arson with which she was charged, saying that the house was set on fire by me only to melt away any fingerprints that may have been overlooked. She next set out to defend Remiro and Little, claiming that they were innocent of the Foster killing because they had not belonged to SLA combat forces but only to an unarmed information/intelligence unit. We can easily verify that the ballistics on the .380 now in the hands of PIG agents, the main piece of evidence against Remiro, do not match those of the weapon used in the attack on the Oakland Board of Education. It was true that SLA had 2 Walthers in their possession. These guns are so finely tooled that it is sometimes very hard to tell the ballistics of a bullet fired out of one from a slug that passed through another Walther barrel. In addition to that, Oakland investigators admitted that someone had passed some coarse substance through the barrel of the Walther found on Remiro in an effort to change ballistic markings. They had apparently, to some degree, succeeded, since a great 208 deal of additional evidence was presented to indict Remiro, involving markings on the casings of the shells found near Foster rather than markings on the slugs themselves. Nancy Ling Perry closed her letter with a word for Joe and Russ. I would like to convey the word to my 2 captured compañeros, you have not been forgotten, and you will be defended because there has been no setback and all combat forces are intact. There really are no words available to me to express what I feel about the capture of my 2 compañeros. They are in a concentration camp now because none of us were offensively armed, and because I was not aware that they were under attack. But, my beautiful brothers, as we have said many times, we learn from our mistakes, and we learn from our active participating in struggle, not from political rhetoric. So we don't cry, but simply fight on, and right on with that. A comrade of mine, Bo Remiro, says something that I'd like to leave you with. There are 2 things to remember about revolution: we are going to get our asses kicked and we are going to. Her extraordinary missive closed with the standard SLA byword. Death to the fascist insect that preys upon the life of the people. Faiza's implied threat of an armed jailbreak for Remiro and Little did not plant any new ideas in the minds of the police who were Holding them. The security precautions taken by their captors were extraordinary from the beginning. At this stage, the size and fighting capabilities of the SLA were still threatening unknowns to the cops, and an attempted jailbreak was feared from the first. Russ and Joe were no sooner booked into the Concord City Jail on the morning of January 10 than an extra shift of guards was called in to surround the place. No one got in or out of the building without being carefully frisked and checked out. The place swarmed with patrolmen and detectives. These were the prize captives of the century, and Concord was not about to lose them. Both prisoners were kept chained and under constant observation in their cells. Every item that had been in their possession at the time of arrest was carefully examined. It was quickly found that each had carried a key that fit the door to the SLA hideout on Oakland's 7th Avenue, from which the Foster hit had supposedly been staged. Other keys fit the triple door locks at Sutherland Court. At least one key fit the ignition and door locks of the Chevy van the two had been riding at the time of their capture. These locks, the cops said, had come out of the '69 white Chevy van stolen 209 at gunpoint on October 12 in Berkeley. The stripped remains of that van had been found on October 20 in Concord, less than 3/4 of a mile from the Sutherland courthouse. Remiro and Little were so thoroughly cleaned of all incriminating evidence that bailiffs hauled Russ into Martinez Municipal Court the day after his capture, January 1. Without his shoes on, they were still being studied by detectives. Obviously they felt Little could have been the shotgun man who had left clear boot marks on the muddy getaway path near Foster's corpse. Even the normally staid and uninterested public defender representing Little had to get up and protest when he saw his wounded client being led into court in his stocking feet. Judge John Hatzenberler agreed that this was a bit improper and ordered the guards to find a pair of shoes for Little before his next court appearance. But this was only the beginning of a period of unprecedented special measures, which would nearly end with the two soldiers being interrogated in San Quentin's gas chamber. No prisoners in California history had ever been accorded such treatment. Their first appearance in Judge Hatzenberler's Contra Costa County Court dealt only with charges stemming from the shootout with Sergeant Tug the day before, but, nevertheless, a record $250,000 bail was set for each. The charges included attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon on a cop. Radical attorney Robin Yeamans represented Remiro at first. Within a few days she would send out two rather unusual investigators to comb the ashes at Sutherland Court for evidence. They were Vence Ramos leader Ray Hofstetter and Robert McBriarty. After checking their finds with cops on the scene, the two split with a load of goodies. Despite the extraordinarily high bail on the shootout charges, Fiends of Remiro and Little said they might be able to raise enough ransom to spring the two, but their hopes were immediately dashed by the filing OL murder charges in the Foster case. The Oakland cops were wasting no time now that they finally had their accidental breakthrough. They made absolutely sure the two would stay safely in jail. First, Remiro and Little were transferred from the nervous Little holding facility in Concord to the more secure Contra Costa County Jail in Martinez, where armed guards on the roof were joined by constant patrols in the streets. The two were no sooner booked into Martinez than new and considerably more serious no-bail holding charges were lodged against them in the Foster case. Bail on the Alameda County. 210. Matters would total $500,000 for each prisoner. With such an array of charges in two counties to face and $750,000 bail set on each of them, it appeared unlikely that Remiro or Little would get out of stir before years of hearings and trials were over, if then. Not content with these stringent measures, the state's highest law enforcement officials, who were by now deeply involved in the SLA case, ordered an even more extraordinary precaution taken. Although neither Joe nor Russ had yet been convicted of anything, not even a parking ticket, it was decided on January 1 to move them over across the bay to California's grimmest and most secure penitentiary, San Quentin. Under normal holding procedures, a suspect in a criminal matter is considered innocent until he has been tried and is kept in less forbidding city or county jails before the trial. Only convicted persons are shipped off to do heavy time in the penitentiaries. To accomplish this rare feat, the state invoked a seldom-used ruling that allows county sheriffs to legally transfer untried prisoners to a penitentiary because there is danger they might be forcibly removed from a county jail. This antique statute was created in the 19th century, when mobs of vigilantes sometimes broke down jail doors to lynch particularly unpopular cattle rustlers and horse thieves. It had not been used in decades. By January 12, Remiro and Little were securely locked away in that jail within a jail, San Quentin's Adjustment Center. This was the hole where George Jackson had been gunned down, the place they locked up convicts who were so incorrigible that no normal joint is strong enough to hold them. It was a bit inconvenient for Remiro and Little, to be sure, but for two radicals who had worked so long and hard in the prison movement it was something of an honor, too. They had made the big time. With the slam of a prison door, Joe and Russ were caged beside the real heroes of the California pens. Near them were the San Quentin Six, including the legendary Soledad brother Fleta Drumgo, who had stood up against Adjustment Center guards on August 21, 1971, along with George Jackson. As a slightly awed and starstruck Remiro would later put it, "These are the guerrillas of the prisons. These are the combat veterans. We had a chance to talk to a lot of really fine comrades in San Quentin. Fine comrades. Fine comrades." Prison officials would quickly tell a rather incredulous press that Remiro and Little had been put into this most maximum of all security. 211. Setups for their own protection. They wouldn't last a flat minute on the main line. Marcus Foster was a very popular man. Remiro's reply was right to the bitter point. "This is just another way to take away the rights that we do have," he said. "We have less rights than the inmates that have been convicted." Conditions in the adjustment center were stark and stringent. There were constant body searches, and Little and Remiro were held 23 hours a day in solitary confinement strip cells with almost no furniture and only a hole in the middle of the floor to serve as a toilet. They were constantly watched, and the lights in their cells were never turned off. This proved to be a real torture for Little, who suffers from glaucoma. Each prisoner was allowed less than an hour a day of solitary exercise in a small adjustment center courtyard. No visitors were allowed except an attorney or two, who found it almost impossible to consult with their clients to prepare their defenses in the normal manner. One of the first to visit Joe was a distant cousin. And a cousin of San Francisco Mayor Alioto, the attorney Sal Balestrieri. He'd been urged to come by Joe's sister, a rather conservative young woman who was terrified she might end up with her name in the papers, but nevertheless was a true sister who cared about Joe. Since the address of Joe's parents over on 7th Avenue in San Francisco had been on the driver's license he'd given to Sergeant Tug in Concord, the press found it easy to locate Charles and Antoinette Remiro. Only the father would talk to them, and only once at that. In a quick interview conducted with a reporter just outside the half-open door of his little row house in the Sunset District, Charles Remiro half-sobbed out his reaction to Joe's arrest. He wouldn't have harmed anyone, he said of his son. He wouldn't even hurt a bird. But ever since he came back from the army, he's never been the same. The message that Joe had tried so hard to relay to Charles Remiro 5 years before, when he had told him about the massacres he'd participated in during the Vietnam War, the day Charles threw him out of the house, had finally begun to sink in. The father mumbled something else about the army having given Joe some pills that changed his personality. It was apparent that he thought Joe had come back a drug addict.